One more. 1, 2, 3. Very good too.
โอ้ยครับนะ
โ
现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
哎，要小心，你这个位置很常出事哦。这个要怎么杀他？20等贾克斯
进去了
20等贾克斯，第时间把一包帽子转起来，还在继续往前咚，一爆，风根本扛不住。现在是属于贾克斯的时间。一切开始接到这个护腕，3个人已经在等他。反击风暴转好了吗？转好了，交阵闪现，他没有死。那紧接着就会是 GD 全面的进攻一箭。猎熊打得很凶，他直接走在对面的脸上，耶，直接走在人家坦克脸上，他被走不了了。一箭选择要上去，这一推就把他给推了回来。虽然有英灵之门，但没想 Hito 还是没有撑住。GD 就在问敢不敢打，真的敢往前滑，顺再拿一颗头。
lọt một khúc an toàn rồi, mở ra tranh kéo tốt đấy, trên bên này cũng gom vào, có đạn chưa góp được có thể tung ra, Taki lùi về được, Shadow là người đầu tiên lên bảng điểm số, Dogo 1 đấu 1 với Rakta nhưng đằng sau người ta có thêm cả bão đạn nữa, Casante Red đang tìm góc để có thể bế kia ra qua tường.
Bây giờ gần như là anh ta dính chọn bộ combo từ đối phương. Sóng âm đã hụt mất rồi. Đang đá vào trụ để hồi nội năng dành cho bàn 1 có bom có chi mặt lên và họ quay trở lại với nhịp 2 này khi mà trói chân chúng vào người và tốc biến lên đá thẳng đối phương vào tường. Một bộ combo full sát thương đến từ bàn 1. Những kiếm súng hay tách giúp cho anh chàng tay ở hồi máu thêm tí xíu nữa. Và bàn 1 vẫn bị trụ bắn này, ta chưa đi ra khỏi tầm trụ, lại quay trở lại để tấn công trụ và anh ta phải nằm xuống. Vị trí
rút trở lại
tiếp đấy nhau.
Rút trở lại vào người đối phương. Aria đang gặp điểm rồi, mất tốc hành đến từ Aria chân rất nhanh, mất tốc biến nhưng tốc biến của tiếp theo đến từ Dio, và Dio có màn của Aria.
Cũng là Di Chiên giao tranh lớn cũng bị nổ ra. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng tìm góc tốc biến tới đi tới đồ kèo từ cái sau đường mở ra đến từ Bu bắt đầu lao lên làm cánh bằng người Husa. Bù lại Baron đã có dành cho team Sigurwell họ lui về hay không? Tài đang cố gắng tìm góc nhưng mà Jimmy đang đứng kè tiếp tục là chiêu cuối lao vào. Di Chiên mất rất nhiều máu, một làm cánh vào người của Jimmy. Rồi nó mới nằm xuống rất nhanh rồi. Tài thì có nhưng mà không cái màn cùng double kill là dành cho Tài. Husa ở đây thì cố gắng đang tìm đường về. Husa chạy được không? Andy đâu đó đã lấy cả mạng của Jimmy và hình như là Di Chen lấy được cho mình cái mảnh của Pool, nhưng sau đó Di Chen cũng đã phải đi. Husa ở đây cố gắng để đi về. Husa rất trâu đấy, nhưng trâu đánh lâu thì cũng phải nằm, và đó là quậy sập nhận cho team Sigurwell。
PD 正面的赶到，互小拿下了预示者，同时团战瞬时的开启，英之门从天而降杀到，控着动弹不得，这边位置快要死去的互小用大绝离开到一线的机场，拉回了一手，拿下人头要跟队伍做车对方，没有一线看起来不太想退，一个互打2个人，他还想杀，跟着居米尔指着滑下来的顺眼来做收割，做目标偏咱们想要杀顺3分又滑了上去，右边位置 B 也被抓到，被2个人的夹击，可能要直接被放倒，上面还在打，还在上方的位置，没成了一线，就算变回了原形，但还是要站到最后。利锐这边不得已的交闪拉开这波距离，拿下预示者，也拿下团长。
有选择要下路
2塔对线了 BCG，
而且是绿白的，现在就是远程直接做消耗。
就算扛着小兵也要继续来做跟你换血。欧卡有办法打出自己的复活吗？有没有打出复活？可以继续选择所有来往顺的脸上招呼。
打赢了，
最后一波闪现成功活下来，顺打 double kill。
Các đối phó, đối phương sẽ bắt đầu mở rộng trước. Cam từ từ tiến vào, Taki mở chóng thành công vị trí của công nhân. Vòng xoáy không gian tung ra nhưng không ai lên xe cả. Atomic chưa góp được có thể tung ra bão đạn. Nếu chân đâm xuống là đường rêu đối phương. 2-11 yếu máu đang phải lùi về. Dòng đã có dành cho CFO nhưng họ về được bao nhiêu người? Dogo không góc để có thể bắn. Và đó là màn gục thứ 3 dành cho bên phía của GAM Esports.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown.
Thank you.
And first selection.
You got to imagine that there might be something in the water in Taipei, because not only have we had a massive upset in MVK taking down GAM, but last night delivered in a big way with SHG getting not just their first win in over a year over a PCS team, but their first series win for an LJL or Oceanic representative as SHG take down GZ. Coming into tonight, Logan, we've got a big one. MVK take on the current kings of the LCP, the former champions from last year, CFO, and then rounding it out, the other side of that LJL coin, it's DFM taking on GAM. You got to wonder, is there something in the air?
Yeah, look, I mean, these are some teams that we've already seen scrapping this weekend as well. As you said, a big victory for SHG there this weekend. Tonight, we see MVK and GAM not against one another tonight, but still in the same pool. We do love that VCS representation. And CFO currently sitting in 5th place, which is very unfamiliar for them. I think it's unfamiliar for everyone here in the LCP. So it will be interesting to see if they can overcome the current first place MVK. And then, as you say, going on to that second match of the evening with DFM currently in 8th, looking for their first win of the split, up against GAM in 4th from the VCS as well. I think we're in for some pretty fun matches.
But of course, our first matchup, MVK, hot off the back of what was a pretty significant upset win over GAM. Kratos, Guri, Cardi, Shogun, and Elio. These guys put on an absolute show on Friday night rather. And coming into tonight, the expectations have to be high that there could be another big upset on the horizon for them. Elio, of course, playing against his former team in that matchup, doesn't quite have that same level of grudge against CFO, but it just feels like there is something in the water that is turning these VCS teams up to level.
Yeah, honestly, they're all drinking it because they are all doing pretty darn well, if you ask me. Unfortunately, Team Secret Wales, though, did go down last night, so maybe they're sipping rather than sculling what's in that water. But I'm hoping to see some of that MVK magic tonight. I really enjoyed the work that Cardi was able to do on that Scion into the Aria, but CFO are not your ordinary opponents here, represented by Rest, Shadow, Bangyun, Doggo, and 2274 this evening, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, look, CFO, there was a pretty significant shift. Let's be honest, coming into the start of 2026, you lose Ginger, you lose Honky, you lose Driver, you lose Kaiwing. So much of what made up the identity of this team that successfully dominated the 2025 domestic and even international scene to an extent. They really did put us on notice in the global stage. But, I mean, coming into it, they've had a couple of games to sort of right that ship. They lose out to GAM very early on. They then get their momentum back off the victory against DFM on Friday. Now coming into it, you've got two teams that are screaming ahead full steam.
Yeah, and you love to see it when these teams are aggressive into one another. We really love to see the explosive action that comes out as a result of that. And I mean, as we've said before, Rest in that top lane being that stable just anchor for the rest of CFO to play around as he has to face off against Kratos, who currently with the 3.3 KDA is sitting a little bit lower than Rest, but having nearly the same kill participation is quite impressive. They're clearly both team players.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I think it's very clear that one is a little bit more proactive than the other. Rest, for the longest time for this CFO roster, he's been stable. That is the word that I think of when it comes to Rest up in that top lane. He's stable. He's consistent. He will do exactly what he needs to, but really not a heck of a lot more. He's not that one that is going to kick the door down and run through the house, blowing it wide open so that the rest of the team can then, follow up and get the win. Kratos, though, can be that person for sure for this MVK roster. This guy has at times just completely blown the lid off every opportunity given to him and the lid off the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see just down the bottom there, the top picks, they're very similar. They have very much of a shared champ pool as we head over to the mid laner matchup here. And we do see some disparity in those numbers. Carty with a significantly higher kill participation. Now, obviously, MVK has got a couple more games under their belt this split, having a deeper champ pool. But both of them, Hung and Carty, using that Azir to great effect. So we'll see who actually manages to get their hand on that tonight and whether they can hit that really high DPM that we do love to see out of mid laners and maybe get some pretty active rotations going.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. You're looking for that explosive nature. Pongyon, he's an unknown quantity in the LCP, that much is for sure, but Carty has been there through thick and thin with this MVK roster throughout the entirety of last year. But, I mean, you look at it, there is just so much potential for big upsets to happen, especially that momentum that MVK are riding coming into this match. It is hard to say one way or the other whether or not CFO will be able to return to form, get themselves the win over the finish line here, because there just seems to be something brewing for these teams that have consisted and been beaten down to the bottom four. They're steadily climbing their way up, so it's anyone's guess as to how it ends. But right now, Logan, I think it's time for a quick break. We've got the Riot Fist coming up on the other side. We jump into a match that could be absolutely massive. MVK have looked so clean, so crisp, taking down these big hopefuls. Everyone said GAM was going to be the one to do it this year. They were going to be the apex predator, the top of the top, the cream of the crop. But MVK come in, they disregard that entirely and take them down in a very, very impressive matchup. But CFO, I mean, Logan, the hopefuls. This is a team that put us on the world map. You've got to hope that this even fresh roster can find us some way back.
Absolutely. And before we move to CFO, just that Carty Scion game the other night was phenomenal. I'm hoping we do see something brewed where they mix it up and they really throw their opponents for a 6. But to CFO, as you were saying, Choi, their coach, is a madman, a genius even, and we would expect, as you were saying, CFO to be able to respond to such shenanigans in that matchup. We're talking top of the table versus middle of the pack. CFO, they know they don't belong in the middle. We know they don't belong in the middle. They will do everything that they can to fight their way up, and I am so excited for it, Billy.
Well, they do say heavy is the head that wears the crown, and unfortunately there are sharks circling, looking to steal that crown away. When we come back after the Riot Fist, it's time to jump into the 2v2s. A team that utterly dominated, put the world on notice. CFO took everything you could possibly take and more in the 2025 LCP season. They take first place every single split, back to back to back. They make every single international event throughout the 2025 calendar, being the only team in Tier 1 competition to do so globally. No other team able to wield those accolades. Their former mid laner now switched over to the LPL. Hongyu takes out Rookie of the Year. The trophy cabinet was filling up fast, so maybe it's a case that they had to slow down Logan to try and give some room to build that new one so they can get more.
Exactly, Billy. T1 who? Nah, CFO. And I was hosting watch parties last year. Everyone was absolutely rooting for this team. We were such fans. The passion, the energy, the way that CFO was able to bring people together because of their spectacular performances. But as we've said so far, this split, they're not looking the same, and rightfully so. 66% of that roster is different. And MVK are now out for blood. They are looking to be the ones to assert that dominance over the LCP for at least this split one. Doggo does remain on CFO and is still a significant AD carry threat and must be respected. But while he finds his feet with his new support in 2274, MVK are probably going to look to take full advantage of that with Elio.
Absolutely. I mean, there have been bright sparks for sure for CFO. I mean, the biggest question, of course, is how do you transition from what was that jungle mid duo in Junja and Hongyu to now going Shadow and Hongyon? I mean, Junja and Hongyu literally ran the Rift throughout the 2025 competitive season. Junja put in those early steps to make sure that Hongyu could then go on and run. And they both just became these inevitabilities as the game brewed on. They were going to be the ones that finally cracked it open and allowed CFO to take the victory, but they're gone. They've shifted over to JDG in the LPL. And now these newcomers, these fresh faces are all that remain to try and carry on that legacy. So they've got some big shoes to fill, and it has already been proven to be a hard road to start.
Yeah, look, I mean, they built solid foundations, though, and from solid foundations, you can grow, and CFO definitely want to do that from here. I mean, Shadow really put the pedal to the metal and was an extremely proactive jungler in their game on Friday night, so props to Shadow for stepping up and showing up. Pangyung finding their feet, obviously not as a dynamic duo as Junja and Hongyu yet, but I really think that they have scope to find that within them as we start to get some selection happening here for our awesome little 2v2 on the Howling Abyss, which will choose side selection, and Doggo and 227, the dynamic bot side duo of CFO, will be matched up into MVK. I am wondering what side CFO will go to with, because they're yet to establish whether they prefer the blue or red side so far this split. So it's really anybody's guess, if they win, which side they're going to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see that sort of expound itself last year as the stage went on, as the year went on. It was very much a blue side was the go-to, get those priority picks and then look to work from there, but we'll have to see.
Absolutely. I mean, MVK, they've already proven they like the red side. They have a 100% win rate on red side so far this split. And we can see some of these bans here. MVK, the Pantheon, the Nidalee, the Set, and the Cassiopeia. Can't pick those anymore. CFO, likewise, with the Ivern, the Rengar, the Lucian, and the Taric. We have seen that Taric put in some work. And as you say, Taric has the gems. You're not even worried.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how these metas develop, especially given it is fairly dry. So you come to the end of the group stage, and those big, scary champions have somewhat been diminished because obviously you can't play them more than the once. But we see Darius and Draven, the brothers. It's unfortunately both of them that get banned away here by NVK. No familiar love. And Tom Kench Jarvan. I have no surprises that these 4 champions have been banned out because they're in their own right, even in 1v1s, let alone in a 2v2 with a bit of support, they become pretty scary.
Yeah, there's one champ that I keep thinking of, one of the best duelists on the Rift that just hasn't even warranted a mention, so it makes me doubt myself here. But I wonder if we're ever going to see a Fiora in one of these 2v2 matchups, as Doggo opts to pick up that Ezreal, and 2274 swiftly follows with card. That is a deadly duo,
so
Billy.
We're just straight playing, meta bot lane duos.
Yeah,
Like this isn't even like 2v2 theorycraft. This is just a straight bot lane duo. Karma and Israel quite often played on Summoner's Rift, let alone here on the Howling Abyss. And Lucian Volibear, synergistically, I'm not seeing it, but Volibear for Pun was really impressive the other night, of course, but it wasn't enough to get the series over the line. It was that one game that they did win against DCG, and Pun made the Volibear look very good, but it just doesn't feel like they have complementary skill sets.
That is very, very true. I mean, if they do make it to 6, though, Volley just crashing down on the top of you is an imposing thing, no matter whether you can dodge it or not. It's like, oh god, that's a Volibear, But Ezreal being able to arcane shift away, Karma just has a full suite of tools, some damage, some roots, some shields. She'll definitely be hard to get through as we jump on to the Howling Abyss for this 2v2 matchup.
Press the attack for both on the side of MVK, Arcane Comet, and Lethal Tempo. Doggo going to be jumped in on, gets stunned early. The root comes back from 2274, so I mean the trade of damage very much going MVK's way here, and it's not done just yet. Shogun looking to match up into his counterpart, dishing out some punishment on Lucian. Oh, he steps right back into the Mystic Shot.
You got to love those predict skill shots that are like, how did that hit? Well, because I stepped back into it, and that's exactly what happened there with Shogun, unfortunately, which turned a, flash forward.
Oh, 2274 in a bit of trouble. They're going on the hunt here. It's Doggo now that cops the punishment. All 4 summoners gone from CFO, and only the one remaining for MVK, that being the Snowball, purely because it is just that much more recyclable than any of the others. Oh, connects onto 2274, in behind the tower. Guri tanks it up. He is going to fall as well, so it's a 1-for-1. It is going to come down to one more death at the very maximum, I suppose. But Doggo and Shogun not done just yet. Doggo has plenty of mana to work with here, and Shogun going to get himself the heck out of dodge, having seen his big bear friend go down. Both of them looking for a recall.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic point there. Shogun had no mana. Doggo had more than 50%, so I don't think that was a fight he was going to win, especially with that Ezreal level advantage, that Ezreal CS advantage. It was a really good time to take that recall as well, because one of those win conditions, which you've seen a few times come through here, is the turret. If you get first turret, you win. And obviously MVK respecting that, understanding that, they recalled while the wave was a bit pushed up. And it looks like CFO's Doggo is going to do the same and cash in on that 17 CS that he has earned so far for himself. But that aggression out of Guri, Snowball hit. He knew he was going to go down when he went in, but it's a 1-for-1 right now, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just surviving for as long as he did, that Sky Splitter giving the shield means that he's just a little bit more work that tower has to do to try and finish off this big Arctic Freljord bear. Unfortunately, it was too much for 2274, who somewhat gets steamrolled. In fact, it's so much so that he's down 2 levels on his duo and the other team. So he's going to be suffering somewhat. Won't be all that close to 6 compared to the counterparts on the bridge.
Yeah, that level disadvantage is pretty big if you think about it. As Doggo hits 6 and just ult straight, does 50%.
Okay, yeah, no, didn't clip a single minion, just hit Shogun straight on, and so he cops the full force of the True Shot Barrage. Now Doggo looking to try and work up everything that he can here. Get himself some more damage out, potentially take that kill that's needed away. Snowball is going to kick on 274, they're going in deep again! Same strategy, same result, and MVK take the 2v2.
Yeah, really well done there with the Snowball by Guri. He was just full send. The moment that snowball came off CD, he saw the opportunity and he went for it, and it worked. Even with Guri being 50% health, the tower was tanked up. It was fine. Just stomped 2274, won the 2v2. I wonder what side they're going to select. I would suggest MVK might want red side.
They did. First pick red side was the call for MVK.
Nice. Yeah.
But it's interesting. You look for part in the shortest game of the split so far. They beat DFM. MVK taking part in the longest, where they lose to GAM. It was the one loss they had in that series. But on the whole, they came out swinging and took out everything overall in the 2-1 fashion Friday night. But, I mean, look, I want to say, purely off the fact that MVK took out GAM very impressively, they should get it done here. You just never quite feel like you can count CFO out of a fight with someone like Charlie at the helm.
I could not agree more. Like, really well said. Once again, MVK, obviously first on the ladder. MVK have put in some really strong performances, but you can never count CFO out. I mean, we have waxed lyrical about their accolades from 2025. They still have that superstar AD. They still have that stable top laner. And these new members of CFO, they could be the concoction. They could mix it up. They could change and hit you from left and right and get those flank angles. Just do things that you're not expecting because you're not as familiar with the likes of Shadow, Hangyung, and 2274.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting up some impressive numbers out, MVK. 80% win rate on the Rift. They're 4-1 currently after 2 series played, whereas CFO are 2-2. A 2-0 win and a 2-0 loss. But that camera angle tells me, Logan, that it is time. We are in the Champions League. My lord, the Vietnamese, the VCS, MVK, targeted away. Nocturne and Malphite immediately taken from Guri.
I just love that the whole region gets that Nocturne respect, right? Because the VCS love themselves a Nocturne, and every other region recognizes that and bans it away. Nocturne ban, Malphite ban, Nico, Silas, and Azir in response from MVK as we go to the third and final ban of the first round here with CFO. I'm expecting a mid laner. I want to say Ori or Ryze.
I would have said Rise more than anything. Okay, so it's not loaded in the UI. But yeah, no, 100% ban rate from MVK on this Silas. They do not want a bar of it. And there, it wasn't Orianna, so it has been let through. That would lead me to believe that it is likely a Rise ban that was taken away there, third by CFO. So Cardi will have that in the mid lane. The pairings you're looking for, Jarvan, Wukong, your 2 standard, your 2 strong pairings. Oh, okay. No, okay. So I think there was a problem in the Champions League. That's what happened. It wasn't the UI. There was something happened and they weren't able to get the ban off. But I mean, look, that makes you think that maybe the Orianna was banned.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, we have seen that Orianna ban come through every single weekend so far. I mean, I think Orianna's only hit the Rift, I want to say 2 times so far, but I could definitely be corrected on that one.
I think we're 3 now after yesterday.
Thank you, 3.
Yeah,
and
it
every
came out
time
once.
that yes, yeah, it came out once yesterday, yeah. And we were talking about how they didn't have much of a ball delivery system, but they still managed to have impact in the game with that Orianna.
Yeah, it was Aria. That's right. Game 3, SHG versus GZ to round out and win that series. Aria's clutch Orianna with the help of the Scion for Evi and Vista's Poppy to win that massive team fight around the Dragon Pit to get the job done and the win over the line after what has to be one of the most entertaining series of events I think I've ever seen in my time commentating. Vista, with the keeper's verdict, launches an Aatrox in the hands of Yijang onto his bot laner's head, and they still win that fight. So, yeah, look, maybe, just maybe, it is a case of sacrifice leads to success because Vista absolutely served Marble up on that altar.
That had to be so the Lee Sin Dragon Rage kick, that was diabolical, but I honestly think Vista's keeper's verdict, chucking that Aatrox right on top of Marble, had to be my highlight from that game. Like, I didn't realize League of Legends could be a comedy. I laughed so hard when that happened, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding. It proved to be the right call, as much as you probably didn't want to do it, because by protecting Arya on that Orianna, they were then able to run over the rest of that fight. But I'm hoping if the Poppy does get through tonight that we don't see any more sort of keeper's verdicts on top of your AD carries.
Yeah, that was it was a bit rough. It was very rough, and I wasn't entirely sure that they were going to be able to establish a fight at that moment, but they do. They get it done, and we are moving on to MVK. Look, I have to imagine that is in fact an Orianna ban. So unfortunately for Cardi, probably not getting there, which means that likely it will be a Rise pickup first or a Rumble would be my guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two have massive priority on the Rift at the moment. You know, Rise being able to take advantage of that new item that's hit the Rift this year, the Actualizer. It's an activated item that allows you to really just blast AP damage in a quick burst at the cost of a lot of mana. But I mean, Rise is someone that has a lot of mana to begin with, and that mana gives him that extra damage, so it just has that natural synergy. And as you say, Rumble as well, being that sort of AP tanky top laner, able to lay that equalizer down over the top of these big group fights, just feels like a really good team fighting tool, a really good priority top lane pick. So it's going to be up to whoever doesn't get the Rumble to answer it, to keep it down, just like they were trying to keep Florin down the other night by just diving under that tower repeatedly. But it was Florin, and we know Florin bounces back every time.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into this game, though, I mean, you look at obviously both teams have played 2 series, so there isn't a massive sample size for information, but we start to see those trends establishing themselves quite early on. I mean, you look at it by the current record, 4-1 for MVK. They have got the same first blood record. So in those 4 games they won, 4 games they got first blood as well. So it's that early aggression. So okay, it is just going to be an Orianna pick. I don't know if there is a ban. Maybe there isn't one in that third phase, whatever the case may be. Okay, no, never mind. It's happened again.
We got you baited, Billy. We got you baited.
I was going to say, it's exactly the same. Was the bug that the Rumble wasn't being shown? Okay, so Rumble Jarvan going to be locked in immediately in response. So you take a lot of those power picks off. I mean, the scarier combo than Rumble Jarvan I could not think of at this stage in the game. Luckily, the Orianna had already been taken away, so I suppose that could have been the third piece to the terrifying puzzle.
Yeah, absolutely. But I still want to know what that ban was from CFO, that third ban. I feel like we'll never know at this stage. But as you say, we've covered this a million times, and we'll cover it a million times more. You get that J4 Cataclysm, you get that Rumble Equalizer over the top, and it is sayonara and good night. So you really want to pick an AD with mobility here, and MVK have gone for that Corki with the Valkyrie to get themselves out of trouble. However, MVK have decided that Cassante is going to be the best matchup into Rumble, as we see an Akali Hover coming out of CFO at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not that surprised. It does reasonably well into the Orianna. I think it's going to have a bit of a tough time against Kratos. The Cassante Akali 1v1, probably not one that we're going to see all that often, because it's Cassante who's going to be playing side lanes, and Akali, unless that all-out is pop, probably has a lower than 0% chance of getting the kill there. So, I mean, so far, it is a scary draft brewing for CFO, but a lot of the answers that you'd want in these situations have manifested themselves for MVK as well.
Yeah, definitely. As we get to see CFO ban away that Wukong in the jungle there, that sort of heavy bruiser that brings that CC with the Cyclone. So they don't want a Wukong running rampage through their plans, whatever those plans may look like. And now it is up to MVK to respond in kind with their bans, having targeted Varus. Yep, they don't want that long-range poke. They saw what Marvel could do on Varus, and they were like, no, thank you, and banning that one away.
Yeah, I mean, having the safety of a Jarvan Rumble already, you're going to find yourself struggling pretty confidently to get onto that Varus in the back line. So it's the last thing I'm going to deal with Nami. So trying to deny a lot of what is already showing itself for CFO. I mean, you look at it, Jarvan goes in, the Equalizer on top, Tideway just comes out in response, and suddenly anyone on the side of CFO that's in that Cataclysm is getting clipped by the Aqua Prison, getting knocked up, and it will probably likely be all over from that point on, not to mention the fact just synergistically does reasonably well with that Corki. Aqua Prison down, Phosphorus Bomb is then much easier to land, and Yunara taken away from Doggo, one of his scariest champs in rounding out last year.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as I saw that Yunara ban, I'm like, not only is that just a decent ban, that is an excellent ban into Doggo, because, yeah, you so rightfully point out, Doggo was a monster on Yunara. I do really like how Yunara has landed on the Rift. She's only really gone through some fine tuning. She wasn't too powerful. She wasn't too weak. She was kind of right in the middle, as we see a Sivir hovered for CFO, which could be very, very dangerous in the hands of Doggo, as they do lock that one in. But with the current 0 win, 1 loss rate Obviously, Doggo is hoping to bring that up to a 1-for-1 tonight. That's some really strong wave clear, actually, coming out of CFO's bot side already, even without the support having been shown here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to answer that wave prior, especially, you know, coming out of the lane phase. You know, you want someone that can confidently just clear those waves, allow you to prioritize objectives just that little bit more. Silver, phenomenal with that ricochet. As soon as she gets into the mid lane, she's clearing that wave, gives you that priority, and you can look to pivot either down towards the Dragon Pit or up towards Herald, Grubs, whatever the case may be. Less likely Grubs, given how early they do spawn, but yeah, phenomenal champion in the right hands, and Doggo definitely is the one with hands.
Yeah, hands for days, as we do get to see MVK locking in Alistair to try and protect that Corki. So make up for, you know, if the Valkyrie's on cooldown, you're going to get a headbutt pulverize, sayonara, get out of here. As MVK do lock in the Lee Sin, quickly just slammed home a Poppy from CFO.
Oh, that's a huge amount of value. I mean, it's a crazy amount of value between Alistair, Lee Sin, Corki, even to an extent. I mean, yeah, Cassante does have dashes as well. So, I mean, so far, Poppy value is through the roof. And honestly, I was a little bit surprised that it wasn't being taken by MVK there with an Akali and Jarvan being shown. I thought that there was definitely justification value, but well, look, we'll see. It was a champion that really, really ruined the vibes of the LCP coming into the mid-season. It was then immediately picked up after MSI by the LCP supports because of how effective it was at shutting us down.
Yeah, absolutely. That steadfast presence is just so oppressive. If you can time it right, you can prevent the dashes in, you can prevent the dashes out. It's just such an effective utility skill. And in the hands of these tier 1 professional gamers, you know, you have to respect it. You absolutely have to play around it. And we've got the Keeper's Verdict. Let's see if they can pilot it a little more successfully tonight. This evening, for your entertainment, we have CFO versus MVK in this best of 3. It is the VCS versus the PCS. The MVK first place, top of the ladder. CFO 5th place, trying to climb their way back up to the top, Billy. I'm excited. What about you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at it, you're coming into this game, you got the 2 highest KDAs in the league taking to the Rift. Rest currently sporting a 17.5 KDA, which is crazy. That is bonkers numbers, especially for a top laner. And then Shogun in second place. It is a bit of a fall. 12.5. 12.5 KD. Drastically different numbers overall in terms of the kill department, but he is putting in some legwork for this MVK team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to just talk a bit about Shogun a little more, even having a kill participation of nearly 74%, that's higher than anybody else over on the team of CFO. So we see some trading in the mid here, somewhat even, I would say. Cardi actually lost out on that one a little.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cardi just let Pungyon walk up and get that electrocute proc on him, but it's what's happened. He's just going to have to persist and carry on, burn through some of those potions to try and keep himself as topped up as possible. You look at it, CFO getting a little bit aggressive. The natural power of that level 1 bouncing blade from Doggo means that he can just shove in this wave, get some chip damage down onto Shogun and Elio as well. Level 2 is where things could start to get fun, though, for MVK.
Exactly. And if we just take a quick look at all the summoner spells here, they're all pretty par for the course, pretty standard. I think most people would have a look at Doggo and see the ghost, not the barrier, but I think that's because exactly what Siva wants. She wants to pop that ult and run you down with the rest of the team. And yeah, I think we're up for a fairly standard early couple of minutes of this game. As a friendly reminder to those who are just tuning in potentially for the first time, these minion waves, if you're wondering why we got so involved so quickly, now spawn at the 30-second mark instead of the 65 seconds. So, yeah, those invasions, they're happening a lot less now because they're so much more punishing.
Junglers of path top to bottom. So you look at it, Gary is in the neighborhood if they want to try and shenaniganize onto the CFO bot lane. You can see they drag that wave just a little bit closer to the middle of the lane. A little bit more security for them, and could also offer an avenue for Shadow to get himself in a position to maybe come through that lane, try and get something cheeky going. It seems that they're probably not as interested.
Absolutely. And I do want to highlight, actually, on the minimap, Kratos managed to shove that top lane right in and get himself a 7 CS advantage, took a recall and picked up that MR item nice and early into that rumble and walked it back. So really increasing his survivability there for this fight in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with an early skirmish in the mid lane, and Peng Yun now finds himself in the receiving end. The natural trajectory that range versus melee matchup tends to take. And Guri was in a position to maybe go for that scuttle. Decides, actually, I want to assist my mid laner just a little bit, head to that top side, get that top scuttle, and he will do just that. And you can see Shadow recalling in that MVK try brush on the bot side. They are pushing steadily up that lane. He's going to hang around. They're looking for it. Steadfast presence in. Shogun flashes away. Can he get the Valkyrie clear? Yes, he can. The headbutt of the tower, the pulverize as well. Shadow, he comes a little bit too close to meeting his maker, but will slink away into the darkness.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that's still value, though. Flash from Shadow for the flash, heal, barrier, and the flash of the bot lane. They now have absolutely nothing, whereas CFO's bot lane has 2 flashes. So, you know, Shadow parts back around. I think that's lights out for MVK. We'll just see if they manage to do it in enough time.
Oh, Elio, a little bit too eager. 2274 does tank a tower shot for his efforts, though. Elio will hold this lane. As we see Shogun getting back here, he's not going to lose out on much, if anything. Just a little bit of tempo, should be able to click that entire wave and won't have slipped as far behind as he possibly could have. Very good spot for him to be in.
Yeah, definitely. As a support, I think one of the important elements is to be able to hold that wave so that your AD doesn't miss out on that experience, exactly as you're pointing out. It's a very, I think, unspoken of concept, as there's just a little bit of biffo here in the top lane.
The top of 3, where S just walks out of it. Yeah, I mean, it was something that Sulong, the former support of MVK, was very, very good at, is holding these waves in a position. Usually it would be just out of tower range, so it wasn't crashing, to prevent those minions from being lost, so that is whatever laner it was, whether it was a lane swap coming in, his top laner down or mid or whatever the case may be, just to try and prolong that standing experience, that standing gold, to make sure that his teammates could get the most out of it. So Elio obviously picking up some of that mantle.
Yeah, absolutely. You do love to see it. A little supportal combat happening here in the bot side, as we do see Guri hit that lens and see if there's any wards before coming down for a potential gank. But pings are going down around the Drake pit, but also the bot side. Maybe Guri thinking of a deep gank from behind, but instead rotates towards the middle. We do, however, see Shadow back on that bot side, but will be spotted out by a ward.
Guri coming in from the backside. Peng Yun may have bitten off far more than he should have, and he's going to use that ultimate to try and get himself clear. Guri doesn't have the Dragon Rage and the Twilight Shroud. We'll get Peng Yun out. Shadow here to say hi. The ward is in that brush. They know full well that he is coming in for a looky-loo in the mid lane. But all that action might have lost that CFO priority that they needed to contest this dragon. You see Guri coming down. The scrap's already building here for MVK. Steadfast presence would do a lot. Cardi getting aggressive. Clockwork wind up, build up into Peng Yun. He needs one more, but the Twilight Stride again. Play spoiler.
Yeah, absolutely. Wards with the MVP there for MVK. They saw everything CFO was going to do and they were able to respond.
He was looking for it. Sonic Wave goes out, but doesn't connect. But he has the level advantage on Shadow now. Not sure if Shadow necessarily wants to take that fight just yet.
Yeah, exactly. A Dragon's Rage versus no Cataclysm. I don't think you do want to take that fight, even with the small health advantage that Shadow did have at that time. As we do see a TP coming in, that one's probably from Elio to get back to lane to help his AD there. Now, just a quick look at the overall state of things. CFO, very, very small gold lead of 300 to 400 there as it ticks over to 500, proving me wrong. We do see that a Drake has hit the rift. It is a mountain Drake, so it'll be interesting to see which team prioritizes the Drake or the Grubs. And new to the UI, this split, we do have the role quests. Currently, they're grayed out because no one has completed any of them. And I'm excited to see how this goes and who gets that first blood with that 100 gold bounty bonus on it.
Absolutely. Wave crashing in, Doggo. It's going to mop up the scraps. You look at it. I mean, that very much CFO in a position where they could have extended a significant lead in the bot lane, but because of Elio trying to maintain the lifespan of that wave so that Shogun comes in and collects it, they're sitting about on par in terms of that CS. The only real lead up in that top side, Kratos, it's about 10 CS. Over rest at the moment, but you're getting far less value out of that CS lead on a Cassante than you would have on the Rumble per se. So far from the end of the world in this grand situation. 7 minutes 45 on the clock. Look, again, MVK have really tightened things up. It's not that full court press VCS style of play that we'd become accustomed to.
Yeah, no, this is definitely unusual for the VCS. I think they've definitely learnt their lesson.
Well, Elio, he sniffs something. He feels the shenanigans coming his way. That is a level 7 shadow on the Jarvan. Flash away from Elio means that he's not going to be caught out here by 2274, just chipping away. Bit of damage. Doggo catches one of those Hextech rockets with a spell shield, in fact, so denies any chance of Shogun dishing out.
Heals up, says thank you very much, and carries on clearing that wave. But we'll also note that Elio not only burnt the flash, but the heal too. So 1 summoners for 2 there.
I feel we've been here before, Logan, and MVK sniff something out. You can see Shogun playing deep in the pocket, knows full well that there is likely some attention coming his way, and Elio says, all right, bring it on, fellas. Trample, stack it up, flag and drag combo. Does he get the pulverize? No, it's just the headbutt. He survives for now, but not for long. It will be a 1-for-1 in the end, and all the while, those boy grubs going down. Cataclysm out. Shogun desperately trying to tank up here as best he can. No summoners to his name, but he will get a flash out of Doggo, if nothing else.
Yeah, really well played there initially by MVK to sort of sense that something was up. They doubtlessly had a look at the minimap and realized that, oh, hang on, there's a few of these guys missing here. So we saw Shogun, as you said, deep in the pocket, just start to walk back to that second turret, and CFO were like, we have to get something here. And so they decided to jump onto Elio as we're about to watch again.
Oh, he was just a second too early with the pulverize. I think if he holds it there just a little bit longer, it puts Shadow in a bit of a rough spot, means that he's not quite as able to find the fluidity through the remainder of that fight. But no, just a bit early, catches the hit the pulverize onto 2274, which means that Shadow can just keep whiling away.
Yeah, pretty decent 2-for-1 there from CFO. I think they're happy with that. They'll take that any day of the week, especially that both kills went over to the ADC Doggo. So you can't fold it. You've got to be really happy with that result, in my opinion. MVK, I think, did the best that they could there, turning that around. Ooh. They made them pay for it with summoners on that second kill. So played as well as you possibly could, as we start to see some CS advantages in the jungle and top side accumulating gold there now too.
Steadfast presence stops the forward momentum of Elio. And that on the hunt is going to be fought here as well here. Doggo clearing that wave, now having the Essence Reaver in the inventory. Means that he makes quick work of it. Cardi wanted the smoke. He is absolutely being keeping Peng Yon locked into this mid lane. As an Akali, you want to be able to clear as quickly as possible. Look for some roams. You're an assassin. Oh, Keeper's Verdict. He's just off the mark. Guri plays a little bit deeper, knowing full well that that's likely going to be an option here. 2274, no, okay, he's decided better of it. Unfortunately for Guri, there is support coming from CFO, Pengyan and Shadow up on that top side. It's going to be Shadow looking for an angle onto this jungler. Rest teleports in. Jogun, he finds himself in a world of hurt right now. That Flame Spitter doing bits to try and take down this little gyrocopter. And it's going to be a dragon taken by CFO. Ultimately, they just pick up where Guri left off. And now Shogun in a lot of trouble. Those Electro Harpoons hurting. But he's turning that damage back around. Dragon's Rage. The headbutt pulverized off the money. And it's going to be an absolute routing for CFO. Triple kill for Rest.
Oh, that turned into an absolute disaster there for MVK, I think, at the end. That was just absolute savagery coming out of CFO. You know, you saw the early TP from Rest. He made the call. He's like, no, we're going to fight that off the back of all of the pings. Yeah, it does look like Kratos might be able to convert that into not even get a tier 1 turret on the top side. So they don't even get anything across the map to kind of make up for the deaths that were just falling upon them.
Yeah, unfortunately, the timing just wasn't there. Like, Cardi was just getting back, teleporting into lane while all this was starting. And so it's a long way for him to cover to try and get in on the action. Elio and Shogun have just taken so much punishment here. You can see 2274 and Rest rotating up to that Gromp Brush to try and cut off. And Shogun just eats 2 Electroshock Harpoons with that heat built up. There's no knock-up from the Dragon's Raid, and Rest still having that flash means he can get over the wall to safety. CFO, this is some clean play from them.
Yeah, definitely. It makes you go, hang on, which team is the number 1 team here? I know it's only early days, but CFO have come out swinging, and they're certainly looking impressive as they finish their top and AD role quest there. The AD getting an extra slot, and Top being able to work up to a solid level 20 now, which we are seeing some monstrous topside tanks just able to face roll and tank anything and everything thrown their way. But I would like to take a second to point out the CS advantage that Doggo has managed to eke out for themselves. That's a little over 20 CS there now. They do have that fully completed Essence Reaver, as you pointed out, but Shogun still doesn't have their first completed item. They are recalling, though, and it's likely going to be that Trinity Force as we see it come through, and a Zeke's for Elio as well. A classic item for Alistair's when they pop that Unbreakable Will and run headfirst into the fight.
That's exactly it. Tower's still going to go down, though, unfortunately. The biggest issue it feels for MVK this game has been the tempo. Unfortunately, some bad recall timing, some bad positioning, getting caught out and taking more damage than they should. Leave CFO in a position where they can look to exploit, and there you go. It seems that Doggo may have done the same, but on the hunt, Pot still has the Ghost. Unfortunately for MVK, that it's not quite as fast as a Civet.
Yeah, a Sivir under that ult, I don't think you're going to catch them. And as you pointed out, still had Ghost in the pocket. So that ward getting some really good value there for Doggo, being able to spot out that 3-man gank coming their way. As we do cut to the first of MVK's coach comms for this game. Each team get 3 45-second coach comms per game. And MVK probably looking for a little inspiration, looking for a little advice on how better to play this one, because CFO's running this rift right now with a nearly 4K gold lead and all role quests completed in their pockets. We do have the Rift Herald coming up in about 45 seconds, so it will be interesting to see who wants to crack open that mid-tier 1 turret.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think Cardi now somewhat stepping more to the tip of the spear when it comes to that win condition role. We saw what Ari was able to achieve for SHG last night, and a ramped up Orianna in the middle of a team fight can be a truly devastating thing. So if he's allowed that room to farm up, build up, he's got the Rod of Ages already stacking away, so he's going to get harder and harder to chew through this bulky Orianna build.
Yeah, definitely. That Rod of Ages giving a lot of health over to that Orianna. You do love to see those sort of tanky control mage builds in the mid lane. They shock you by how much damage they're able to take, and they don't go down as quick. So, you know, you need to focus on them more, which takes you away from the team fight. There's a lot of pings going down on the Rift Herald pit now, mostly blue. So we're expecting CFO to contest this, especially with MVK just recalling away. They don't want to fight for this Rift Herald right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it definitely feels like there is less value coming out of the Rift Herald in 2026. Yeah, look, it's doing damage, it's setting up for a push on the tower, but it's no longer the absolute base breaker that it used to be. You're not crashing it in, taking out tier 1 towers. If anything, you're just setting up for the inevitable push that will then take that tower after the fact. So I can understand more teams willing to give it over. It's not going to be that be-all, end-all stick to that it once was.
Can you tell my teammates that, please? Because we don't defend. As we see an attempt here.
Headbutt into Shogun. Shadow forced to splash away, but he gets caught by a stun. Unbreakable will pop. Then that Keeper's Verdict channeled. But it is, again, just going to be not much of anything. Just a bit of a spook there onto CFO. They almost got caught with their pants down. But their Herald going to be started up and driven in. Oh, what a push into the wall. Elio caught wanting. There's 2274. Gets over the wall and slams the cow into the wall. No Unbreakable Will to keep him in it. That equalizer on top for good measure.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Rift Herald thrown down to apply extra pressure there. That was really, really well done by 2274. Obviously, Elio placed himself between that Keeper's Verdict, preventing 2274 from using it, but smelt blood in the water and that flash crash into the wall and the stun. Really impressive stuff there. Just that little advantage, driving home the point that CFO really, really want this win. They got the Rift Herald, they got the first Drake, and now they're putting in that effort to get that second Drake. Shadow appears to potentially be soloing this as Cardi works on taking this top lane turret.
Yeah, absolutely. He's up there with support Guri, lurking around Shadow's jungle. But yeah, he's going to look to take Dragon number 2. The soul is going to be a Cloud Soul, and that is a pretty important one as well. Arguably the most winningest Dragon Soul in the competition, I think of all time statistically. So very much going to be a bit problematic if MVK can stack themselves towards a Soul. But with the momentum that CFO currently have under belt, you look at this draft, Rumble, Jarvan, Akali, Sivir, who already runs like an absolute maniac, and then Poppy running at you even faster than they were before. oh boy, I would not want to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doggo has finished 2.5 items now. That Essence Reaver, that Infinity Edge, and working towards the 3rd item, while most people have only got 1.5 items. So that item advantage there from that 30 CS advantage, the 2 kill advantage over the counterpart Shogun on the bot side. It feels like Doggo is definitely in form this match, Billy. What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Doggo, I have yet to see him off form, I think, if I'm being perfectly honest. So it was always going to be a bit of a rough one for Shogun. Historically, that matchup is rarely, if ever, gone Shogun's way. So you give a lead, you give an inch. Doggo has definitely taken a mile and then some. Cardi doing what he can to play these side lanes, pressure these towers. They've got the 3 Void Grubs, so they are going to chew through these towers with some relative ease, but it's not unhounded, not unhindered. CFO are looking for an opening.
Yeah, look, but just seeing Pangyong take about 10 to 15% health there, just walking up to face that Orianna, is we have a bit of a defense as an ult is popped here.
They found Pangyong. They went in for a look on to Cardi with that exhaust going down. Means that he's not the strongest assassin that he could have been. Now Shadow, though, he's on the hunt. He wants even more. He wants to pick up where his mid laner left off. And MVK coming down to cut off that avenue for aggression. Means that both CFO and MVK will back themselves off for now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that shadow aggression there towards the end was just to try and get value out of Doggo having popped their ult. Just, you know, you don't want to pop an ult for nothing. But CFO were able to turn that back and head to mid to crack that tier 1 turret with Rest waiting in the wings in case MVK do decide to go in. And it doesn't look like they will. Pangyong continues to trade. Oh, Equalizer.
Equalizer on the Shogun's head, forces out the barrier. My lord. I said, Rest not traditionally the one to break open a game, but he's trying to do that here.
He's definitely making plays. He's definitely willing to pull that trigger. That early TP that we saw in the game just really helped flanking angle back on MVK. They weren't expecting, I think, their top laner to be there, and really turned the fight in the favor of CFO. That aggression onto Shogun, whittling him down, just taking him out of that fight, giving CFO that priority onto that first Drake. Yeah, I think Rest is here to say, hey, look, I heard you casters talking about me. I can prove that I can be that explosive top lane playmaker. As we see a TP come in topside from MVK.
Looking for an angle here on Rest, try and take him down. There's a decent bounty on his head. Guri's going to be there to cut off, but the Keeper's Verdict clears him on out. And it's up to Elio and Shogun to play that opposition to stop him from retreating. And they're not going to be able to do that either. And suddenly it's CFO now looking to go on the hunt. Kratos being beeline towards by both Shadow and 2274. Guri Elio in that tri-brush has wards down. And it's all the while Pangyong in that bot lane has been pushing the wave in.
Yeah, absolutely. Pangyong just able to free farm this bot side as MVK send nearly their whole entire team topside to respond to that failed gank, I want to call it. They decided, oh, if CFO are going to respond, we'll send our team, but Pangyong just left a farm, and I do believe did not get that turret. So still good damage, good gold into the pockets of Pangyong. As we do see that second MVK coach comms come through, I'm wondering what they're saying. Maybe they're saying, hey, look, this game's, you know, if it keeps on going, CFO are going to outscale us. We have to get some kind of lead here. Or are they happy to just keep chipping away at this? Maybe they're looking for that one fight. All it will take is an ace, and they could be right back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure that the issue is scaling, because you got two bot laners that are going to do a crazy amount of damage into the late game. You've got two very, very hard to kill top laners. Rumble less so because he's just a bulky unit, but more so because he can turn that damage around and sustain through a lot of it with the shields. And I would imagine eventually that Rift Maker, but it just feels like we're brewing to a situation where it is going to be just one explosive fight to end things up, despite how the score is currently sitting, because a fed Orianna catching on to multiple members of the command shockwave could be that difference maker. Guri has been caught out here. Shadow gets the flag and drag. Dragon's Rage to clear. Will hop over to the ward, but it's Doggo looking to receive. Forces the flash out as well, but Doggo, with that on the hunt and ghost proc, is going to run Guri down. Unfortunately, nowhere for the ever-mobile Lee Sin to go when it's Siva running him down.
That was crazy, the commitment out of CFO. They saw Guri and they wanted Guri. They got the flash, they got the ult, they got everything. Doggo also popping the flash, ghost, and ult to chase him down. But I mean, that just means any jungle objectives on the map like this Drake are free because MVK does not have their jungler for the next 15 seconds. So CFO really getting that great pick into the Drake as we go to a replay of that here now.
I mean, it was just a great call. They find Guri on his lonesome, no support whatsoever. That one electro harpoon means that the slow comes through, and there's just nowhere for him to go. CFO have held mid lane priority for such a long time, and you're never getting away from a Sivir that has on the hunt, let alone one that has Ghost to boot. That was, just a very rough spot to be caught in by Guri.
Yeah, and obviously it was so heads up from CFO too. They didn't have vision down there. Obviously, the Orianna with Cardi and Guri had just cleared that vision in that little brush in the middle of the river, but there wasn't any in the tri-brush. So the game sense coming out of Shadow to flag and drag in there was wild, and they just got that pick, chased him down, got the kill, got that tempo advantage.
It's going to happen again. They're looking for an
Drake.
angle onto Kratos, but I think they may have just realized actually he's kind of bulky. The ward is going to give away the game. They know that Shadow was up on this top side. 2274 as well has been incredibly mobile. Oh, this could be a bit grim. 2274 there. The Unstoppable goes out, but so will that Steadfast Presence. The slow coming through. Kratos does have a tower. Will flash away. Does have the all-out if need be, but with Doggo here, that's the last thing I think you want to pop. That Sivir is hitting crazy hard, especially with the Flicker Blades done now as well. And it opts to teleport away.
Honestly, really good call. 4 members of CFO were topside. They wanted Kratos and that tower. So I think MVK did well to only give them that tower, as we see CFO now rotating to mid where MVK is starting to apply their pressure. However, Cardi's able to convert that cross map, absence of CFO into the bot lane tier 1 of CFO's base as well. So still good to get something as we see Shadow dive in.
Jumping onto Elio. They don't get the ults out, just the trap. I mean, it's crazy. We are 24.5 minutes into the game. There's 3 champions on the rift with 0 kill participation whatsoever, that being Pungyon, Cardi, and Kratos, who have just not been involved in anything at all, which is kind of crazy given how much work Pungyon has been doing in these side lanes.
Yeah, no, and I think Pungyong's done a really, really good job of keeping up with Cardi there as well. I mean, the CS is dead even, and as you say, with no kill participation either way for them, the gold diff is all in that CSing. Pungyong able to keep those waves pushed up in the sides, Cardi having to respond. It's just really good heads-up gameplay as we see a couple of MVK here sitting deep in enemy territory, trying to get a really good flank angle.
2274 is going in on Shogun. Headbutt Pulverize combo comes out from Elio. Command Shockwave is big damage on a 2274 as the Dragon Rage comes out. Doggo's already gone. That is the power of this mid-game Corki. Shadow wants to try and make something happen. The Flame Spitter, my god, the damage coming out of Rest is just going to burn Corki away. Shadow falls, and ultimately it's a 1 for 3. Pungyon and Rest versus the world, and Pungyon will drop that ult, try and get himself away with the second usage. Hurricane Flip, and I mean MVK, the damage coming out of Cardi alone is so massive. Teleport back in from Elio. Rest goes golden with that Seeker's Arm Guard. All out pop. Rest now under pressure is going to be run down. And Cardi finds himself yet more. A big opportunity, and the Headbutt Pulverize sends Pungyon to death as well. And suddenly the 3 champions that had 0 kill participation are now on the board.
Absolutely. That was a spectacular glow up from MVK with that deep flank from Guri and Cardi there as well.
Oh, I mean, Shogun doesn't even have to Valkyrie at all. He is able to save it. The Command Shockwave onto 2. Doggo evaporates as Cardi is in the right place. And you see Pungyon lurking. It is just being bodyguarded here by Guri. It was a great attempt, and Shogun takes a huge amount of damage from that the R1 from Pungyon, and then, of course, the Flame Spitter coming out of Rest. But then suddenly you remember this Orianna is still alive, still has a significant chunk of damage to bring to bear in these team fights, and they get the Seeker's Arm Guard. Rest in a horrendous spot at this stage because suddenly this Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike sets up that damage. Cardi gets a shutdown. So all of a sudden, off the back of a bit of scrappy play from CFO looking to instigate a fight, MVK get a huge injection of cash.
Absolutely. They have trimmed that gold lead from the nearly 8K peak down to 2K. So obviously CFO not out of this yet, but that's what we were talking about, Billy. We were just saying all it would take is one big fight, maybe even an ace. They nearly got that full team wipe there, and MVK absolutely not out of this game yet. They are here to put their best foot forward, and we would expect them to do no less. They are the top of the ladder at the moment for a reason, and we just saw that. That patience out of Taki and Guri on that deep ward in CFO's bot side jungle to then come around and flank, I think was what changed that fight in the favor of MVK.
Absolutely, but again, Pangyon back to side lane duty. MVK get themselves on the board with their first dragon, but CFO use the opportunity to start up Baron. It is going to be spotted with that Farsight trinket. Shogun in the rest of the crew here looking for the collapse. It's down to about 30% HP. Kratos over the wall. Keeper's Verdict does send Elio out, but that's not the person you really want to be sending into the wind. Massive command, Shockwave, and Shadow's dead. 2274, you remember the shred of resistances that Baron now offers means that CFO were half the team they would have been otherwise in starting up this fight. Doggo and Rest to try and do it all. On the hunt is gone, as is the equalizer. Pangyon down from that mid-river, looking for an angle in, but Elio headbutt pulverized to try and delay his entry into this skirmish. They could mop up in a big way here. There goes Pangyon. Elio taking a lot of damage. It's a scary prospect. Pangyon into the back line for one. Working for two, and Doggo able to clean it up with Rest. It's a routing in the 3v5. They look to turn. They win the fight and get the Baron. Maybe, just maybe they do.
Billy, what just happened? Oh my God, they did it. Pangyon, Rest, Doggo, they were just poking, prodding. They were there maybe on a hope, but not only did they get the Baron, they took the whole team as well. What a massive turnaround.
They literally just punished CFO for the exact same thing. Baron shreds your resistances. That is how they win that fight. And then they say, oh, look, we'll just go jump in the pit. The three champions remaining are the three carries for CFO. A Rumble, and a Kali, and a Siva. All of them who do phenomenal AoE damage. That was a crazy call from MVK. They win the fight. They could have backed off and reset, but the command shockwave was so big, completely denying Shadow any real counterplay. They kicked Doggo away. If they get Doggo, there's no way. I don't believe for a second there is any way that CFO actively contest this fight, but you look at it. Pangyon comes in, gets headbutt pulverized, not cleared out from the fight by any stretch of the imagination. And you look at the damage that Baron is doing, jumps it onto Elio. Three of them stack up for an ultimate there. And he shuriken flips over the wall to get away from the damage coming his way. And Pangyon almost single-handedly dissects MVK.
That's going to be, add that to the highlight reel. That is going to be a fight that we will be talking about for the rest of the split, in my opinion. And I think Pangyon was the superstar of that. Obviously, Rest and Doggo, as we can see, were laying down some damage as well. They were essentially free-firing into that pit as all of MVK's attention was turned on to Pangyon. And now, with this Baron, CFO are sieging MVK as Rest lays down the equalizer.
Oh my lord, Cardi takes so much damage there. This is a 3.5 item Rumble, mind you, without even a Rabadon. It's the Zonya's third item, but he's got that third mask brewing, so a lot of damage, a lot of shred, a lot of power. And Pangyon finds himself face to face with Kratos. Little does he care anymore. Inhib will go down mid. They will then likely look to turn their attention to the spot lane. Pangyon is just babysitting that cannon minion. So it should be only a matter of time before it goes down. But MVK were on the cusp of potentially making something of this. And there you go. 2 towers off the back of the Baron with 26 seconds left. It's a 5,000 gold Baron power play.
Absolutely. This is massive, massive value for CFO. Win the fight, get the Baron, crack open the base of MVK. That is a lot of pressure for MVK to have to deal with now as CFO are taking those recalls. They're going to reset and come back out onto the map. There's another minute before the next next Drake. And if CFO are able to secure that for themselves, they will also have that Cloud Soul for that extra movement speed. They don't need it. We're looking at a 6,000 gold lead on Doggo alone. And with that ult and ghost, he can run anybody down. It is just phenomenal what we've seen here. CFO eking out that sort of slow lead, putting themselves up 6-1. And then we get into that massive team fight where MVK are able to get the better of CFO. And then MVK beating CFO on that Baron pit, which CFO wanted. CFO started up that Baron and they wanted MVK to come into them. MVK schooled them at the start of that fight, leaving the big 3 damage, as you pointed out, alive, thinking, we've got this, we can take this Baron, only for CFO to then turn around and dunk on them, wiping the team, getting the Baron, and now taking 2 inhibitor turrets and 2 inhibitors. They're in a really good position, Billy.
I mean, it's a crazy spot. You look at it. Doggo is working on his final item. Right now, Shogun has 3 and some change. Like, look, he's nearly at 4, but that is a massive disparity, and this is going to be Dragon Soul as well. CFO, Cloud Drake. Oh, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, CFO are going to be able to get across the map just that much quicker. You know, if you see a pick and you go for it, I think it's even going to be dangerous to go for those picks because CFO could just be around the corner. They could just get there so much quicker. MVK, all that they can do right now is you look at that gold graph. That was an 8K lead, cut to 2, and has bounced up to 11. That is a phenomenal roller coaster ride. But MVK are doing their best. They're trying to keep these waves pushed out as CFO's inevitable march on MVK's base begins again. We see 4 in the top side and Pungyong in the mid on their own.
Guardian Angels right there available for Doggo, Guri, and Shadow. That is going to be big. They're going to have to utilize it as best as they can if they can find an angle. And Shogun as well has that Infinity Edge finished up now. So it's going to be hitting like a massive truck. A good old road train, as they do have in Australia. Multiple trailers running at you. If he can land a crit, oh boy, that's a lot of damage. So CFO are going to have to play this one a little bit carefully. They don't want to allow him to get too much free reign. Keep his verdict being channeled up here. Cardi, this time taking some big damage. Command Shockwave onto 2. It catches Doggo, but he's going to be able to walk himself out for the moment. Pops that on the hunt and the ghost to boot. But you look at it, that much power, still surviving on the rift. They desperately needed to take him out of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rest knows his target. It's Cardi and just keeps laying that equalizer down over the top of Cardi, just getting him down to about 50% health off the back of that alone. Obviously, this base siege has not worked for them, so CFO clearing out that vision, and they're heading back to the Baron pit for a potential second Baron. MVK, they know, they're aware, they are on to it. There's 227.
2274, he's found Guri, jumping into the backside, keep his verdict, going to clear them out. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure if that was the right call, but either way, he gets the targets to safety, jumping in onto Cardi, flag and drag back at the Kratos, he's looking for the all-out, but no, he's just been stunned into oblivion. And the Dragon Rage used onto Pungyong to get him out of the vicinity. Equalizer down onto Shogun and Cardi. That Electro Harpoon, so much damage. And it's going to be CFO just tightening the grip on MVK, closing the game out as they run it home. Massive stuff for the 2025 LCP champions. It looked a bit shaky, but they get it done.
CFO are back. That was such a solid win. That fight toward the end there felt like it could go either way, but CFO played it out really well, taking game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series. CFO 1, MVK 0. Really exciting game there, Billy. That had so many highlight moments. I cannot wait to jump into them as we take a quick look in the team room of MVK, where they're doubtlessly going to regroup, regather, reset, and come back onto the Rift for game 2, hoping to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel a sort of a sense of frustration if you're a VCS fan, because they were on the cusp. They had taken control back of that game, but unfortunately, due to the nature of how Baron currently works, after those changes coming into 2026, it just made them easy pickings for Rest, Pungyong, and Doggo. And you look at it, 44,000, basically 45,000 damage throughout that game, eclipsing essentially. In fact, I think he does the exact same amount of damage as both Cardi and Shogun combined. Actually, no, not quite. 10,000 less. This is why we don't do maths on broadcast, but it might as well have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's 55,000 damage combined from Cardi and Shogun. But to be one person and only 10k shy, that is phenomenal. You can see the gold diff. You can see the turret diff. The just priority CFO put on those jungle objectives as well. They fought smart. They fought clean. They eked out that early advantage, and There was a small stumble around the 25-minute mark, but they were able to pick themselves back up and stomp MVK toward the end and really stamp their name back in the LCP, being like, we are here, we are still a force to be contended with. Do not write us off this early in the split.
And I think what we are seeing is the continued trend of the priority around Dragons being the go-to win condition. I think here was so rough. The Pulverize only lands at a 2-2-7-4. I don't know if it makes all the difference, if it connects onto Shadow as well, but it was a dicey spot to be found in, absolutely. And probably not where you'd want to be if you're Shogun and a VCS fan trying to hope. And then again, these bizarre calls. It felt like there was an air of desperation in the way that MVK was playing this mid-game, and CFO just pounced on it.
You can't show weakness around CFO. Let's be real. They smelt it. They sensed it. They knew that they could close in on it. Rest, though. Rest had a perler of a game, in my opinion. All of the aggression, right place, right times, the early TPs to give CFO that advantage at the right time. Knew the target towards the end of the game being Cardi. And this gank here, the game sense, the CFO collapse onto Guri, no way out. Ults, flashes, the works popped. And it was such a good time as well, so they could close out on that Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we see Stiva pretty consistently banned out throughout the LCP, is just because of how impactful she can be when it comes to controlling these wave states. And I mean, again, some of these fights where MVK looked really competitive. I mean, you look at this one in particular, they're just absolutely massive opportunity. The damage coming out of Cardi, nothing to sneeze at because of how he was able to clean it up. And not only do they win this fight, Doggo evaporates, 2-2-7-4, much the same, but they come in looking for the follow-up fight. Elio teleporting in, that Matofu strike 3, stacked up, ready to go for Kratos, forces out the arm guard for Rest. They are able to mop him up. They then also get the kill onto Pungyon as well. And from here, I mean, this is just where the heartbreak happens, unfortunately, for MVK. If they reset here, they don't find themselves nearly in as dire a situation. But they've taken so much damage from Baron because they effectively had to start it up all over again. So they've absolutely no resistances to their names. And because they all stacked up, it then just allowed Pungyon, Doggo, and Rest to just lay out the damage in here. I mean, it was a bit odd. It really was. They jump in looking for an engage, and then the Keeper's Verdict sends the two champions they jumped on, flinged back into their own base. But then they're still able to then collapse, find the kill onto the tankiest member of the team. Guri has to use that Dragon Rage, not to set up any sort of kill, but just to disengage, and then the equalizer's there. So even if they thought they were clear, suddenly Rest slams the ult, and it's just a fallacy.
Yeah, absolutely. CFO really drove their point home with this game. The priority was there. The target selection was on point. The Drake stacking, they got it there early. They got the first 3. Obviously, MVK responded with the 1, but CFO closed it out with that Cloud Soul. Just an impressive game and makes this best of 3 all that much more exciting, Billy. I am so excited to get to game 2.
Well, MVK shook things up coming into the start of this weekend by taking down GAM. Now, CFO, seemingly a walk through the park for them if you take that game 1 at face value, but it is a best of 3. That is worth remembering. MVK has the chance to do the unthinkable and take down not just GAM, but potentially CFO as well. When we come back after the break, we see if CFO can get it done in 2 or if MVK keeps the trainer rolling. We'll see you soon.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you, and I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Put 'em in a trance. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Put 'em in a trance. Shake, shake, shake. Get low. Shake, shake. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get it to you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Shake, shake, shake. Get low. Shake, shake. Give 'em what they came. Shake it. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came. Shake it. When you feel like all is lost, keep your head now, don't give up. Come with the sand, we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are one, we are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are one, we are one, we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving. Don't you feel those words they say? We stand together, come what may. Join us now and we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity.
Coming back from the break, CFO up off the back of what can only be described as a barren misread, Logan. And Molecule, a big fan favorite here in the LCP, did tweet out, just in case those at home were wondering, yeah, Baron treads now. He has picked up that absolutely awful aura from Articunt, and the longer you're in it, the less resistance you have, up to about 50. So essentially what we just saw was, well, MVK standing as paper cutouts trying to fight into CFO.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It was only a small patch note too that Baron picked up that armor and MR shred, and I think these teams are learning here firsthand just how strong and impactful that is when they suddenly go, oh wait, Baron has that aura of destruction now. Yeah, so a decision was made around that Baron pit, as you said, Billy, and whether it was good or bad, yeah, I think CFO definitely were happy with that outcome. As we do see red side picked up here, it'll be very interesting to see what sort of game changes, maybe what draft changes we see here from both sides with MVK and CFO. I mean, we've seen Rumble, we've seen Cassante. That means we're probably going to be seeing the likes of Gwen, maybe an Ambessa top side. What else are we expecting to see? Maybe down there with Doggo.
I'm expecting a sign. I want to see it. Look, it's not Rest's best champion. It was Driver, the man that helmed that champion as if it were a carry. But like there was a lot of interplay between the champion pools of the two towards the end of last year, and it was something they identified, I think, coming into the season finale, where they were like, you know what, actually we kind of need to be able to play the other top laners champion pool. So they started overlapping and figured things out, because we saw it at the mid-season invitation, if I remember correctly. They put Sai onto the hands of rest, and he just looked so uncomfortable because it was always Driver that would pick that champion up. But now it's all rest. He has to do it alone here in the top lane for this CFO roster, and it's champion select time. There's a lot to play with still. I'm excited.
Likewise, and I love how identifiable this camera angle is. They uniquely do it for this champ select, as you point out. And we've got some fairly standard bans, I want to say, so far outside of that Zyra. We've got the Malphite, we've got the Azir, the Sylas, and the Nico. They will not see the Rift this game. However, that Zyra ban is unusual for coming out of CFO. Do they?
Not really. Guri is a bit of a menace on the champion. Has been for a darn good long time. If you remember, he did bring it out earlier in the season, so I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I think it was on Friday, believe it, if you remember correctly. He brings it out in that Game 3 against GAM to bring out the win in a pretty impactful way, so I'm not surprised at all. Cassiopeia looking to be the response here to a first pick rise, and Nivea could be another one. They both made their way through in the mid lane a couple of times to start off the competitive year for League of Legends, but what are they going to stick with? Bang Yon, of two minds, it would seem. Is it a snake? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? We won't know. It's going to be a Taliyah, so it's none of them.
No, it's Taliyah. So we're looking at as Doggo slams that Yunara. So Shadows grab that Yunara for their ADC Doggo. So expecting some absolute pop-off performance here if CFO were able to protect the president, so to speak. But Taliyah and Ryze are becoming a fairly sort of standard matchup in the mid lane at the moment. So interesting to see Pangyon go from that Malay assassin to that sort of ranged AP champ as well. We do see in response Guri collect that jungle Jace.
Okay. Now this one is, again, had a bit of an underwhelming start to the year, but again, the threat has to be recognized. It is still a champion that can do a lot of work in the right hand, so we'll have to see. It has finally got its one win. That was Team Secret Wales' only win against Deep Cross Gaming, but can MVK ride that momentum? Kratos picking up a champion that he was synonymous with in 2025, the Ambessa, headed to the top lane.
Yeah, look, absolutely. That Jace looks to be currently sitting on 1 win, 3 losses, so not the highest win rate. I think the LCP have still got to work out what ingredients to put Jace with to make that a delicious meal. But as you say, that Renekton appears to have been picked up topside for rest, and crikey, if it ain't the crocodile. You do love to see it. That Ambessa in the hands of Ejung last night did some work. So we'll see if MVK are able to replicate that and just absolutely bully down Rest Renekton, as we do see a ban on Aphelios come through here against MVK. Now, Aphelios has won 2 and lost 4. So not the best stats, but also not the worst. We're wondering, though, what they'll pair it up with.
Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't one of the champions. In fact, it hasn't been one of the champions played by Shogun just yet. But obviously, there is some inkling. There's clearly some work being done on it behind the scenes, and it has proven to be reasonably strong. Lulu going to be denied away from 2274. It's a natural steroid that can make this Yunara even scarier still. Nautilus taken away from Ellie, another champion that he was pretty synonymous with last year. Very strong support for him in terms of just that raw lockdown.
Yeah, absolutely. That long-range engage from Nautilus, being able to send out that dredge line and the depth charge just to really secure that CC and probably signal the death knell for whoever it lands on. And Pantheon being the last ban coming out of MVK. I think this is a good ban. Pantheon is absolutely proving to be a menace on the Rift here in the LCP whenever he does make it. Kiana being hovered for Shadow of CFO. I like Kiana.
I do, but the Wukong, I think, is just infinitely more reliable. So it is going to be locked through instead. Now, The real question is, do we see an MVK cook? Is there a chance that there is a shake-up? And it's not something like the Jace jungle. Maybe it's the Jace top and the Ambassador jungle, and they look to shake things up even further still. We'll have to see. I doubt it. I think Jace just gets too much value out of the jungle at the moment. The Varus coming through for Shogun. I mean, look, it's not a bad Varus game. In all honesty, there isn't a huge amount of punish. Yes, you've got the Wukong, but so long as there are the tools to try and deal with him, it is a reasonably hard game to get onto him. That lethality Varus can get a lot of value. So we'll have to see. I think there's a good chance, though, it could be a Rakan support for 2274, rounding things out.
Yeah, not if it's sniped away.
They're going to look to snipe it away, potentially. I rate that. That's big brain.
Absolutely. As Yuumi is insta-locked. What is CFO cooking here? That could actually work really, really well. I think this is our first Yuumi for the split as well, actually. So really excited to see what 2274 and Doggo can achieve in that bot side. You know, being able to give those small move speed boosts to Doggo whenever Rakan tries to engage, that extra bit of shield, the slow that Yuumi can bring to the field as well. And look, if Doggo's able to have a pop-off game, he might hit that 500 kills, as he is only 14 kills away from 500 kills.
I mean, the thing that blows my mind is we saw a Zaheen and Nidalee support before we saw Yuumi, as she finally makes her way onto the Rift here in 2026. I believe we had at most a singular game at the Yuumi last year in the LCP. If we did, it was few and far between. But there you go. Doggo with a pocket Yuumi on the Yunara presents a very interesting prospect in this bot lane. We know that the Yuumi can be one of those make or break champions. Very hit or miss.
Yeah, looking in the hands of these tier 1 professionals, I think it's going to be more make than break. Obviously, though, you are competing into that bot lane of MVK, who are no slouches either. Shogun and Elio on that. Rakan being able to get that CC and knock up as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of our best of 3 tonight between CFO and MVK. Taking a quick look at these runes here. The Unsealed Spellbook over on Rakan. The Phase Rush with Rise. Arcane Comet, which is absolutely expected there on the Varus as well.
Hold on. What is going on here? Doggo and 2274 going for a mad ramp through that MVK tri-brush. They're not going to lose out too much in terms of overall time, of course, because, yes, the wave spawns a lot quicker, but you're essentially down there in the bot lane anyway. So... Oh, and Cardi is running the best Rise skin, by the way. Zombie Rise, unbeatable.
See, I'm not a Rise player myself, and I'm not overly familiar with that skin, but I'm glad to see that there is an appreciator.
Well, 2274 already being a bit of a shenaniganizer. Cats and dogs, who would have thought in the bot lane? But either way, it is potentially going to be raining on MVK if they're not careful. They're getting a lot of lane prio just off 2274 alone. They popped the barrier just to get a little bit more aggressive. And MVK, not able to trade much back at all.
Yeah, Doggo with the pre-barrier to avoid any kind of response coming out of MVK, and is just able to walk up and punish them for it. I mean, trading really, really well here. Oh, as I think 2274 just missed. But yeah, this is really interesting. I'm excited to see this matchup, how it plays out, because first time we've seen Yuumi on the Rift in 2026 here in the LCP. That slow is going to become very oppressive, especially when Doggo hits that W, starts to run them down, is able to pop that Transcendence and dash forward. Shogun just taking the brunt of this poke right now.
As well, I mean, just to hit the healing on top of it all, it is going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Yes, Elio's got healing of his own, but you look at the level disparity already, and they've got a plate cracked. Doggo in this lane, already very oppressive, has himself a sizable lead, nearly a full level lead over Shogun, which is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen such a strong, a one-sided start this early before. This is actually kind of phenomenal to watch as we cut to the mid lane and we see Pangyong put a ward down, suspecting that MVK's jungler might be rotating through the mid very soon. MVK do have some wards down in their own jungle to spot out any shadow shenanigans, as we do see that Wukong coming through the bot side river just to cover in case there's a gank, but that's not going to happen as Guri does show in the mid lane. So now they have that info. They know that Guri is headed topside, where we see Rest very heavily pushed up against the topside tower.
Well, they're looking for cut off into Elio at the grand entrance into the wall. A bit unfortunate, but I mean, the power of that mid-jungle combo. Now Guri's gone from mid lane, looking to head top lane. Try and interfere with Rest and allow Kratos a little bit of a reprieve in this lane state. But you saw the rune present into that shock blast combo. Means that they can dish out a decent amount of damage in this mid lane if Pungyon's not careful.
Yeah, definitely. As Elio does try to engage onto that doggo, unfortunately just being sidestepped there. So only finds a couple of autos in the face, that Elio. We do see that the first Drake is up in about a minute's time, and CFO has eked out a 300 gold lead for themselves. Just really small CS advantages across the rift. But Shogun has done really well to stay in this with the CSing, just keeping up there with Doggo and 2274's oppressive laning at the moment. And we see Cardi just stepping onto a ward, and Pungyon's well aware.
Yeah. I mean, look, Shogun should weather this lane reasonably well, but oh my lord, you're looking at the prowling projectile flash forward onto Elio. He just survives exhaust out of the Shogun, and 2274 being a real menace despite being a pocket support this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played, really aggressive there coming out of Doggo. You know, the flash forward to really try and get that kill on Elio. I think one more auto would have done it. Then being able to put the exhaust down on the Shogun to punish Shogun as well. I think this is a really good start, a good showing. Elio obviously able to survive, walks it off and comes out back onto the rift toward the mid lane just to get clearing those wards as the Drake does appear on the rift in about now. We'll see who decides to prioritize that.
Yeah, look, I think you'd hope MVK have learnt their lesson after how that last game went, just giving over far too many. Guri's going to be here. Rune Prison just not quite in range, but the accelerated shock blast does land. Just pushing back that Talia. Giving a little bit of space. Dominus prop right now is Rest in the thick of things. It's going to be a public execution as Cardi tries to give himself a bit of distance. The HP advantage so significant for Rest there with the Phage. But down in the bot side, Guri spotted. CFO not going to let this dragon go. They're going to try and take it for themselves. Great accelerated shock blast onto Doggo. Does some decent damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always impressed with just how much damage those accelerated shock blasts do as Shadow.
The Weaver's Wall coming out. Cardi finds himself isolated, locked on the wrong side of this fight in the river. But Guri, healthy enough, can look to get involved. Accelerated shock blast. That's some big damage onto Shadow. And this should seal the deal and manifest itself into a free dragon for MVK. They get themselves the scuttle first before they look to transition at Guri. Not even going to go for the dragon. He's just looking for the recall. Knows full well that those home guards are just too powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. CFO would be able to get back out on the rift all too quickly. MVK do have that priority in the bot side. It's evenly matched in the mid, so it wouldn't be the safest Drake take of all time. So, yeah, just taking that recall, resetting, picking up a little bit of items here and there for themselves as we work towards those first items. And, yeah, Rest doing well for himself in that top side when he handled that Kratos public execution, just eking out a small CS advantage. And, yeah, just some trading back and forth here in the first few minutes. Nothing really explosive happening. We've got wards across the river, so each team is going to know what the other is doing. They're going to be mentally counting down the timers in their heads so that then they know where the junglers are. Just really excited for that first big fight.
Cardi taking a bit of punishment there from Hung Yon, but he's quite happy stacking on this rise, just building up that powerhouse that he can be. The threaded volley coming from Pong Yon, just catching him on the heels. Just dancing back and forth. They're just trading projectiles. It's essentially dodgeball in the mid lane.
What is it? They say dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
That's the one. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Unfortunately, there's no wrenches on the rift, so you're just going to have to dodge whatever's thrown at you. A boulder in this case.
Yeah, hey, there's no Malphite on this rift.
So it throws rocks.
Yeah.
And
But,
whatever that is, that just pure electricity that Jace throws, I suppose.
energy. Like, good luck dodging that, you know? Like, how can you even perceive, like, is it coming at you with the speed of light? Like, what's the math? Yeah, you know what? I didn't do maths advanced enough to calculate this stuff. I'm done. I'm out.
Oh, they're looking for a fight up at the top lane again. Dominus popped and Rest going to take over level 8. Kratos trying to survive. Public Execution just clips onto Rest, but we use that passive step to get himself away. Now in comes Guri. They're looking for the angle onto Pungyon, but no, just a little bit too quick with the Ghost Phase Rush. As Cardi will say, yeah, look, we took the moral victory there. We spooked you. That'll do. We'll leave.
It was a jump scare. They did manage to get the Ghost and Flash out of Pungyon at the cost of the Flash of Guri there. So you will take that one Summoner for 2. Ooh. That accelerated Shock Blast does work, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an insubstantial amount of damage. That is for sure. 500 the goal lead, and again, Rest and Kratos going at Hammer and Togs. It's a 16 CS lead, establishing it for Rest up in that top lane as he does get very oppressive this Renekton in the 1v1. That is why he is such a good blind pick, because he can handle it so well. Looks like it's going to be a straight Dragon for Grub's trade. CFO opting into the Grub's side. The thing is, Guri will look to pick up this Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely uncontested. They are on awards, so CFO do know the MVK are going for it, which is why Shadow feels so confident going for those Grubs. Obviously, Doggo and 2274 here just trading back and forth with Shogun and Elio as that Drake is just finished off, and they're going to take that recall and probably spend that gold that they have pocketed. We do see some pings coming down in that top side jungle there, though, so I think MVK suspect that CFO are around, might be going for that gank. But Kratos decides to stick around.
Yeah, Shadow is definitely here, and I think it's because they know that Guri is beelining his top side, has the Yumus, so he's going to be even faster getting to position. Kratos does just jump away from that potential stun. Shadow looking to turn around to Guri. That's a decent chunk of damage, but Cardi teleporting in, looking for a kill onto Shadow. No clone to get away, and it's first blood going the way of MVK. The use of that realm warp means that he can relocate aggressively, and Pungyon just a little bit behind the play with that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Really heads up play there from Cardi to be able to move in so quickly and turn that fight into it.
Oh, Rest, he really wants this. He knows full well that he's got this lane in the chokehold, and he just wants to keep tightening and tightening until Kratos is no longer a factor. But unfortunately for Shadow, he just sticks around way too long, thinks that there's maybe a gank to be coming, accelerated shock blast in. To be fair, it's not an insubstantial amount of damage turned back onto Guri, but then Cardi gets involved, gets the rune present, the overload helps seal the deal, and Guri's able to limp away.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, again, a really good heads-up play from MVK there to turn the tide in their favor. You know, I thought Shadow would be able to get something back on Guri. The damage that Shadow did, even being down in the HP from that accelerated shock blast, was impressive, but the Cardi showing up proved fatal for Shadow's ambitions.
Absolutely. Cardi, I mean, he's making some good timing. Oh, Pungyon, this is a dangerous game. Look at the damage. The accelerated shock blast again. One of the bit items finished on Guri, so it's not insubstantial at all. It is going to start hurting more and more as Pungyon opting into a much more traditional build, which is going to be that Seraphs to start at the very least. So we'll have somewhat of a shield to mitigate it later on, but it is somewhat fraudulent in terms of just not having that raw stats that Cardi's going to have.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to see this turn in the bot side as well, where Doggo and 2274's aggression in the early stages of the game, now MVK are able to match that aggression. They're able to trade back into them, and they're the ones who are pushing CFO. They're the ones who are in the driver's seat, forcing CFO to come into them. We do see that there are no jungle objectives up there at the moment as 2274 just continues to barrage Elio with that Yumi Q ability. MVK does have that small 500 gold lead and just got the first 2 role quests completed as well in their top side and jungler. But CFO, not to be outdone, Rest completing his top side role quest as well.
When you're spotted, they'll know Shadow sitting behind him as well. So Cardi playing it very smart. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, as much as MVK very much right at the ship down on that bot lane, they need to be very careful because if fully stacked that lethal tempo Doggo with 2274 steroiding him in these fights is one that I don't think MVK can actually win. The Poke Varus doesn't like to do sustained fighting. He's very much happy to sit back there and poke and not that many of those piercing arrows are actually connecting onto Doggo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Doggo's got those fancy feet. Doggo's able to, use that game sense, that experience, and that movement speed to avoid that Q poke out of that lethality Varus. Not to mention, Doggo just completed their first item, Kraken Slayer, as well, which is a significant uptick in damage coming out of Doggo. You cannot ignore that. But MVK have got 3 on the bot side, really trying to put some work in here on this bot side tier 1 turret.
Now going to do just that. A decent chunk of damage, in all honesty. Shock Blast as well out. Oh, there you go. Piercing Arrow does land. That damage has stacked up pretty significantly for Shogun now.
Yeah, look, seeing that accelerated Shock Blast mitigated so well by that Yumi shield, I was like, oh, Doggo can handle it. And then the Varus Q just comes through, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's probably why Doggo hasn't been taking damage, because the Yumi shield, but it was down, and Shogun saw his chance and cracked Doggo with that deep channeled Q. Really well done there. Pungyung just pushing the mid lane advantage while Kati is not around, but we do see the rotation from MVK coming through. Elio and Shogun now here to step up, as we do see a whole lot of pinging coming down on this bot side Drake pit. It looks like they do want to...
Oh, the quickness out just for good measure. Pungyong there, 1 second gone the next. And Guri just absolutely evaporates the Taliyah. Shadow is there. They were looking for an angle to contest this dragon. As soon as Pungyong evaporates, that chance is gone.
Yeah, like, Pungyong was dead before I could blink, before I could react to that fight had even occurred. I was like, oh, I guess Pungyong is dead, as MVK close that out nicely and secure that second Drake for themselves. Cardi free firing away on this bot side tier 1 turret, and the top laners just doing what top laners do. They're in their island, they're just having a little bit of fisticuffs, bit of trading back and forth and walking away.
I mean, watch this. Pungyong runs over the ward. He's very much a non-quantity. They don't have vision in that brush. Elio, boom. Flash quickness off the back of the acceleration gate. Piercing arrow there for good measure. So Pungyong was always dead. There's just no two ways about it. But it is something, yeah, unfortunately, between both the Varus and the Jace, there is going to be a lot of long-range poke coming out of this MVK roster.
Yeah, I really feel like they're going to be able to siege the base really, really well if it comes to it. They get the Baron buff. They head down as the Taliyah Weaver Wall comes through to cut off MVK, just to really make sure that CFO were able to secure that Rift Herald. That's 2 jungle objectives for CFO to 2 for MVK. Rest rotating back to the top. Kratos just going to sit there and respect it. Be like, yep, cool. How you going? Little bit of trading.
Yeah, Stride Breaker done, but Kratos without Eclipse now is not... absolutely not a meek individual. Public execution. Elio now here, looking for that quickness. Will land. Shadow looking in for response. Quickness. Unfortunately, the stun out of rest holds Elio in place. And the second channel of the Cyclone is just going to cut Kratos on the heels. Unfortunately, not much more. Shogun being chased down by Doggo right now. Acceleration gate from Guri completely turns this Yunara on its heels.
That damage was savage. Doggo looked to be in a really strong commanding position there, and then just gets poked. One shot taking away, I want to say, 50-60% of Doggo's health bar and forcing Doggo and 2274 to back away. Really good connect there. If you'd have missed, Doggo likely would have gone under for that kill onto the Shogun. Oh.
I mean, it's 2 items deep now for Guri's. This is a 2-item Jace, so it's only going to get worse, is the truth of the matter. Serpent's Fang there as well, now done for Shogun. So not only are these 2 poke champs very mobile with the Yumu's Ghostblade, but it's just going to keep ramping up further beyond this point. Cardi down on this bot side. Guri is there. They're looking to clear out the jungle. Take some prio in this bot lane. Maybe it looks to rain some damage down on the inner bot lane tower. And Doggo suddenly has to play a little bit more careful. Has the second item, those Fiend Hunter's bolts on top of the Kraken Slayer. So right-click damage is going to be significant. That's if you can get close enough to do it.
Yeah, exactly. If you can, like that accelerated shock blast.
It just keeps happening every time. It's just such a jar to the system.
Guri is an absolute sniper with that. Shogun Q here just to try and clear out the wave. As CFO put the pressure on, they've dropped the Rift Herald. They really want this mid-tier 1 turret of MVKs, as Elio is there to respond as well. I don't think they're actually going to get it. Just a healthy chunk of damage. As you said, not as strong, not as base breaking as it used to be. And MVK have wrapped around that middle. But yeah, you've got to come into the good dodge. You've got to come into that poke of Guri. You've got to come into that poke of Varus. So MVK really want you to come into them. They want you to start the fight because they can just chip you down before you even get close.
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem being is they've got a couple of very solid tools to enable that piercing arrow and the accelerated shock blast. So Doggo is going to have to be very, very careful. I would imagine there's probably a Mikhail's somewhere in the future. I don't know if there's even going to be enough in the kit that Yumi can pick up as a support to keep this Yunara alive if the connections do land. So it's a very, very grim mid to late game potentially here. As Doggo stares down the barrel of a lot of champions looking for him.
Yeah, look, they're going to have to cook up some kind of, I don't know, ultimate giga dive with this comp that may not be able to do exactly that, just to get on top of the likes of Shogun and Guri to prevent that poke down. But we keep talking about their poke. You know, Cardi's that dangerous rise has gone that pretty tanky mid lane build with the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs as well. A little bit of trading back and forth, nothing overly exciting happening in that top side as Rest is able to maintain a small CS advantage over Kratos. As we take a quick look at the gold lead here, MVK has eked out a 2.5k gold lead at the 19-minute mark. Not insubstantial, and the next Drake is up in 30 seconds as we see those CFO pings spot out Cardi heading down the bot side there.
And Shadow's going to be there. Oh, Overload comes through. My lord, the damage. The Rune Prison to slow him down. That is a rotation and a half from Cardi that does half of Shadow's HP bar. Oh, dear. The last Whisper even now in the inventory for Guri. So any armor that the CFO roster had might as well not matter.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how hard Guri is going to hit Rest when, you know, the inevitable massive team fight comes through and Rest has to frontline. As MVK take their third Drake, they are now on sole point for this game 2 here of this best of 3. And the Baron, which is now spawning at 20 minutes, is up on the Rift. So it will be interesting to see if they want to put any priority around that one. I don't think they'll go for it just yet.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game, around level 14, Kratos actually able to comfortably trade into Rest. That Renekton no longer the full lane bully. Oh my god, that's most of Pungyon's HP! He very nearly died there. If the Overload had connected, there was maybe an angle, but Guri tanking up the tower, forced to run away. Oh, and the piercing arrow from Shogun in the mid lane steals away that big Raptor, keeping it for his own team. They're looking for an angle at the Kratos. Dominus pop, but you look at that damage coming out from Kratos. Has the flash to keep clear as well. My lord, this is a dicey game, and Cardi all the while, that prio that was afforded to him thanks to Guri, means that they take that tier 2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this feels like a much better, more, I want to say, stable game coming out of MVK tonight. Not the most explosive. It is 1 kill to 2 kills, but MVK, they're doing what you often see in the LCK, where it is just very small incremental advantages. You win the CS fights, you win the priority fights, you get those objectives. You don't have to get every single kill to win the game, but you get those advantages, you get the items, and then ultimately when that big fight does happen, you are really, really well positioned to win it. And that's what it looks like is happening here. I mean, Cardi, Guri, Shogun, they're just doing so much damage. And I can't say we've seen the same level of damage coming out of CFO yet. I also just don't think they've been given those opportunities. MVK are just playing so clean right now.
Absolutely. That Rod of Ages takes over. Sicardi now level 15, about to be level 16 on this rise. And that is going to be a very, very scary thing. 2 items deep. They're looking for the hunt on the Shogun. The Zoomies come through. And then, unfortunately, it's Elio and Cardi on the backside. So they need to be very careful. Cyclone, they interrupt. But it's the Weaver's Wall putting it in the wrong place at the wrong time. Cyclone, very disruptive in the massive damage turnaround onto Kratos. It is a scrappy, it is a chaotic fight, and one that ultimately the CFO take away for themselves. And this is the last thing MVK want. They want the gap. They need the distance to be able to lay down that fire from both Guri and Shogun.
And you know, CFO, Doggo, recognizing that, was able to dodge the poke and then jumped in.
Oh, he's in a dangerous spot, but the phase rush means he can get out. Guri looking for the turnaround. The slow comes out. They need that damage. The grand entrance rather from Elio means they pick up the kill onto Doggo. But Shadow still hanging around. Needs to respect this poke damage, but he's no slouch in his own right. Looks for the clearance. Pungyon's there. They haven't got the setup tools to jump over the wall. Now 2274 sitting on Shadow. Guri taking some damage. Needs to be very careful. Flashes away. It's mashed by Shadow. And both teams on the hunt looking. Oh, Chains of Corruption. Don't connect under Pungyon and Rest. Down in the bot lane. Playing these waves. It's very odd. 5-kill game at 23 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And neither side wanted to walk away from that fight. There was engages, re-engages, runaways, and jump back into that fight. As we go to this replay here, we see the aggression come out of Doggo straight away. Clears Elio away, spots this opportunity on the Shogun and goes for it.
Yeah, drops the Transcendence. But unfortunately, it's just the furthest from the fight that MVK won at this stage. Cardi gets spread. They can't consistently. They need that poke damage going down early to allow that all in, but they don't get that because it's CFO engaging onto MVK there. And then they try and draw that fight out, and subsequently both teams look for a recollapse onto the other. Cardi, Seraph's pop, Doggo's going on the hunt, and then Guri says, actually, I could probably do this. Gets the slow off. Then in comes Elio. Flash grand entrance, allows that piercing arrow to connect. And MVK claim themselves at least the equalizer in that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. A whole lot of fighting, and it just ended up being a 1-for-1. So really good to get that fight, though, to see kind of the CFOs really not out of this. They can absolutely go toe-to-toe with MVK. They just have to find that right fight, and that one looks so close to being it. All ults are now back up, but a lot of the summoners are burned. The only flash on anyone's side is Carty on MVK in that mid lane with the Rise. As we cut to him, just chipping away at this tier 1 topside turret, and will take that handily for his team. A little bit of vision clearing happening. We do see some priority coming down from CFO on this Drake. I would argue that they do have to contest it. Otherwise, MVK is going to secure themselves that Cloud Soul, which makes 2 Cloud Souls in a row.
Absolutely, but I think MVK happily able to look to transition that into the tower and mid lane. They don't need to force the Dragon Soul there. They've got 3. They can just let this game carry on for that little bit longer, extends things out by a minimum 5 minutes. We'll see. I mean, there is still that Baron threat, and Doggo is going to be very quick when it comes to taking this Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, neither side are out of this fight yet. We've got a couple of recalls. Just, the accelerated shock blast just short of 2274 there. I dare say that would have done at least 50% of a Yumi's health bar. And Doggo's just left in the mid to push this mid tier 1 turret on his own.
Doggo gets it. Shogun, he's not all that far behind, but there is, again, a pretty disparate change between the two in terms of their damage output. You know, instant versus sustained. Unfortunately, those connections on the accelerated shock blast and the piercing arrows have been wanting over the last few minutes.
Yeah, but prior to that, they've definitely done a really good job of keeping CFO at bay, letting MVK kind of farm that CS and build that lead advantage safely over time. As we see Pungyong rotating up to the top side, I imagine priority is key here now with that Baron on the Rift. We see that plethora of pings coming down the top side jungle. I really do think Shadow and Pungyong are going to take this turret, and then they're probably going to rotate down to mid where we see most of MVK as we see Cardi going.
Yeah, Realm of Burn does get out the Weaver's Wall. So there's going to be less tools to try and cut off those routes of access for MVK should that next fight appear. You can see Kratos was off in that side lane pushing it, and it's been matched by Kratos, who picks it up and walks it back down. Has the Styrax, so it's going to be that much harder to deal with when it comes to the middle of these team fights. It's going to be very, very bulky. With the Dominus and that Styrax shield, MVK definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, definitely. Rest has managed to eke out a 25, nearly 30 CS difference there against his counterpart. However, the experience, Kratos is really close behind. You know, another couple of minions and they'll be level 17 as well, matched up. But there is some disparity in the jungle. Guri currently having a 1.1, 1.2 level lead over his counterpart, Shadow there. So that proactivity and that poke, giving Guri that priority, he's giving his team that priority, is definitely paying dividends. That's why Guri is sitting on a 2,500 1,000 gold lead out of this 3.4k gold lead that MVK find themselves with. As we just do this dance, we do this poke war in the mid side. Doggo not going to get caught out here just yet, but it does look like we might be looking at a Baron very shortly.
Absolutely. Scuttle does go down. Will be taken by MVK, so gives them that pro outside the pit. Rest playing that bot lane wave, looking to shove it in. It's going to be matched now by Kratos, who does have that second item, the Spear Shogun. So he's going to be stacking up the damage. It is a powder keg for sure.
Absolutely, and you can't leave Rest in a side lane alone, just pushing these waves up, getting that priority. We see all of the MVK vision committed to that Baron side of the river there. MVK will know if CFO want to move forward.
They're looking for it. Doggo finds that opening, the Weaver's wall there, but it's a quickness to try and turn it around. Elio should be able to get clear. They just wait for it to fade away. Realm Warp, Chains of Corruption, and the quickness burn. All they get out is Yumi and Talia's ult in response. So that Transcendence coming off cooldown as it wasn't available for Doggo means there is going to be a bit of disparity, and CFO look to take this opportunity to start things up in the pit. That shred needs to be respected. It was the undoing of both teams in that last game.
Yeah, and I mean, Pungyong walking over that vision. Now MVK know that CFO are going for it. I really hope we don't get a repeat here. Is that poke from Guru?
Shadow takes a big damage, popping execution on the back line. The exhaust coming out on the Kratos, but he's trying to just draw that attention away from the Baron pit. Blast pot cone is used. Now it's Kratos, slowed up and in trouble, jumps back in. Big damage coming back in response, but they just can't get there to seal the deal. It's going to be Shadow going down, the Rune Prison connecting, but that's all they can get. Jungler for top lane. And unfortunately, MVK still not in a position they can take this Baron for themselves, but Dragon 18 seconds away. Shadow's not going to be available for it. This should be an MVK Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say that I think that fight really favored MVK around the back of that Baron pit, where you were running into the likes of Shogun and Guru's just absolute massive accelerated shock blasts and Q pokes. MVK, rightfully so, seeing this opportunity, have pulled the trigger on the Drake. Rest is in the area though, so let's see if he can do it.
Beaver's wall's there, but all it's going to do is cut off the retreat. Chains of Corruption do connect. The grand entrance means that Rest is going nowhere but the grave. He'll make someone a lovely pair of boots.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, Rest unable to do much of anything as we replay this Baron fight that we saw a little earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it was dicey. It very much was, but the fact that they connect that damage onto Shadow means that he can't sustainably stick through that fight. Exhaust onto Kratos means it's a bit of a nothing burger. They completely zone out Rest on the bot side. It takes a little bit for them to get back in to try and assist Kratos here. He does go down, but they can at least get that kill back on to Shadow. Great Rune Prison from Cardi. But the distance has been created by the rest of CFO at that point. Clearing out the vision, they do tag the Baron. Not long enough that it's going to take too much out in terms of their sustainability. Doggo, they find an angle on the bot side. Realm Warp is there, but it's a dicey one. It's not really a fight or a comp that you want to be in the back lines of, because that collapse is going to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, goes pop. Elio, he's looking for an angle. Quickness goes in. They spot Doggo. Jumps in. The grand entrance is off the money, so he gets over the wall. Public execution from downtown. Kratos, what a catch, and that's Doggo off the riff for 45. Realm walk back to the Baron pit. MVK transition. A massive opening.
Yep, absolutely. Super well clean played by there from Elio to be able to catch Doggo out. Doggo did as much as he could, but MVK were committed. They used those ults to shut down the AD of CFO, get that advantage. As we see it again here, just so smooth from Elio.
Oh, he very nearly missed it, if not for the fact that Kratos literally catches Doggo with the tip of that public execution. It could have gone horribly awry, but they then have the Realm Warp back towards the Baron pit. They take that control. They take the Baron, and they have taken even more control. Rest has been found. Pops the Dominus to try and get away, but you look at the damage coming out from Cardi and Guri, and they take the Croc out once again.
That's it. We've got the boots. Next, we'll probably get the jacket as we see them pushing their Baron advantage in that mid lane. That cannon minion just doing so much work on that tower right now. So it'll be interesting to see how much value MVK can get out of this Baron power play. Currently, they're already up at 2,600 gold, and they've still got 2 minutes of this. I don't know, Doggo, if you want to get into a poke war with Guri, as we see some base skirmishes starting up.
Yeah, I mean, he's working his way towards that Guardian Angel, has the Edge of Night. All the while, Kratos in the bot lane has babysat the wave into that inhibitor tower. We'll get the inhibitor to boot. So once again, everything cracking wide open. My lord, Shadow eats nearly 40% of his HP off that accelerated shock blast, and these skill shots do not stop. All the while, Cardi again, they've just been manipulating the wave state into a position they can take the entirety of these outer towers in the base.
Yeah, absolutely. MVK have pushed those waves in very, very well. As we see Pungyong try to weave his wall.
Oh my lord,
and cut
Weaver's
them off.
wall, and he's punished for his audacity. Eats an accelerated shock blast. My god, the piercing arrow even back on the Doggo. He's picked up that bloodthirst with the realm warp coming in. Kratos is no longer on his island. He's got support coming in, and you can see TFO desperately running, fully identifying that the Sharks are circling right now. Piercing arrow does just miss on the top side of both Rest and Doggo. You can see they're just sending these skill shots in. Pungyon there looking for the seismic shove onto anyone. Quickness is not going to be available, but a single grand entrance could be that difference maker if Elio finds the angle. These towers being chipped away at, flashed out of that seismic shove means that Pungyon can't find anything. Chains of corruption. It's Mikhail's down as 2274 tries to keep the hope alive. It's a single tower on that Nexus and all the chip damage. Shadow jumps forward, runs back. There is no ultimates bar the public execution available on the Rift. The Doggo needs to be careful. Seismic shove, flash play. It's not going to be enough. I don't know who's teleporting in. Rest just wants the shield, but it's immediately then gone, courtesy of that Serpent's Fang from Shogun. They're looking to close it out here. CFO watching their base fall to shambles around them. And MVK with the slow choke out, accelerates suddenly. That's a clone, but it doesn't matter. They've walked through CFO's base, taken them for everything and more. Guri hanging on by a thread, and MVK tie up the series.
Yeah, really good siege from MVK. You know, they got that Baron and they just converted it into every inhibitor turret, every inhibitor, and then ultimately the Nexus. There just wasn't much it felt like CFO could do. It didn't look like they had the tools to pull the trigger and engage on MVK. Those piercing arrows, those accelerated shock blasts doing 40-50% of health bars across the team of CFO. All they could do was watch their base get torn to shreds as MVK take this Game 2 victory for themselves, taking us into a Game 3. CFO 1, MVK 1. I'm excited for Game 3 to see how CFO now respond to our ladder leaders, MVK.
31,500 damage out of Guri. Those accelerated shock blasts were absolutely, I mean, that's like a gut punch, honestly, with how much damage it was doing. You think you're fine. You're like, oh, yeah, I've seen this before. I'll be able to shrug this off. Boom. Suddenly you're winded on the ground, killed over, because that was a lot of damage.
Guri was absolutely a sniper. I think Guri hit a lot more than he missed. And you look at that gold over time, right? About the 9-minute mark, MVK took the gold lead and they never let go of it. They were in control firmly from around the 15-minute mark onwards. And yeah, it just didn't look like CFO could do anything. They weren't allowed to get close to MVK. You can tell by the damage charts here as well. The Wukong at 8.4, the Talir at 9.6, not even close to their counterparts. Doggo, the one who did the most, tried, I dare say, to be as aggressive as he possibly could and just unable to convert, unfortunately, this time around at a 35-minute game.
Yeah, and I mean, Guri, it just progressively got more and more damage as the game carried on. And you could just see, I mean, even here, that initial shock blast didn't feel like it did a heck of a lot of damage, but the follow-up was there from Cardi. And there were so many moments, it felt like there was a lot of flip-flopping, honestly, that went on in terms of that lead and who was holding it and, you know, how this game could have progressed. Doggo just felt so comfortable for the better part of this game and how much damage he was doing. But then you've got this poke threat coming out of the MVK continuously, that as soon as that connected, it was all on.
Yeah, I mean, the moment a shock blast landed, the moment a piercing arrow landed, and here, just going back in on Doggo, the Elio flash forward into the Q knockup from Rakan, got caught, And unfortunately, that led to a bit more. MVK were able to convert that onto CFO. Rest here doing his best to try and tank up 4 of MVK around this Baron pit, while the rest of CFO are here chasing Kratos, ultimately only being a 1-for-1.
The fact that the damage that Kratos gets out, it wasn't massive, but it was still enough to then allow the turnaround kill. But this was sort of it. They identify that there is a very, very open, very, very unguarded Yunara, and they dive deep on the back of it, thought that they were clear, and then suddenly, boom, Kratos is there with his Ambessa, allowing that catch, and then the Realm Warp into the Baron. And even here, CFO felt like they were standing toe-to-toe with CFO until the Accelerated Shock Blast, until the Piercing Arrow Connect, and then the collapse just comes roaring on in around them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're talking about Kaiser being that F-16 that comes screaming into the back line, but then you've got Ambessa with the public execution counter screaming in the back line like an F-22 Raptor or something. You know, everyone's just screaming around everywhere, just appearing suddenly where you won't expect them.
Like a jet-fueled Abrams tank over the crest of the hill. Yeah, just roaring in, this big bulky beast. You're like, oh, this is not where I want to be. But MVK, I mean, look, we saw it on Friday. They proved that they are capable of taking down top contender teams. And Logan, they're on the cusp of doing it again. This is just craziness.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm here for it. I don't want to say absolutely again, but I'm so here for it because this is the shakeup the LCP needs, right? Like you don't want the same people to be winning all of the time because then it gets predictable. Unpredictable is good. It's exciting. It doesn't mean CFO won't end the split at number 1, but at least it's going to be a fantastic journey if they do get there. But right now, MVK, they're proving why they are number 1 in this LCP right now.
Well, it feels like the underdog story continues to build here in the LCP. Maybe it is just the year of the underdog. We'll have to wait and find out, though. After the break, we head to the decider. Can MVK get it done, or does CFO hold fast? We'll find out soon.
Look at the grind. This type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time. All of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't evolve, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get into you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came. Shake it. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came. Shake it. When you feel like all is lost, keep your head down, don't give up.
MVK on the cusp of yet another massive upset on the LCP stage. They did it to GAM on Friday. They are one game away from doing it to CFO tonight and establishing themselves as the dominant powerhouse at the start of the 2026 LCP season. Logan, no one, absolutely no one thought they would find themselves here.
I agree with you. As CFO first picked that blue side, I don't think anyone could have seen MVK just, beating two of the best teams in the LCP from 2025 in GAM and CFO. And, they haven't beaten CFO yet, but they are absolutely very close to doing it. While they lost the game one, they were in good form. Game two, they've obviously won where they've not only taken that good form, but improved upon it. So they would be really feeling themselves right now. I think the confidence would be high. The hope would be high. I think CFO does have a big challenge in front of them to take down MVK.
Yeah, not necessarily the statement that we thought we'd be making coming into this series, of course, that MVK would be the one to beat, but that is kind of where we are. A massive game last game. Things really came together. A couple of throws in game one. It could have really gone either way off the back of that Baron fight. But yeah, look, unfortunately, reading the tooltips is kind of important. You missed that. You could miss something important like the fact that, he shredded resistances now and then you've gone and sat in it for a good 10 seconds. But either way, here in this game, there is everything to play for. This would solidify MVK's hold on that top spot on the leaderboard going into week 3.
Yeah, look, absolutely. But if we're talking how can each of these teams win this game 3, as that familiar camera angle kicks in, Billy, we're heading to picks and bans as we see some very familiar ones. That absolute Zyra ban, respecting what Guri can do with it. Malphite. Malphite's just getting permanently banned at this point. We've also got Azir in the mid lane and Kai'Sa banned away from Doggo because we know that Doggo with a hyperscaler is so dangerous. I am wondering if CFO is going to round out their 3 bans with another... No, they went with Sion.
Yeah, they don't want that in the hands of Kratos. I think they're pretty much happy to ban it away from rest at the moment. Illusion, they are just hard targeting down Pungyon and then Doggo, getting 2 of those 3 bans in the first phase. It does beg the question, what's left? Oh, Nidalee. We've seen the Nidalee support. It was brought out to great effect, but Pantheon makes so much more sense being left as one of those big-time junglers available in the pool.
Yeah, and Pantheon is just such a powerhouse with that stun, with that Aegis, and the global ult to be able to turn those fights around in your favor or even just equalize them at the moment. that Lucian ban from MVK as well, preventing Doggo from having that AD. I really think that they're going to target Doggo with maybe even one more as they secure Nautilus for themselves, who has been at the brunt of a few bans this split too. That long range engage, and as you say, that surefire CC is just too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. The bulky unit can quite happily scrap in the front line, sets up a lot of plays. Potentially a misfortune angle, at least from what I'm leaning towards, that dredge line. But I mean, Pantheon being shot. Oh, I'm not a fan of this pick. Israel has been wholly underwhelming. I'm sorry to the fans of the champion out there, but in terms of what he's been doing in the competitive scene, he's not top of the table for me. And a Phelios Thresh immediately locked in for this Doggo 274 bot lane. I have a lot more confidence in that, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, Ezreal currently sitting with a 0% win rate. That has been picked twice and has lost both of those games. As we see the 2v2 matchup duo come through with that Ezreal Karma. But I definitely do have a lot more faith in the bot lane of Aphelios and Thresh. It will be interesting to see if Shogun is able to pilot it, but he is going to be playing into whatever Doggo does decide, and it's going to be tough. So hopefully those Karma Shields are able to keep that Ezreal alive and maybe change Ezreal's fortunes here in the LCP in this game 3. As we just wait for that ban, it's going to be Galio of all mid laners. I wasn't expecting a Galio, Billy.
Yeah, I can understand it. Pantheon comes screaming in with that Grand Starfall, and then suddenly you've got that Hero's Entrance on top. Like it's a 2-for-1 special, essentially, in terms of that gank ability off the back of level 6. So I can understand why it was taken away for Cardi. It did bring it out a couple of times last year. I think, personally, on the whole, Quay, again, much like Israel at the moment, left a lot to be desired. Didn't really find as much traction as I think people thought it was going to. But Cardi has played it pretty consistently and made it look reasonably good. Taken away from rest. I think that's a big one. Has been hit or miss, but when it hits hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that, 3-4 man stun into the wall really sets your team up for success if Nala is able to pull that off. So I think that's a really solid ban, especially on that top side. I don't know Rest's history with Nah, but he is a very, very capable top laner, and I would have to imagine that he would pilot it to success. That said, Nah has been picked twice and lost 2 games here in the LCP as well, so not the best record, as we do see a Jax ban coming out of CFO, so Kratos will not be able to pilot Jax for this game. They're probably worried about that sort of frontline AoE stun strongman that a Jax can turn into toward that mid to late game. They do not want a Jax running amok on Doggo's Aphelios.
Absolutely not. Aatrox, it seems, will be the pick for the God of War, and that does feel very appropriate. Gangplank. Now, this isn't one that Rest played all too often. It was Driver that piloted the few times it did make its appearance on stage for CFO. But we'll see. It's going to be the Ornn, tried and true. A bit of a tank in the top lane. Going to be able to buff up the team later on. Just soaks a lot of it on the chest. But Gwen. So it is just a lot of talking, a lot of figuring out what they want to do. It is going to be the Gwen locked in. A lot of skirmishing potential on a champion that multiple times has been under the pump that you'd think was down and out, only for it to then bounce back and clutch up a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look at Gwen in the LCP so far this year, a 100% win rate. 2 picks, 2 wins. Could that be the sign for CFO? If you're superstitious, you've probably already locked in CFO as the winners here, but I'm not so sure. Rest with Gwen looking to fight into Aatrox and Kratos there as we see an Echo.
Hold on, no, it's not going to be Karma. It can't be Karma Israel, surely. It'd be Nautilus Israel. Is this supposed to be a Karma top lane? I don't know. I've been thrown for a loop. I'm slightly mind-boggled.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to... So Victor mid, yeah?
No, okay. This might be Nautilus jungle. It's going to be Nautilus jungle.
Oh.
Okay, it's finally made... I did wonder if it was going to make its way onto the Rift in the LCP, because it is something that has been talked about. Somewhat quietly, no one's screaming it from the rooftops, but it has been talked about in the round out to 2025, and there is seemingly a lot of potential to it. And, well, here it is. Locked in for Guri.
Yeah, I mean, so far of the 5 games played, 1 win, 4 losses, and they've all been on the support side. So this will be the first time we've seen Nautilus in the jungle here in LCP 2026. I do remember, I think it was late last year, they patched Nautilus's E, I think it is, that slow wave that resonates out from him to do more jungle monster damage. So maybe they're looking to take advantage of that. You know, being able to just come in from the side and land that dredge line could be quite a powerful gank tool. So we'll see what that looks like. But MVK is cooking. They're doing it again.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very much here for it. We'll see if this is going to be what it takes for MVK to get that upset victory over CFO. And at a certain point, do we stop calling it an upset victory? Because they are looking more and more large and in charge.
Absolutely. This team so far is proving that they are capable. They are not to be underestimated nor discounted from these fights, and I'm loving it. Obviously, CFO strong in their own right, and this is going to be a spicy game 3 as we head to Summoner's Rift and we take a quick peek at the runes and Summoner's spells from these champions. Arcane comment on that Karma.
Yeah, not that surprising. You're going to be looked to pressure in lane. So it is going to be an uncomfortable lane. I'm sorry for 2274. This isn't going to be the most ideal, but he shouldn't also, realistically, if he plays smart, shouldn't be in a position where he just dies for no reason. He's going to be able to play it quite comfortably. But yeah, Victor, slow burn, Syndra, slow burn. They've both got passives that ramp up over time. Well, it's this Nautilus jungle making its way into the LCP for the first time that I'm excited by. I love a bit of Nautilus.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Nautilus was one of those champs that really got me into League of Legends. There's a fun little fact about Nautilus as well. There's a statue that they sunk off in the Great Barrier Reef as part of the restoration project where gamers could make donations and your name would actually get etched into that Nautilus that was sunk on the Great Barrier Reef, designed to sort of help rebuild that reef. So really cool little bit of Australian lore there for Nautilus. And I don't know,
even more fun fact, my name's on it. I remember.
Oh, no
I was back involved. I was playing the game more actively then than I am now. I still play it now, but I was a bit of a fiend back then. But yeah, no, my name will be on the Nautilus statue in the Great Barrier Island, Great Barrier Reef. So I was a huge fan of that actually going ahead.
I am so jealous. Just have to get that one out there. I am well jelly. I did see that one of our own Osh creators wanted to actually go for a dive. Oh, is there some serious poking here in the mid lane? Hung Yung coming off worse for wear at the moment.
Yeah, Hung Yung does get that scatter the week off, but Cardi, that laser beam of his on the Victor does a decent chunk of damage. Oh, I think he got interrupted by the caster minion there, but yeah, no, it was a post a couple of months back, actually. Someone had gone and visited and posted it out on Reddit and saying, yeah, look, it's still here, guys. I think a lot of the community probably forgot about it.
Yeah, well, no, not me, because that was like the lore. That was what really, really kind of got me. Oh, yeah, okay, Nautilus, really cool. Oh, as the hook just goes wide here.
Yeah, they do get the root almost onto Doggo, but that Calibrum connecting onto Shogun means that there's a little bit of trade damage back. That Dark Passage used means that they can't then look to get Shadow in, but he's walked over a ward. They know that he's here. In comes the Nautilus. Guri drops the Riptide on Shadow. Unfortunately, I think the Nautilus probably has a little bit less trading power. They do get the Shield Vault and the Aegis Assault. 2274 taking some big damage. Cleanse goes out, trying to deny that slow, but it's the Infernum Gravitum combo from Doggo that halts that forward momentum. And Guri bullying Shadow off the Scuttle Crab on the bot side river. It's an ego victory. It is. It's an ego victory for MVK and this jungle Nautilus.
Absolutely. I'm sure that both bot sides fighting there were looking to get priority to be able to move up and help their respective junglers as Guri rotates down.
He's walked over a ward, but he's not done. He's staunching them out.
Yeah, exactly. He's aura farming right now. He's like, I dare you to walk up, because if you do, a Dredgeland's coming your way. As 2274, not sure, and throws that hook into the bush just to make sure there's no Nautilus jungler going to come out from behind and hook to victory.
A 10 CS lead in the top lane for Rest. Gwen, quite happy to play into Kratos in the early stages of this game. Can build out that passive, has the Shroud as well. Unfortunately, not quite the goal reward just yet on this Aatrox. Will take a wee while and some levels to get to that point. And Cardi, him and Peng Yon clearly been trading again in that mid lane. the CS lead second somewhat for MVK this game.
Yeah, I mean, we are only 4 minutes in, though, so there are some expectations. Like you say, Gwen has that really early trading power into that Aatrox, able to trade very easily, and so taking full advantage of that with that 10 CS lead. Pungyong and Cardi just going at it as mid laners tend to do, trading their health bars like it's just another resource, which you'll love to see. And a quick look at those summoner spells. It's almost even Stevens across the board, except for that flash diff on bot side supports. 2274 having to burn that to save himself from that earlier trade between Shogun, Doggo, Elio, and 2274. The Drake has spawned, so it will be interesting to see who is first to that Drake. We do have CFO with vision on it, but Guri is also on the bot side.
Now, unfortunately, the trading power not quite there. Elio does connect the route onto 2274, gets the empowered Q off, and it's a decent chunk of damage onto a Thresh at this stage in the game. They are looking to get that vision down, make sure that they have some control over the bot lane. There could be a gank brewing in mid, but Curry clearing out that vision. Gravity Well goes down, cuts off the avenue for a retreat for Pungyon. He's going to walk it up the topside river brush, get himself back into lane. And it's a deceptive amount of mobility that this jungle Nautilus will possess because of that dredge line, that reduced cooldown when it hits terrain.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to use that dredge line to traverse around the rift will surprise some folks who are not used to a Nautilus jungle, which I think is part of the genius of this pick for this game, right? Is that you're not used to playing into a jungle Nautilus, plain and simple. You're not used to the clear timer. You're not used to the hook.
There's no flash there. It's hooks landing on both sides. The dredge line connects, but in comes Shadow. They've got the HP to maybe turn this one around. They need to get clear. Look at that damage going out of the Doggo. This might just be the turnaround, but Pungyon here as well. CFO cooling in all their reinforcements. So the fight will dissipate, but it is not one that anyone walks away from cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost think CFO was saved there by Pungyong showing face and MVK realizing, oh, well, there's another fully health fresh member of CFO here. We should probably just back away. Otherwise, that could have been, I feel, a very, very different fight there. Shadow happy to take that Scuttle Crab, take the recall, buy a couple of bits and pieces here and there, and then reset onto the Rift. But Guri is being proactive on this Nautilus. Guri is moving around fast as you please, showing up, engaging in these fights. And it was quite funny to see 2274 and Guri throw their hooks at each other at the same time there on that bot side engage. A really interesting, mechanic or interaction that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, no, things are getting progressively worse for Kratos on that top lane. Now an 18 CS disparity. 2274 suffering at the hands of this Israel Karma bot lane, which unfortunately he was always going to. But yeah, if Kratos can't find something to stopgap this Gwen, he's going to be even worse off than the Vayne top lane that we saw out of him.
Yeah, exactly. And as you so rightfully called earlier, the Thresh into the Karma is going to have a rough start of the game, and it is exactly what is happening here. It is just rough for 2274. Still playing it well, still able to stick around with the lane, but definitely not able to, I want to say, go in and engage, not able to make those aggressive plays, as the gold does remain dead even here after 8 minutes. Nothing of significance has occurred.
Storm is there, the empowered Q comes out from Elio, but Pungyon avoids the gravity well, so won't get stunned up there. I think if the stun had connected, there was a good chance they commit all in. But I think on top of that, also respecting the Grand Starfall coming out from Shadow at any point means that fight would then also turn into a 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually a quite interesting point. So from the CFO game earlier, I want to say on Friday night, Shadow on Pantheon was an absolute menace, extremely proactive, initiating a lot of fights. So it will be interesting to see if Shadow intends to replicate that performance.
Has the flash, but he's going to be rooted up. Teleport coming in as well, but it's the Grand Starfall and in the backline, 2274. Great hook there. Death Sentence lands onto Shogun, and they're trying desperately to fight this. Pungyon connects to Scatter the Weak, but it's Unleashed Power landing on the Israel. No, actually, it was just a Dark Sphere. He has the follow-up, and it's both bot lane duo from MVK getting eaten by Pungyon. Now, the response from CFO is so severe, a 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah, absolutely. That was so well responded to by CFO there. You know, Pangyon TPing in the Grand Starfall that we were just talking about. As MVK moved forward, they wanted this fight.
The death sentence. The box goes down and 2274 threads that needle, a cleanse into a death sentence. The low HP with Pangyon all the while teleporting in. Scatter the weak lands. It's just a dark spear that really seals the fate there of Shogun. Unleashed power that is allowed to go out onto that poor Elio Karma. And it's that power, that ability to just change the trajectory of a fight with that Grand Starfall that makes all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, at the 8-minute mark, we were dead even. And now here we find ourselves at the 9-minute, and it's a 1.3k gold lead over to CFO. Guri has started these grubs up, but Shadow likes his chances.
Oh, yeah, it's a tank Nautilus. He's got the Zeke's Herald, but that's only when that depth charge goes out that you're going to get the benefit out of it. Gravity Well does connect onto Pangyon, but that's about it. So he'll just handshake off the rest of the grubs, give those over to Shadow. And that is unfortunately the glaring weakness in this tank Nautilus jungle, is he doesn't have the most skirmishing power.
Yeah, definitely the kill threat coming out of that Nautilus is somewhat low. And speaking of kills, Pangyon with that TP down was able to secure the first blood for themselves, which nets an extra 100 gold. And they got the second kill as we see Guri get a dredge line in.
Oh, there you go. Zeke's Herald getting its maximum value. The flash there, but because of the slow coming out of Guri means that he can't clear the distance. Sakati finds himself a kill back, but it's the Hex Flash going out from 2274, looking for an angle in on Shogun, but that angle does not present itself, unfortunately. Geometry is not 2274's strong suit.
Nor is it mine. But as I was saying, Pangyon getting those 2 kills from that earlier fight puts themselves in a really good position.
Oh.
However, Cardi now has 2 kills as well.
Well, Ender comes out, as does the Needlework. So it's a bit of a trade back and forth. Flashes exchanged by both top laners for not all that much in the grand scheme. I think really Kralos just happy that he gets out of that alive. Shadow now coming in. That may change very quickly. The Shield Assault, the Aegis follows it up. That Shield Vault stun is such a problem for so many members of this MVK roster.
Yeah, well done to Shadow there. Like we were saying, I was wondering if we're going to see a very proactive Shadow on that Pantheon like we did Friday night. And as I said it, that Grand Starfall came through on the bot side and he just ganked top side. So Shadow, I think, is going to replicate that performance and hopefully to CFO's victory here. As we do see 3 MVK members bot side. Unfortunately, they've decided to not commit to that gank. And we also see those role quests starting to come through. Rest did get it first, then Kratos, and now Doggo on the bot side as well, securing that 7th item slot. So the boots actually move away into a 7th slot, freeing up your other 6 for more items.
Oh, Pangyon's been found again. Depth charge going out, just clipped by the gravity. Well, it's a lot of stuns, chains coming through. That dredge line connects, and it's going to be the true shot barrage, handing a kill for free over to Shogun in the end there. So they get themselves a bit of revenge for the bot lane scuffle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Shogun will take that kill all day, every day, just to make sure he stays apace with Doggo. Has fallen a little bit behind, around 17 CS. So that kill will net Shogun some good gold. Really like to see that. And great work from Guri and Cardi there to lock down Pangyon just off in the forest, the jungle there a little bit, as we see Shogun complete that role quest. And the second Drake, sorry, the first Drake is still on the Rift, and we are at 13 minutes. They do have wards in there, both MVK and CFO.
Rest is looking for a scrap here. Grand Scarfall comes in as well. Unfortunately, all Kratos can do is sit there and eat it. There's just nowhere for him to go. And it is that slightly more aggressive build. Eclipse first on this Aatrox, because the tanky Nautilus jungle can afford him a little bit more freedoms in terms of going less bulk and more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe going that damage path and getting constantly ganked by a very, very keen Pantheon into that 1v1 matchup. Maybe you did need to go that bulkier build, but that's only early game. When it comes to the team fights a little later on, I think it will prove those dividends, Billy, as we see Guri here start up the first Drake of the game at 13.5-ish minutes. it will be a slow take. So CFO do have time. They're TPing in. They plan to contest this.
Oh, absolutely. Shadow's here, and they're going to jump on it around the 2K mark. Is this going to be a potential smite steal? Rest is here, and it is going to be Shadow taking it. Flashing away from the death sentence. The shield bolt connects, but the play comes in. True shot barrage knocking it in a heck of a lot right now. First kill down. It's Guri off the board as that Chaos Storm chipping away at 2274. He takes a lot of damage. Shogun forced to cleanse himself out. But you can see on the hunt, Scatter the Weak does land. Now Rest is going to start snipping away at Kratos. But he's healing through a lot of this. He dashes over the wall. Cardi caught by yet another death sentence. The gravity well slowing things to play. Can they get anything? Anything at all? The Scatter the Weak does land. But yes, Cardi will get his one. And the trade does go ultimately in favor of this CFO roster.
Yeah, absolutely. 2274 playing right on the edge there, getting those honeydew droplets to heal back up, to stay in that fight, to come back around for that Cardi after the big fight was done. Shogun did kick that fight off with a really good true shot barrage over the top, as we're going to see here again. Guri is forced away.
Yeah, I mean, that TP, Hungyon is such a threat into this game right now. The smite is just off the money. He flashes away, but he's also got no mana. It was a great combo there out of 2274 to enable all of this. And they just flash away from Shogun pretty consistently, meaning that he just can't get any of that significant damage off that he's so desperately trying to. And to his credit, look, Cardi does get caught by a magnificent death sentence here and gets the kill back onto 2274, but he has to work for it so heavily.
Yeah, definitely. Really good way for CFO to close that out. 1 for 1 as we go back to live.
2274, he's been found here. Elio and Shogun looking for something, but it's Doggo coming in from the wings. Grand Skyfall does land, and oh no, Elio's in a lot of trouble. MVK just going to have to route out and get as much away as possible. I don't know if they can survive. True Shot Barrage, that's some decent damage, but Guri might just be given over to the wolves. The Chaos Storm lands. It's just not enough damage in the end to sustainably turn this around, and CFO brute force their way in for a Herald.
Yeah, look, these team fights are definitely going in the favor of CFO here as Shadow secures that Rift Herald for that jungle objective. It is good to see the scrapping, this fighting coming out of MVK and CFO, but right now I almost think it's a Shadow diff, just always there, able to turn those fights around with that Grand Starfall ult. And when he's not there, Pangyong is TPing in aggressively. CFO right now seems to have a faster sort of response when these fights do start to break out, as we see Doggo 2274 pushing forward in mid, but Elio and Shogun are there to respond.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some pretty drastically different gold swings for both the games that led to success, both of them happening around that 35-minute mark, rather. We're only about halfway there, so there's still a wee way to go. There is potential for this to swing back into an opportunity, but I'm still not 100% sold on this Ezreal pick, unfortunately. And Doggo fighting in the face of Shogun under his tower.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see it, MVK collapse here.
Line does land, but it's looking for the turnaround depth charge. In on the back lines, they find a big kill onto the bot lane duo of CFO. Can they get more? The answer, unfortunately, no. As Shadow just able to walk it away, and all the while again, Rest, CFO playing these side lanes perfectly, capitalizing on these minor openings for MVK to still minimize the losses.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really good collapse there from MVK and engage onto Doggo and 2274. As you said, Doggo starts right in the face of Shogun here, giving Kratos and Guri the time to wrap around.
Yeah, I mean, they catch the chain onto Doggo. He pops the Moonlight Vigil, but then immediately has nowhere to go other than down. So MVK, to their credit, do capitalize pretty well.
Yeah, Guri's depth charge onto 3 there as well really helped that CC lock them down and ensure that they would get that fight. Guri, however, might be in trouble here.
Guri is. He does not have the flash to get himself away, so he's going to have to try and run it out. Does get the Aftershock proc, but again, this series has been caught and is taken down by Doggo. Very unfortunate series of events. We'll be back up before the dragon spawns, but yes, you'd rather not that gold not go to Doggo.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, Guri is 0-4-5 at the moment. That he is the person with the most deaths on MVK's team, so not as tanky as he would like to be just yet. That Rift Herald crashing into the mid-tier 1 turret of MVK. CFO are going to force this one down.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to clear that tower out. Not very often that we see the Herald taking out the tier 1 towers and then finding the crash into the tier 2, but they do just that. Peng Yon being run at by Cardi. Here's some good damage, but the Scatter of the Week does land, sidestepping out from that gravity well, forced to flash from the Chaos Storm. And Cardi really coming into his own on this Victor.
Yeah, absolutely. Cardi is definitely not to be underestimated. That Rod of Ages
Doggo
stacked
goes
up to level
pop,
7.
Great Skyfall, the redemption. Oh, the flash from Shadow gets him in. Dredgeline isn't going to be enough, I don't think so. There's no damage support coming in. It's just a tank Nautilus. Kratos is here finally, but he's dissuaded by the Flay. There is so much going wrong. Rest comes in with that needlework, and it's a complete wash of a fight. There is nothing doing here for MVK, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kratos was in the middle of them all, and he had to flash away because the turnaround from CFO was and Rest
just walks back in, takes the last little bit of damage from Rest and falls.
That was cheeky. As Rest goes to start up the Drake as well, just to try and get that Drake stacking snowballing, the second one for the game. It was a very late first Drake take, so it's unlikely we'll actually get to the Soul, whatever it may end up being this time around, as Shadow has showed up to finish it off as well. It looks to be a Chemtech Drake. Chemtech Soul.
We finally figured that out 20 minutes into the game. It's definitely been a slow one where the Dragons are concerned. But, I mean, MVK, he's building towards that Shoujins. Maybe if he gets that item online, he could start dishing out some punishment in the middle of these team fights, but he's just been lacking in the opportunity because he was so heavily bullied out in that laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, has caught up magnificently with all this CS, but Rest is still being an absolute menace. 5-0-3, has not died here in the first 20 minutes alongside Shadow as well. Shadow's aggression diving deep. Oh, as we see an engage.
Yeah, 227 has been found. It's going to be Cardi teleporting in, but they don't really have anything to stop him. The slow's coming through. Cardi has those home guards. Gravity Well's not going to get this done. True Shot Barrage. It's some decent damage, but they've got no real setup. The Dredge line comes out from Guri, but it is flashed away from. So 2274 going to live to scrap another day. Doggo.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got 2 items deep now. One of them's in Infinity Edge. He is a scary Aphelios.
Absolutely, yeah, that Storm Razor, that Infinity Edge, Aphelios is going to be hitting like a truck. Peng Yung with that Crypt Bloom as well. Lots of items being finished and completed right across the rift here. Shadow being a bit cheeky here, just trying to steal away the
Scatter
camp.
the Weak lands. Shogun has to get himself out. Luckily, Elio has a big shield for him. Is that empowered? I believe it is, that goes out. Okay, Elio just nearly died. He was in a very dangerous spot. Chaos Storm in the backside. Cardi is on the chase. Kratos as well coming in from the wings, but he's been spotted. They know. They just spell blood in the water. The only problem is it's just 2274 that's bleeding. The rest of the team is healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it didn't even feel like a fair trade there as Peng Yung just rotates around to the mid just to clear that wave out. Now, the Baron is up, has been for 2 minutes, and the next Drake is up in 3 minutes. But I think if there was to be a contest, CFO would opt for that Baron. Remains to be seen. It will happen eventually. They do have that 6,000 gold lead as Rest goes in for Kratos and Shadow's here.
Oh, that World Ender does not quite do the healing that you'd need. He is just eviscerated. Level 15 on Rest. He is large and in charge, and Shadow's no slouch either.
Yeah, look, I know we were saying that Rest is a stable top laner, not an explosive top laner, but reliable and stable. But right now, Rest is definitely being the top laner CFO needs him to be to take over and really put Kratos down and win this game for them. I would almost say that Rest is the win con here with how well he is performing, or at the very least, put him right at the front, be that massive threat to allow Doggo just to plug away from the back lines.
I mean, Rest that confident. He's looking to build a Rabadon's third item. He's so accelerated. It may not be a massive CF yet, but it's a 5-0-4 Gwen versus a 1-3-1 Aatrox who's just finishing up his second item. And yeah, look at it, 16,000, nearly 16,500 damage. He is just ripping and tearing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that true shot barrage just to help clear that minion wave. Doggo tidily dances away from it. MVK showing in the mid side.
Oh, Grand Sky for the backline. TP coming through. Rest has to run his way into the party, but 2274 going to die before anything go down. It's Shadow tanking that Chaos Storm. They found an angle on the Doggo. That's 2 quick kills. Can they find more? Shadow has been locked up by Guru. The Unleashed Power is not going to be enough to finish off this big bulky Nautilus. And it is a 3-0. The ping's coming down for the Baron. Can Rest and Peng Yon do it again? Can they hold off MVK in the Baron pit?
Yeah, I almost think that was disrespectful of CFO. They saw that there was 3, maybe even 4 members of MVK, and Doggo and 2274 just decided to stick around a little too long. 2274 getting caught out, and the CFO thought that they could respond in time, but they just got absolutely hammered here as MVK convert that mid-fight into a Baron take.
Yeah, true shot barrage enough to dissuade Peng Yon from even attempting it. Rest was there considering. And I mean, you look at how they start. 2274 just walks up with all the confidence in the world. Gets caught by that root. The Grand Skyfall is just too deep in the middle of this fight. So 2274 is dead before the skirmish actually really breaks out. Depth charge lands onto Doggo. Shadow is being slowed up all the while by a combination of the Karma and Victor. And the dredge line puts Guri in a spot that he can help just lock him down that little bit longer. And it was a very messy, very sloppy engage from CFO that gives MVK their revenue back in.
Absolutely spot on there. I mean, they just cut the gold lead back down to 4K. MVK coach comms coming in. I would imagine it has to be congratulations, well done, let's do more of that. I don't actually know, but I can only hope that they would be complimentary of that fight there because MVK just stomped CFO.
Cardi, buddy. The minions are there for a reason. He just tanks 2 tower shots. I suppose, look, keep the minion wave alive. It means you can do more damage to the tower, I suppose, in technicality, but probably less than ideal in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, he can just sit out of the range, just giving over free damage. Why not? You know, Cardi is feeling himself at 314 and 40 CS above your counterpart.
Red Skyfall, they're looking for that angle in onto Cardi. 2274 is going to be there. Gravity Well goes down, and unfortunately, this might be a death sentence onto Cardi. It is, in fact, but it is a death to boot. Going the way of Doggo, just a little bit too keen and punished for his audacity.
Clean layering. Absolutely. Clean layering of the CC there. Just as I was saying that Cardi had a 3-level advantage over Peng Yong, they turn it around and just put Cardi in the dirt. Now 3-2-4. And we see MVK coach comms coming through for the second time immediately after that. So maybe they had a bit more to say before that fight broke out, and this is their second opportunity. MVK so far have not managed to do too much with this Baron buff. They haven't even got 1,000 gold out of it at the moment. So CFO doing a good job defending against what could be a much worse situation if MVK had really wanted to push forward with this Baron buff here.
And this Hunger online now for Shogun. So he's going to be cycling through these abilities pretty darn quick. With that ability haze to rest. Both top laners now level 16, getting that slow out onto Kratos. Redemption here, trying to help Kratos, the god of war, stay alive a little bit longer. Scraping onto the box side. Guri has been caught as well. This is a very, very bad spot for MVK. Dredge line out to try and give him some distance. But the scrapping continues up the river as they are chasing MVK down. The teleport out. Peng Yon, he gets the stop. He gets the stun. And will get the kill onto the jungler of MVK. Unfortunately, there is nothing to gain.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a kill for nothing, essentially. I mean, I was quite surprised Kratos was able to get away, had to burn that flash, and was able to get some distance between himself and Rest. I mean, I think it's quite clear here that Rest absolutely runs the rift when it comes to the top lane, as Kratos can't even 1v1 into Rest at the moment. He's going to need to get some farming, get some items under his belt before he can even think about that again. And you look at Rest with that 700 gold bounty as well. Whoever gets that kill is going to be able to complete an item off the back of that. As Guri is about to come back on the rift, we see Shogun throw that true shot barrage down just to help clear that minion wave out, and Elio is going to clear those wards. It's about 2.5 minutes before we head to our next jungle objective, and CFO is working on increasing that gold lead again. It's already nearly back at 6,000. Now, 6,000 gold at 28 minutes is starting to be less substantial, but if they can push it that little bit higher, they may just be able to wallet diff MVK here.
Well, Kratos now the one on the offensive as Guardian support, and suddenly Rest far less confident in this situation. The slow is out. The Shroud drop. Redemption there is just going to be rest, ducking and diving, trying to keep an opportunity alive for the team to collapse in and make something happen. He's flashing around. Great Skyfall comes in, and suddenly CFO are looking to turn the trajectory of this fight. It's a run. It's a rout from MVK. They just need to get the hell out of Dodge, because this is a dangerous spot to be in. Gravity Well keeping this gap just a little bit wider. And so, again, doesn't really manifest into anything of substance as MVK limps out of something that they started.
Yeah, that was really well played there by Rest to try and buy as much time as possible for the rest of his team to collapse, and collapse they did. Frankly, quite lucky that neither team lost anybody in that exchange too. It was just a couple of ults, a couple of flashes, not even a couple, sorry, the flash out of Rest and the heal out of 2274. So MVK maintain that summoner spell advantage, and it will probably all reset before the next big fight in around a minute's time. As we see a skirmish
now,
break
they're
out
looking to make something of nothing. Cardi gets caught by the needlework. The slow's coming through. The scan of the week as well. Going to land onto the back and forced to flash away. Death Sentence lands onto Guri. He's not quite as tanky as he appears on paper. And they've taken out the jungler of MVK yet again in a situation where you probably don't want him gone. 40 seconds to both objectives, so he's just going to be getting back onto the rift as those spawn and start up. And it feels like maybe MVK, well, in a position they could have contested this, are slowly slipping it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sitting at 6 deaths so far, this Nautilus is not looking like the best choice. Obviously, this game is not done and dusted. It's the Shogun poke on the Doggo. Just reminds Doggo, hey, you need to respect this damage, but is able to heal that up quite quickly as well, using that Scepter in the inventory, having 3 items, including an LDR completed. At 16-9, Cardi having to defend that bot lane push. CFO have themselves some nice priority on those waves as they turn to pick up this Chemtech Soul.
It's going to make it a little bit harder for MVK to get through them. And I mean, it's not the best Dragon Soul by any stretch of the imagination, but they are for sure going to be able to get value out of it. These fights going longer is definitely not going to help MVK by any stretch of the imagination. But you look at it, 16 across the board for everyone, pretty much, except for mid and bot lane of CFO, the bot lane and jungle of MVK teleported to the back lines. That is going to be Rest coming in. Grand Skyfall. Shogun lashes away in its shadow. Well and truly in no man's land. They're hunting for Cardi. No arm guard, no Zhonya's. Cardi's just going to get ripped to pieces. The Guardian Angel procs, but it's not Shadow done just yet. He's going to revive and carry on the hunt. That is a big source of damage now gone. Rest as well, taking some big punishment, mostly at the hands of Shogun right now. But a 5 versus 4 that might enable CFO to go for this dragon, but there's not a heck of a lot of confidence there. It's just going to be vision clearing. They walk their way in and they're going to look to start it up. Guri alive could make a hero play.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, MVK still has their jungler. Shadow also under 50% as this Baron ticks down. We've got to remember that MR and Armor Shred will be ticking away. Pangyon doing his best to keep them away.
What a great stun there. Scatter the Weak lands onto Elio. That's a significant source of support now gone. Death Sentence lands Guri. He's evaporated. And then Rest comes in on the back line. Scatter the Weak. The cleanse does nothing but prolong the inevitable. It's on Kratos. The Worldbringer is not going to end anything but his own life. It is a false sense of security, a blanket, but nothing more. And CFO take the fight, and they will claim the Baron.
Yeah, they've taken it all here, Billy. They took the fight, they'll take the Baron, and they will doubtlessly reset, pick up some items, run out onto the Rift, and try and get as much value out of this Baron power play as they possibly can. As we go to the replay here, we see CFO herding MVK into that top jungle as Rest TPs into the backline to get that cryo onto Cardi.
Yeah, I just... Get down, Mr. President should have always been the name of the game. Unfortunately, Israel is not that president. It is Victor. He is the one doing all the damage. It is, again, we've had a lot of problems in the LCP with this Israel, and how lackluster it does end up feeling by the end of the game. It just doesn't quite make up that damage gap like something like the Aphelios does. There were still, for sure, picks in the comp that could have filled that role as well. And even while taking all this shred, the team fight from CFO is still so overwhelming that they happily walk on through the remaining members of MVK. I mean, Shogun flashed, stunned by Pangyon again. on this Syndra has been so magnificent.
Just watching Rest there as well, gatekeep Kratos out of that fight, and then convert that gatekeeping into coming into the back lines and monstering Elio and then chasing down Kratos to finish off again was really, really impressive zoning there from Rest. Rest is having an absolute barnstormer of a game here, and you love to see it as CFO siege the top lane of MVK while Shadow is working on pushing in that mid lane against Cardi, and the rest of the team is rotating, looking for more. I mean, that Baron power play just hit 3,300 gold already. Obviously, CFO want to maximize the value. They've only got another minute left.
Yuri's done. The Grand Skyfall comes in on the back line. The Gravity Well is there to meet it, but they've taken what they were looking for. Tower down, inhibitor follows. Rest just sort of stuck into the thick of things. Has that Rabadons, has the Seekers. So if he gets jumped on, can get himself away, but he's looking for a cheeky recall, and Kratos can't get the chain off to stop him. And CFO will walk it back for the time being, happy with what they were able to achieve off the Baron. 50 stick and still left to work with. Unfortunately, the minion wave of the bot lane, not quite in a position to make anything more happen.
Exactly, and Rest with that cheeky recall gets straight to work on that same bot lane that you mentioned, trying to get those waves pushed out. That will be where CFO will most likely look to siege next if the opportunity presents itself. But we do have another Drake up in 1:40 as CFO retreats from the tattered, the torn, the nearly fully destroyed base of MVK. They're going to be wanting to put that vision down as Doggo just taking a rest here, you know, just taking it all in. Oh, is this what the enemy jungle looks like? I don't get to come here too often before just we're getting some vision down, trying to understand where MVK is. Oh, as the Arcane Barrage does get some value there.
Not just any dragon, though. It would be an Elder. On top of everything that has been secured by CFO, that scary Guri, just not this tanky beast that I think they wanted him to be. Has the Locket and the Vandal Pipes now. He just evaporates in these fights, though. That is the big problem. He looks tanky. It's just a falsehood. It's an illusion of tankiness because he evaporates so quickly in the face of this very, very fair Aphelios. Peng Yon taking some big damage from that True Shot Barrage. MVK looking for an angle in. They're looking to try and go on the offensive. I just don't know if there is really an option where that finds fruition. 36 seconds to Elder Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And CFO, with all the priority in the world, they have the top wave shoved in. They have the mid wave coming in again. Bot lane would be their weakness right now. But with that priority, they've recalled, reset, picked up some items, and they will be looking to contest this Elder. Elders win games easily, hands down. The damage, the burn that they provide gives you so much team fighting power. As MVK are here, as Rest comes in over the back line.
Oh, they're coming screaming on in. There's the Grand Skyfall. Every Shadow jumps in on Elio, looking to try and blow him up before he can keep the sustain on through. Chaos Storm and that depth charge go out. Peng Yon takes some big damage from that True Shot Barrage, but it's the needlework allowing that disengage as the Elder has spawned up. 1:37 beyond to that Baron, but CFO is setting a trap in the bottom river brush. Guri looking to clear up the minion wave with the rest of the team, and it's CFO who will step back to start this dragon up. That far sight trinket, going to give them the vision they need, but Peng Yon gets the scatter of the week there, looking to try and find the damage to clear Guri out of this fight, so he can't go for it, but they've just wiped the dragon off the face of the planet. Depth charge out into Peng Yon, but it's not going to matter. Unleashed power, the execution from the Elder Drake does land, and now MVK scrambling. It's not going to take much to finish off Elio. You can see Rest, beeline to Kratos, and Doggo aggressively flashing forward. Moonlight Vigil does not land. Shadow has targets in his sights. Elio needs to be very careful, but CFO going to walk into the base, and Kratos, World Ender does pop. But there's nothing he's been able to do in the face of this monstrous Gwen in the hands of Rest. Needlework out just for good measure, Cardi. It's the last-ditch effort of MVK to try and survive. Shrouds down. CFO come back strong and close the series out over MVK.
CFO came, they saw, and they conquered here tonight, winning this best-of-3 matchup against MVK 2-1, and convincingly in this third game, I might add. Rest having the best game of the night that he's had, in my opinion. Kratos could do nothing in the face of that 4-item Gwen damage. just really great back and forth here between MVK and CFO. CFO just getting a really good read on MVK, collapsing so much quicker, being more flexible in where they needed to be on that rift. And I really think, unfortunately, that Nautilus jungle did not work out. It wasn't able to deliver enough impact as often as they would have liked. Billy, what a banger.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a bit of a misdirect. I mean, they bring the slightly more aggressive Aatrox out, that Eclipse first, trying to be that big bully in the top lane, was kind of just held down for the entirety of it by this Gwen in the hands of Rest. And I think that was the idea. You know, you bring a tank jungler in the Nautilus, it allows you to be that much more aggressive, but you then never find an opportunity to be that much more aggressive because you just shut down from start to finish. And this man, Doggo, my lord, he puts the gas pedal down and he loses the brake pedal.
Yeah, mate, he put it down so hard, he snapped it off and just stayed at full speed all game. I mean, that aggression that we saw in Game 2, flashing forward as well, may not have worked there, but it definitely worked here in Game 3. Just throwing down those Moonlight Vigils, the aggressive forward flashes to engage those fights or close them out, really worked well with the flank angles that Rest was able to secure for CFO in these fights. And you look, my lord, that damage out of Shogun is actually surprising. 42,500 damage from that Ezreal, but it didn't feel like it had that much of an impact.
It really didn't, unfortunately. It is just, again, this sort of falsehood because you're setting those skill shots out. Someone is bound to walk into them. But, I mean, this again, it just keeps reinforcing that message. This Ezreal champion, while, yeah, it's safe, it allows you to get through the lane phase, it just isn't providing what those, you know, really heavy scaling bot laners are at the moment. So just Doggo on the Aphelios, finding that value, something that is going to come in, right click and just shred. And yeah, okay, speaking of shred, poor Elliot. Yeah, there's going to be Rest picking up the MVP and justifiably so. I mean, that Rumble game, the Gwen game, absolutely monstrous. Even on the Renekton game where they did ultimately come out worse off, massive stuff. I mean, you look at it, 14 KD in both games, 1 and 3, with 82% kill participation in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Rest was everywhere. Rest, you know, not only proving that stable, reliable top laner, that anchor that the CFO team needed to be able to trust and rely on, but also proving more explosive in this game 3 as we go to this 4v2, 4v3 gank on bot side.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these fights, Shogun was just not able to play because he gets stunned up, pops the cleanse, only to get hit by another layer of CC, and then Peng Yon, kind of a quiet game. I say quiet, but he was also picking up these massive kills. It was kind of, he just flew under the radar and then exploded someone. So it's kind of hard to stick out when you've got Shadow and Rest and Doggo just hyper aggressively pushing forward and making these big plays. All the while, you're just sitting there pumping out that damage. It's kind of that, I was there, I did my job, but it wasn't flashy or anything. And CFO, while I wouldn't say completely a return to form from 2025, very, very positive signs tracking in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, CFO of old, it was almost impossible to beat them, whereas this CFO obviously can be beaten, but they're definitely also saying it's going to be a slog to beat us, you know. They've now positioned themselves a little bit better coming into tonight. They were 5th on the ladder, but with this victory, it will see them climb up. Doggo adding a few more notches, getting him just a couple of kills closer to that 500 kill goal that, you know, a lot of ADs would love to be able to say that they've achieved in Tier 1 competitive League of Legends.
Absolutely. And this fight was a bit of a miscommunication, it felt like, from CFO, and I think they lose this and take it as a bit of a lesson and say, well, actually, we really need to tighten things up, and they do. Absolutely just tighten things up going ahead. Rest in the backlines playing that spoiler consistently means that one or more members of the MVK just cannot play the game at all, and Peng Yon hitting scatter the week after scatter the week, getting stuns out on the MVK members. And here, I mean, you'd think Kratos for sure has the kill on the Shadow. No, not a chance, not even remotely. And the fight around the Elder Dragon, MVK don't even get into the neighborhood by the time that Dragon is down to 2,000 HP. So CFO take it. They then cleanly mop up the rest of this MVK roster. It's just, it's so close, but not quite close enough, unfortunately, for the BCS representatives.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, CFO just ran them down in the end there as we start to talk about our next match of the night, where we will get to see Detonation Focus Me, DFM, from the LJL right up into GAM. But here we have the assistants coach Tana, head coach Paz, and assistant coach Gizmo for DFM. It should be an exciting game for these guys. They are currently 8th on the ladder, but every game is a 50-50 chance. Momo, Citrus, Keen, Karkun, and Gang looking to make a name for themselves as we get to see them again this weekend here in the LCP.
Yeah, unfortunately, yet to pick up a single match victory in the LCP, but obviously worth mentioning, we are only in week 2. This will be their 3rd series played. But you look at some of the fresh additions to this roster. Momo up in that top lane looking very, very comfortable in their last play day on Friday. Citrus comes in at the tail end of last year. Looks like a breath of fresh air that was very much needed on these very aggressive assassin-heavy junglers. But going into their opponents, Kiaya, Drakthar, Ares, Artemis, and Taki. Drakthar steps into some big shoes, and Coach Levi, who for the VCS has probably had one of the longest running careers in the region's history. So, I mean, look, there is a lot to fill in terms of those big shoes for this GAM roster, and their expectations are exceptionally high. And I'm assuming they could probably feel that pressure just breathing down their neck, this expectation that they have to live up to. And unfortunately for DFM, they are now the next target in the sights.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, with 2 of this week's team of the week players in Drakthar and Taki being on GAM, it will be a tall order for DFM to overcome one of the best teams in the VCS, and definitely one of my personal favorites because of their fighting style. With the retirement of Levi, they still haven't lost that style. Drakthar has slotted in there so beautifully, so nicely. It just feels like he's been there this whole time. And now with Kiaya as captain, you know, the long-termer there has proven himself and is able to shot call and lead this team to victory. DFM has a hard road ahead of themselves, not impossible, and I look forward to them putting up a good fight in the GAM tonight.
Well, we'll have to see, of course. There is a hunger for vengeance, I'd imagine, for GAM after dropping the ball against MVK on Friday tonight. I think there is a good chance they look to punch down and get some revenge when we come back after the break. Game 2 in the final day of week 2 after the break.
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it, shake it, drop, 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 shake it, drop, 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 shake it, shake, 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 get low, shake, shake, give them what they came, shake it, give them what they came, give them what they came for, give them what they came, give them what they came, shake it. When you feel like all is lost, keep your head down, don't give up. Come with the sand, we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity.
say on the hill, don't let your faith dim, there is a light. The darkness can never
Side Selection Showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
The theme of this weekend seems to be that there is nothing that is impossible in the LCP. Not a single team that has, gone completely lossless throughout this season. We did have, at the beginning of last year, it was just CFO that lost their one game to Team City Royals, and they didn't drop another game or another series domestically for the rest of the year. But for the first time in a long time, everyone is competing. Everyone is hot on the heels of the other. But right now, DFM coming into this matchup against GAM, bottom of the barrel. But the upset energy, Logan, feels like it's in the air.
Yeah, look, I'll be very impressed if DFM, who are currently 8th in the standings, are able to take down GAM, who are currently 4th in the standings. But never say never. Crazier things have happened here in the LCP, just like last night with SHG's tumultuous, historic victory. I think DFM are in with a shot because, like you said earlier, there's something in the water and everyone's having a bit of a sip, in my opinion there, mate.
Absolutely. I mean, MVK were on the cusp, and then they draft themselves into a pit. We won't talk about it too much longer because the end of the VCS fans are already struggling wee bit. But DFM coming into it, they lose what was, for the most part, their core, their glue in Aria in that mid lane to SHG. Now they're coming out with some fresh faces. They've held on to Citrus and, of course, Karkun down in that bot lane. But Momo, this new young gun, this fresh face in the jungle, in the top lane, Momo could be that difference maker, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just need time to work together, synergize, and really prove that they have that ability to come together and be the top laner that they need. Obviously, so far, we don't have many games to actually compare or get that big sample from, but Momo in topside already has an 18% kill participation rating and a 20% average damage participation here as well, as we start to see these players walk on for their games. And that was a lot of swagger coming out of DFM there.
Yeah, I mean, especially given that Momo as well playing in Takiya, one of the best top laners, inarguably, from 2025. And then Draktar filling the shoes of Captain Levi in the jungle for this new invigorated GAM up against Citrus, who, has, for my money, been one of the most exciting junglers to watch in this competition, bringing in those assassins in the mid lane. RS finally given the full-time role in the mid lane. He shared it with Emo last year. Emo performed better domestically. RS performs better internationally. And they say, well, that is our goal. Our mission in 2026 is to go back to international events. Down to the bot lane, Karkun, now a full-time bot laner. He is the ADC for this DFM roster, taking on Artemis, who, again, stunned the world at the mid-season invitational.
Yeah, absolutely. Put down an impressive performance. Nobody could take that away from him, as we see Taki and do a cute little entrance. This is what I love about the LCP. We get silly, we have fun, we shake hands, and at the end of the day, you just get the sense that they are actually all friends off of this rift. But Taki and gang, the last to do the walk-on for the players, as we see the coaches Paz and Nor walk on as well, do that respectful fist bump before we start looking toward our 2v2 on the Howling Abyss this evening, which will decide who gets side selection first. Now, with the history of GAM here, winning 3 on the red side and none on the blue, I have to imagine if they win, they might go for that red side pick.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a bit of a staple of the VCS teams last year, and they loved their red side. They were pretty successful on the most part. I mean, to be fair, most teams that got put on the red side were the ones that ended up winning, only because they were just the better teams at the end of the day. But it's Citrus and Keen, the jungle mid duo, that are going to be taking to the Howling Abyss here for DFM. And I mean, that is a combo. You want that synergy between these two, and if they don't have that, they're not going to find success. So you might as well limit test it in a vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas GAM respond with Kiaya from the top side and Taki their support, going the complete opposite sides of the rift. It looks like they're here for a fun time, not a long time. It will be interesting to see what kind of picks they end up working out with. Maybe they see an opportunity to run things that you will never ever see. You know, you get that Karma support onto a Scion top laner. Good luck ever killing that Scion. It remains to be seen, though, as we should be hopping onto that rift very, very soon. And here come the series bans, the ones that they're not allowed to pick or play with because they've been used previously. On GAM's side, that's Cho'Gath, Pantheon, Lee Sin, and Akali. And on DFM's side, that's the Pantheon, the Olaf, the Udyr, and the Taric. Billy, what do you reckon is going to be seeing the rift tonight?
Oh, it's going to be a Varus, unless it's banned away, of course, because that champion is just ridiculous in isolation. We saw it all of last year in the 1v1s, and then, of course, it was brought out to great effect in the 2v2s even. So I would be very surprised if it's allowed through, and if it is, it's because these teams have a game plan and both want to play it. But Pantheon gone for both teams. That's one of the best skirmishes at the moment. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of fills that void going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you put Darius in the front. Ooh, Aurelia Jack's banned away.
Darius gone too.
Yep, absolutely. You called it. I mean, Darius.
Pantheon. Why are we banning Pantheon? Neither team can play it. There's some trolling afoot.
Yeah, are we going to get a remake here? Are they going to try and like...
No, I think they're just going to carry on. I don't think there's the greatest of investments in the fact that Pantheon has been banned here. I don't even know if GAM realised that that's a bit of a whoopsie. Neferi being brought. Neferi Galio. So post 6, the all-in potential for this GAM 2v2 is kind of scary. And whether or not it actually makes it to that point is, well, a different story entirely. Varus and Volibear going to be the answer back for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Guri put that Volibear to great effect in the earlier 2v2 tonight with MVK versus CFO. Just Guri would snowball all in and get that kill that he needed. And he did it again the second time around, just able to get the kill before that turret was able to kill him off under those turrets. It'll be interesting to see what these two teams bring together on the Howling Abyss this evening. But whoever wins gets the right of side selection. As we take a look at these games, they look like they're having a great old time, laughing in comms. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was what Kiai was known for, is that smile for the better part of his career. He's just a happy bloke. He's always rocking that smile. It takes a lot, I think, to shake him. And I think a few times we did see that smile shaken off his face was those heartbreaking losses when it came to crunch time. When it came to that qualification for international events. And I mean, even that finals for the mid-season, they were absolutely heartbroken. They couldn't get it done over CFO. But here we start things off. Kiara and Taki on something a little bit different from what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. As the first blood goes to...
The Justice Punch. My God, the damage on the Citrus. The Darkened Dagger indeed. And my Lord, support Neferi. Who would have thought? Maybe that's the go-to.
Yeah, what did I just watch, or what did I just not watch? Because that happened so damn fast. I was not expecting that early all in, and that puts GAM up 1-2. So now GAM only need one more kill, and they will win this 2v2 scuffle. But can DFM hold on long enough to turn it back around as Taki returns to the rift with that little bit of extra item, that extra damage for the next all-in fight? Then they've just proven we don't need to wait to level 6 for that all-in as well.
Yeah, I mean, the lockdown that Kiai on this Galio naturally allows, and just the sheer burst damage that this Neferi brings to bear, Citrus evaporates for a second time. Oh dear. That was over and done far quicker than I thought it was going to be.
And I love that Citrus on the volley was emoting and dancing before going in. It was almost like, yeah, you know what? This is fun. I'm just going to go with it. But ultimately gives over that side selector GAM. And GAM, almost predictably so, ended up loving it. Absolutely loving it. GAM ended up with the red side selection here as the DFM boys just poking a bit of cheeky banter, probably to Citrus saying, what was that, you know?
Well, look, again, Citrus made a name for himself. Those assassin junglers. I would hesitate to call Volibear an assassin jungler. I mean, he was rocking the Doran's rings there, going for, you know, slightly more of an investment into magic damage. Not that he really got any significant damage at all out.
That is very, very true. I mean, the Galio pick, they didn't even need to go back to base. They just stayed around, potted up, and were able to fight again. Whereas, DFM had to recall and recover. So it'll be an interesting game if we see any of those shenanigans actually hit Summoner's Rift this evening. I'm really looking forward to seeing what DFM can bring here in this draft to answer what will probably be a lot of pressure from GAM. They, in my opinion, typify what it is like to fight into the VCS. It is scrappy, it is rough, and generally 4v5, they'll still go you. Even when you think you have the advantage, you don't.
Yeah, very much a VCS team through and through, especially with some of these new additions. But DFM coming in, they've spent the last year just being pushed around and bullied. It was only sort of that final whistle where they were actually able to get it done over SHG in what was a hugely impressive match. And we saw Paz at the very end of that game that allowed them to qualify for the playoffs, shedding tears because of just how much it meant for the DFM roster and the LJL. They were able to qualify into the Champ Select. No surprises whatsoever. Fight taken away, as is the Ambassador away from Momo.
You know what, Billy? Color me shocked at those bans. I never would have predicted either of these, as we also see a Rumble ban. Okay, now Rumble is obviously a top lane that we are seeing a lot of play here. So it will be interesting to see what other... Yep, there we go. The classic Nocturne ban to respect your, the VCS. But in this instance, the VCS are the ones who've banned it.
Yeah, that's Rumble... because Citrus loves the Nocturne. This guy, look, he may be playing for the LJL, and honestly... He is just not what you'd quintessentially expect, but this guy loves his assassins. In fact, not only is he an LJL player, but coming into this, he's a Korean player playing in the LJL that loves to pick up the VCS special. He's sort of just a bit of jack of all trades, really.
It's pretty good if you can get that. I'd love that combo. You've got the skill, the experience, the wisdom of each of those regions, as we do see another sort of assassin jungler here in Kiana banned away as well. GAM placing a lot of respect on Citrus, I think, with this one. As we see that...
Yeah, understandably so. That dude's crazy, honestly. He brings out a Talon jungle at the end of last year, and they pair it with an Orianna, and that thing single-handedly enabled that game to be taken by Aria and DFM. It was one of the most truly terrifying jungle performances I think I've ever seen. But this time around, he gets the Jace, so I don't know if that's any more scary, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were seeing earlier, that accelerated shock blast out of 1, even 2 item Jace was doing 40% plus of the champs that it would hit. So in the hands of Citrus, it's likely going to be even faster, even stronger, hitting even harder than that. Crikey, Billy, is that a Renekton in the top lane for DFM's Momo there?
It is indeed, and it's a blind pick. The Jarvan Rise being shown here. There's the jungle mid combo. Keen locks in that Azir for himself. So there is a lot of fight potential in the later stages of this game that becomes very, very scary the longer the game goes on. But much can be the same said for RS on this Rise. And a Nico. Oh boy, there are 2 very big champions that will let through this ban phase. And Nico and Jace, 1 picked up per team.
Yeah, that's it. Some of these champs that are typically banned are starting to see their way through. Different teams, different energy, different vibes here, and I'm loving it. GAM so far, J4, Rise, and Nico having banned out that Nautilus in the second round of bans as well. DFM have locked in that Renekton, Jace, Azir in the mid lane. So this is looking to be a Shurima shuffle time as we see Kai'Sa being banned away from the hands of Artemis, who is a very capable pilot when getting their hands on that one. Kai'Sa does have a big pick rate, has been picked 7 times and has won 5 out of those 7. So a very decent win rate there too for that hyper scaling carry.
Synergistically just terrifying with a Jarvan and a Nico. Being able to jump in onto the back line off that engage and really just wreak havoc. Artemis definitely one to be able to do it. Leona and Nautilus banned away. Kai'Sa Varus banned away. So we are targeting pretty heavily on support for the side of GAM, and then bot laners from the side of DFM, and I can understand why the players that you're targeting away are very, very scary when given their prior picks. Kennen being Hobbit. I am be very surprised if this is in fact locked in for Kiaya.
I've been surprised before, mate, and I'm ready to be surprised again. I do think
it is. Circle theory is here in full force.
That's the one. Kennen has been banned twice before so far this split, but has not yet actually made it to the Rift. And it comes on through. Kiaya is letting rip with that Kennen on the Rift here tonight against DFM. Momo's Renekton is going to have to deal with this Kennen in the early game, as we see DFM locking in potentially that Alistair locked it in. Alistair support for Gang on the side of DFM as they look to round out their composition with an AD here in that bot side. I am wondering what Karkun is going to lead to here, see what they can answer, because so far GAM have shown their support, but not their AD.
Corky, yeah, I mean, it was never going to be anything all that complex. Unfortunately, that transition for Karkun is still, I mean, in the grand scheme of a career, reasonably fresh. So you're not going to be seeing him going to those big, hyper-scaling, hyper-carry champions. Corky, something a little bit more simple, a little bit safer. Means that he can play this game. But you look at it, there is an Alistair on the board. It would be a primo Silas opportunity. It's just, where are you going to look to shift someone else to enable that pick to come through? Unfortunately, there's no great spot. So it is going to be a Sivir locked in for Artemis instead. Silas not going to be looking for that unbreakable this game, unfortunately. But Kennen, that problematic blind pick Renekton, could this be the answer to it?
I was waiting for the graphics update, and I'm like, what? Kennen support? Yeah, there we go. Kennen top lane, Nico support, Sivir AD, Rise in mid, J4 in that jungle to DFM's Alistair Corky combo on the bot side, Azir in the mid, Jace jungle, which is copping a nerf in the next patch, and Renekton on the top side. This is looking like a spicy draft here coming out of GAM. I'll be really keen to see how Kiaya's Kennen faces up into Momo's Renekton here.
Absolutely. I'm excited. Kennen, picks have been few and far between, and I mean, the last time I remember it being played, it was, I think it may have been Kiaya again into CFO, and the counterplay was Kindred and Galio to try and deny that all-in potential from GAM. I'm casting my mind back a wee way because it was the mid-season invitational, mid-season playoffs that pick came through. I'd have to go and double-check and figure it out for later on. But Kennen, it's something a bit different. I'm here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Different can be good as well. Throwing in that unexpected spanner in the works. Unlike the Nautilus from the previous match where that different didn't work out so well for them. But I am excited as we see Detonation Focus Me versus GAM Esports here, and we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's BO3. We see the Unsealed Spellbook on that Alistar, as well as that Electrocute on Rise and Kennen, so they're going to be looking for those quick trades. The standard Arcane Comment on Nico. The Summoners, very, very standard. You would expect a lot of those, as well as we get that reminder here that in this new year, this new split, the timers have changed for minions. They used to spawn at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Now they spawn a full 35 seconds earlier at the 30-second mark. So we get into the action a lot quicker, and invades are much more punishing.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that it's going to be Electrocute on the Rise here. Usually you see the phase rush for that mobility, but you don't have the most reliable lockdown when it comes to the champions drafted here by DFM. So I'm not all that surprised. So it's going to be interesting to see if there is some counterplay, some ability to punish for them there.
Yeah, definitely. And as a reminder as well, that Nico has been nerfed. You can now no longer do the cannon minion turret damage juggling, where turrets would not scale or ramp their damage against that cannon minion if Nico was appearing as that. Now it recognizes that is a shapeshifted Nico and will do the full ramping damage. But Nico still sees a lot of
Yeah, and that is the problem in this matchup for those, tanky engaged supports. Is Nico is just going to have pretty much free reign to bully you there. But I don't know. This start early for Gang is going to be rough. Look, it is an Alistar. He does have the pass to the hill. Drakthar, did he see Citrus going the long way round? If so, he does know now full well that Citrus is here. He's going to show his face. They're looking to try and get aggressive onto him, steal away this Krug camp, and they do so. Citrus gets himself the one, but that's about all he gathers.
Yeah, absolutely. Great play by there. Great play by GAM there to try and set Citrus back. Anything you can do to slow Citrus down on this Jace
look
will be helpful.
Pulverize onto Tarku. He's deep in enemy territory. Karku and Valkyrie's forward. He's going to find first blood. They answer back with a kill on a Gang, but in a 2v2. Citrus gets the knock back. Karkun, can he find more? No flash to follow up, and Artemis will get over the wall for a double. 2 for 1 in favor of GAM, who were fighting on the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, absolutely. As we were just saying, GAM rotated around to kind of bully Citrus, as you can see by those GAM wards on the bot side there. And DFM were turning it around and saying, hey, you can't bully us like that. Gang getting that engage onto GAM. But GAM are able to win that fight, getting that 2-for-1 turnaround. A lot of flashes burnt as we go to the replay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great wrap up there from Gang. Karkun, meanwhile, towered over the top lane. Kiaya finds a solo bolo onto Momo under his tower. But Artemis fully stacked up with that lethal tempo. Unfortunately, Karkun burns the flash to try and get that first blood. And it means that he's then unable to follow up on anything else for the remainder of that kill. And yeah, we saw the picture-in-picture. Solo bolo from Kiaya onto Momo. And my God, see a scap already up in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not what you want to see there. When your bot side just lost the fight, you also don't want to lose it in the top side. So really unfortunate timing there to give that up on both sides. GAM, 4 minutes in, have already secured themselves a 1.1 thousand gold lead here as we cut to the replay of that top side fight that you were just talking about, Billy.
The passive stacked up. The minion wave there as well. He gets it stacked back up again, the electrocute proc, and that's all Kiaya needs. That is all the invitation he needs. He surges forward, and he's just happy to walk it on out.
The confidence to not flash that, though. Like, Kiaya knew exactly how much damage he was about to take from that turret.
Yeah. Oh, Citrus, he's been invaded again. Drakthar. This is exactly the sort of momentum that he needs. This is what enabled them to beat out CFO in their first match of the season, even, was that aggression, pushing in onto Shadow constantly.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And not only that sort of my jungler is better than your jungler energy, but being able to keep down a Jace who builds that lethality for that accelerated shock blast helps reduce the damage that the rest of your team is going to be taking from that long range as well. So it almost feels like double value to keep bullying Citrus, which Drakthar is doing.
Oh, they're doing. He's just constantly been in Citrus's jungle. And he's looking for more. Very low. The burn's not going to be there. He's got the abilities coming up. No, he's just missed it. Citrus, oh, don't be chasing there. Momo, no! He's been caught out again. The slicing maelstrom for Kiaya doesn't hold the flash this time, but is able to get away. It is just an absolute walkover right now.
Absolutely. GAM is everywhere they need to be. The only quiet lane is mid with Ares and Keen. Everyone else, everywhere else is just active across the map. They're getting those ganks. They're invading that jungle. They are keeping that pressure applied. Even Ares throwing that cheeky little skill shot out at Keen to delay that recall and keep him in lane a little bit longer. The tempo advantage is GAM's. The Drake is on the map, so we'll see if GAM want to go for that. I don't think they will just yet. They have all the vision in the bot side that they need to pull the trigger as soon as I see DFM step
He's
close.
going on the hunt, but doesn't have the vision in that brush. And I mean, it is a much more aggressive Rise having that electrocute in the comp, but I don't know if he's going to be able to proc it all that often. There's just a little bit of gap that presents itself here for the DFM roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Keen, by virtue of kind of just trading 1-for-1 with Ares, is proving to be the stronger as Taki, just bullying this bot lane with that long-range Q skill shot just to prevent those recalls, keep these two around.
Logan, I just realized the CS gap at 6.5 minutes of the top lane.
Yeah, wow.
Kiaya is putting Momo in a box. I'm sorry. This man is being put out to pasture, which is ironic because Momo's very young. Oh, GAM. Oh, GAM. They've got a statement to be making this game. Cataclysm onto the bot lane duo of DFM. And this is what happens when the young upstarts from MVK take down the likes of GAM. Their next target is just getting pushed, ground into the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this would almost qualify for cyberbullying if I had to, make that call. But Taki tanked that turret so well, taking that aggro, getting those tower shots and letting his other 3 compatriots just dive and get that double kill bot side, getting that priority. Drakthar taking out that first Drake. Honestly, they have so much priority, so much tempo here. It's almost overwhelming. It's almost oppressive levels of early game advantage for GAM right now. And as you pointed out, Billy, Kiaya is double Momo's CS on that Renekton, and I think they've called for that lane swap to try and get Momo back in this game.
An 8-minute lane swap. I'm genuinely curious because I don't know if you want to be doing that in a situation where these role quests come into play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm yet to fully understand the sort of experience gain and or loss when you do rotate out of your traditional lane, whether you get punished for that or whether it follows you along. As DFM have prioritized the grubs here, they're trying to get something back for themselves, trying to get a jungle objective on the board, at minimum denying that pushability away from GAM in the later stages. But Drakthar so far has been involved in 4 of the 6 kills alongside Artemis. So that shows...
Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not only is it the belt, the boots, and the hat, we're getting the vest here as Momo. Oh, he slices and dices out, and it's going to be a trade back, but there's no real kill intent, unfortunately, for DFM. The Croc survives to live just that little bit longer.
Barely by the skin of his teeth as he recalls to base, heals up, and goes back out to that top lane where Kiaya has eked out even more of a CS advantage. I would call that nothing short of disastrous. As Citrus arrives...
He got the stun off before the stun comes through from Momo, slicing Maelstrom. He's going to 1v2 here, Kiaya. He might just be able to turn this one around, but no, knocked back, denied that kill, and a shutdown comes through from Momo. He very nearly took on both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That speaks to the strength of
the same
Kiaya.
cannot be said. The same cannot be said. Oh, Streamer shuffle onto Ares, who is going to walk straight into gangs. So they will find themselves out of the kill. Maybe a little bit of over eagerness, a little bit of complacency there from GAM, and they do get punished a little.
Yeah, but the kill went on to gang. Not ideal.
Tech Gunblade back on Cannon for the first time in who knows how long.
Yeah, you love to see it. That's one of the returning items here this season, as well as DFM, Citrus, and Gang try to make a show bot side to Artemis. It is good to see DFM getting something back, getting some hope injected again.
Coach comms in 10 minutes for DFM.
Yeah.
I think I well identified that they are under the pump here.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, those coach comms are probably going to be talking about the early game, trying to help them recover, as we do see... Is that the Nico or the J? Oh.
No, it is the real Jace. Gets stunned up by the trample. Just maybe a little bit of hubris here, potentially, from GAM.
I kind of agree with you. Like, the last 2 deaths feel like they've been pretty weird, to be honest.
And Taki is in Citrus's jungle.
Not where you want to be when you're on your own.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much to say other than...
Honestly, you know what this feels like? That scene at the end of the Incredibles movie, I know I'm dating myself here, where Dash is finally allowed to compete in sports. And he starts running out way in front of everyone, and the family's sitting there, no, bring it back, make it convincing. And this is what it feels like GAM are doing.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh no, we got to hand a couple of kills back to DFM, so it's at least a sporting competition. But I mean, the CS story tells it all, right? Kiaya is so far ahead of Momo that I think it's almost an insurmountable difference for Momo to get back into this as Karkun comes forward.
I mean, it's a bold call. He's got a Trinity Force into the Yuntal Wild Arrows, but okay, I respect given there on the hunt pot to try and get away, making sure that there was no gank potential. Drakthar coming for a sightseeing tour of the mid lane. It's the only way I think to describe that, because nothing else was done. And it doesn't even dissuade Keen from pushing forward.
Yeah, no, Keen just traded into Ares while Draktar was walking through mid. It was like, okay, but DFM, I think they're finding their confidence. They're definitely starting to move around this map more together as a team now. We've got Karkun Gang and Citrus on that bot side as GAM are respecting it. They're backing away, a couple of recalls coming in. That said, Draktar has been fairly proactive on the map so far, getting those ganks on the bot side. Taki's been involved in 5 of the 7 kills. The Drake has been started by DFM, and it doesn't look like GAM's going to compete. Maybe. It's going to be gone too soon.
This thing, yeah, it's just gone before Draktar can even get in vision of it, to be fair. So, so GAM hit the gas pedal. They are flying down the freeway at 100 plus kilometers an hour, and then they just drive the car straight into a median barrier.
But it feels like it was one of those water median barriers, you know, the ones that go like sploosh sploosh. And it
yeah, not the one that's going to be lethal, but one that will slow you down pretty. And a gravel trap. There we go. They drive straight into a gravel trap, so it's non-lethal.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're trying to find their feet again. That gold lead has been chipped down to 1.5. I got to say, though, this is such a rough matchup to see this Renekton into this cannon. Kiaya is playing this to perfection, just bullying him out of that lane, keeping his CS down. You know, Gang with the Hex Flash, okay, just for funsies, I suppose.
No. The shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line, so he Hex Flashes over the wall.
I respect
it. Is 100% calculated at the end of the day.
I love that one.
Unfortunately for Momo, it's just not calculated enough. He is getting bullied.
Yeah, I did the math, but man, am I bad at math.
Oh yeah, that's why we don't do it on broadcast, because we always look dumb.
That's it. There are smarter people than us who can do math a lot better, as we do also start to see those role quests being completed. 4 on the side of GAM. Only their mid laner Ares has not yet completed theirs. And 3 on the side of DFM as Kiaya looks to take that first turret and secure that extra 300 gold bounty for himself, only further strengthening that lead on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, he's just had a command. The blind pick Renekton, while usually pretty safe, if there's something... Oh, Pop Blossom in for the back line. Draktar there as well, looking to set up an angle, but no one did just yet. They're still holding on. Is Ares... he's on the wrong side of the rift. Momo comes in with the Dominus. Citrus has been found, will be knocked up, and Kiaya gets himself killed. Number 3, Momo goes in. He's going to break the crystal stacked up on the tower and look to run it out. He's TP'd in. There's no TP out. He's just going to have to sit and fight. Unfortunately... He's then run out of the Dominus. The Tangle Barbs do land, and all he can do is just a little bit of extra insult to injury.
That was a very comedic moment. Ares and Gang running past one another like, hey, how's it going? And here's so weird, right? GAM have a ward. Draktar should see them, but walks into the accelerated shock blast.
Yeah, I think they were just anticipating that the Pop Blossom would land onto multiple members, and they were just trying to get that synergy off, and I think one step ahead of where they should have been, so wasn't probably quite looking where he needed to be. And picture, Kiaya is being chased down by Keen, and Slicing Maelstrom gets a stun, flashes into the Emperor's Divide, is going to be exhausted, and also falls. So it feels like every single step that is taken forward by this GAM roster, they then trip over themselves for some reason.
Yeah, that's it. What's that old saying? 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's it's entertaining to watch nonetheless. And GAM are still able to keep that gold lead and strengthen it. They are now up 3,300 gold over their adversaries, DFM, as Draktar, this very proactive jungler this game, is looking to secure the Rift Herald to help them crack open that mid-tier 1 turret on the side of DFM. Keen not to let it go unanswered, trying to get this bot side tier 1 turret in response. We like to see these cross-map plays.
Absolutely. Try and alleviate pressure elsewhere if you can, and they do. Chucks his own tower up for good measure.
Yeah, I mean, we see GAM here just starting to work on clearing those wards out. We don't have another Drake up for another minute, though, so they'll have to come back out, refresh those wards, buy those items. We do start to see more of those completions coming through. That classic Rod of Ages onto Ares there. We've got that Yuntal wind arrows, the Hextech belt, of course, on the Nico, and that new support item that's hit the Rift this season, the Bandle pipes, over on Gang's Alistair there. Now, it's already going to be nerfed in the next patch, but they're only nerfing it by decreasing its efficiency, increasing it from 2,000 to 2,300 gold. So I still think it's going to be a good pickup.
Absolutely. I mean, the value has already presented itself pretty frequently throughout this split already. Just having that natural... Okay, Draxar drops the Herald over the wall from the Raptor pit. All right, Chief. All right, buddy. I see what's going on here. Just style points, if nothing else. And then we'll crack open the mid-tier one as well. They are just taking everything.
Absolutely. And Kiaya sees that there's a potential gank and goes, you don't gank me, I gank you.
They're chasing down Citrus, and he's in the cage with nowhere to go. And Artemis picks up the kill.
Yeah, well, they just handed that to Artemis. That was just perfection. They saw Artemis, dove Artemis, gave Artemis, Citrus, and they gave the kill over to Artemis there. I mean, the beacon of hope on the side of DFM, their way back into this game is Keen. Keen is 1-0-2, is at least matching his counterpart's farm and has eked out a 1.3k gold lead for himself. So if DFM can work to enable Keen, get Keen in a good position, I think they do still stand a chance here.
Yeah, hopefully. Drakthar still on this dragon. He's looking to finish it off. I don't really think there is. Yeah, Citrus is still on his way up from the base. There was no way there was going to be much of a meaningful steal attempt. I'm just perplexed. I am still not at all sure of what to make of this game, really.
I'm right there with you. I think weird is the best word that I can use to describe this game so far. It does make for interesting watching, though, as Momo is not letting Kiaya get more than 50 CS ahead of him. Credit to Momo. He is still a full level down, though. Only has one completed item to Kiaya's 2. As we see Citrus here, just clearing away some of these jungle camps. A lot of red side pings from GAM going down in that top jungle there. Wondering what they're going to be doing, as the Baron is up in 30 seconds. But I don't think you'd want to pull the trigger on that on the 20th minute.
Yeah, no, not at all. I'm still coming to terms. It is very perplexing, the situation we find ourselves in. But whatever the case may be, here we are, and I suppose it is a case of just make the best of it. Artemis still only 1,700 of gold ahead, I think, which is possibly the most perplexing part of it all. He's up 5-0-2, up 20 CS. Karkun is 1-2-0, down 20 CS. And still somehow the gap is not that big. It almost feels a little bit disingenuous, really. So you gotta respect Karkun for still doing what he can. There you go, headbutt pulverizes the phosphorus bomb, but Artemis turns around with On the Hunt. My God, with that Infinity Edge, he is ripping and tearing through the team. The root does land. Cataclysm, the dunk from Drakthar connects onto the head of poor Gang as he will fall. Tower goes down from Keen, makes it a little bit easier to retreat.
I'm sorry, we nearly witnessed Artemis 1v4 DFM right there. That damage Artemis was putting down was astronomical.
Yeah, I mean, it's Civet. Those blades bounce, man. I don't know what to tell you. Baron going to be started up here, almost off spawn. No gang, well, I say no gang. It's with that early in the game that he's spawned already. And as they make their way towards the pit to fight this one out, there's a lot of shred. Oh boy, Momo, Dominus pop. They're just going to turn and look to burn. In comes Drakthar, but the turnaround of the gang. My lord, this is the power of the Baron. You've got no resistances, GAM. What is the thought process here? Citrus gets some revenge. Realm warp out to safety. I'm even more confused than I was not moments ago.
Nothing is normal. Everything is wrong. As DFM kind of clean up that GAM and go for the Baron themselves. They're the ones.
And they're going to get it. This is just absurd. This is an absurd game that we are witnessing right now. 21 minutes. This is the earliest Baron I think we've seen taken. I don't think we've had a Baron taken off rep at all in what is now the second week of play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just not the LCP way to take the Baron off rip. That's more of a T1 LCK special as we go to this replay here to see just how it all unfolded.
Headbutt pulverize. Like, they get themselves away here. They actually do pretty well to handle this situation. Artemis then walks up and just murks what is the standing remnants of DFM. In comes Drakthar, gets the dunk off, finds the kill on Gang. They then say, oh, this is perfect. This is prime opportunity to do Baron. They then see Momo walk up, and then it's like, oh, Crocodile, we'll get him again. We've been beating this dude down all game. Let's keep doing it because it's kind of funny. And then they forget the fact that, well, they've got no resistances left. Like, they've just got nothing here. Like, they are paper thin. And they're like, yeah, no, this is a great fight. Let's do this. And then they just evaporate.
that magic resistant armor shred out of that Baron. You know, I know we're only in the second week of the LCP, but we've been sitting in patch 26.1, I would say, for almost a month now. Surely we've adapted to this shredding.
Look at the roller coaster.
Oh, I'm strapped in for it though, mate. I am here for this roller coaster. As GAM now are on the defensive against a Baroned up DFM on the top side, looking to crack open that tier 2 turret. This is just spectacular.
I am lost in the paint right now. Aura is down on the bot side. He's going to crash a wave into that tower, but it's not enough to get the kill. The tower is still pretty healthy in the grand scheme of where the game currently is, mind you, at 23 minutes deep. Artemis are going to start up Dragon number 3 for the team, the 4th of the game. I'm so hesitant to actually say anything of merit because this game could then just flip-flop immediately, and then I'm just looking like an idiot. Because there's no calculating, no predicting, no expecting what is going to happen next.
You are absolutely right. And I don't know, I feel like that's VCS down to the very core as Drakthar is looking for a way in here to 3.
Where is the support coming from? They get the gold out of Keen. Somehow Kia finds that kill on a Karkin in the back line with a slicing maelstrom. Now DFM running desperately into the GAM jungle. Headbutt pulverize allows Keen to pick up yet more of the bag of its citrus is here. RS is in trouble. Doesn't have that phase rush to get out. Will fall in the face of this hyper-aggressive Rise build. And it is an absolute mind melder of how we find ourselves in this situation in which DFM looked good, and then looked bad, and then looked good, and then looked bad again.
These fights are so back and forth. You can't even call, GAM's definitely going to win this one, because then, like, Drakthar goes back in and just gives himself up for what feels like free, and then DFM, reinvigorated, go back into GAM and get another kill, and then RS turns it around back on them again as we get to see this replay here. Drakthar looking for the 3-man.
Yeah, but Artemis is, like, kind of there, but he's not really the person who's going to be standing there pumping that damage. Taki comes in. Karkun somehow gets himself caught. Like, I don't know how in the world he finds himself in a 1v1 situation against this cannon from Kia's up in the top lane. It's just, the pathing is all very odd, very bizarre. And GAM ultimately do walk out the better off, but by a smidgen.
I would almost say it was more luck than planning that GAM walked out better on that one. I'd love to see the coach comms there or the review being like, what were we thinking here? Like, yeah, we got lucky walking out, but my gosh, this was an odd play. We do see GAM, though, has a 1,000 gold lead, which, you know, is quite a significant fall from the earlier. I think it was around 5,000
We fluctuated between 5,000 gold and essentially nothing. And we're somehow back on only 1,000.
It's almost like we haven't played 26 minutes of League. We need to reset, you know, as we see the damage. Whew, that Cannon and Siva are putting in work.
Oh, I'm just, I need, just a breath, just some oxygen. I might need to get, I need a mask. I need an oxygen mask, stat. I need to breathe. I cannot still call this game one way or the other because these fights are so just on a nice edge. And it's so not what I would have expected this game to have been.
Yeah, I mean, if this game were to end here and now, I would only have one word to sum it up, and that would be weird. Like, these plays, the back and forth, you really can't pick who is going to come out on top of any engagement. As we do return to a state of normalcy for the moment, a little bit of peace.
Oh, that's a lie. Don't you lie to me. Bald face. Oh, normalcy. This game has been anything but normal.
Hey, I mean, they're clearing waves, right? They're getting priority. That's normal.
I don't even know if it's priority at this stage. It's anyone's guess as to what the true intent of either of these teams is on the Rift. But I suppose here we are. We'll have to try and calculate it to some meritocracy, because I just could not for the life of me believe that there is a clear, concise plan. It just seems to have been, let's just see what happens.
You know, I think they have a term for that over in the LEC, which we may need to adopt. It's called a content game. You know, they're like, we did that one for the highlight reel rather than trying to actually win it, because that's what this one feels like right now. There's some spectacular shenanigans occurring as DFM are looking to get something cohesive together in GAM's jungle.
Honestly, no, you know what this feels like? It feels like meeting the old mystic who says, I've got a riddle for you. The man who loses the fight actually wins. And you're just sitting there thinking, how does that work? And, the one whose horse comes in first is actually, it just seems like some weird mysticism that doesn't actually make any real sense in the real world, other than it sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm losing my mind.
How does that work? If the sage said it, then it must be true, but it's not, because it happened and it didn't work.
Either way, we're in a state of League of Legends where we're still somehow 20 minutes into this game and there's no clear-cut winner. And your guess is as good as mine as to how it will play out.
Well, definitely. I mean, it looks like both teams are trying to, as those shock blasts, the accelerated shock blasts are doing a little bit of damage, but it looks like both teams will be vying to grab this Drake. That GAM are currently on Soul Point, so for them, they would secure the Mountain Soul, and DFM are here wrapping around, trying to make sure they prevent DFM from preventing. That's a lot of prevention here, but Drakthar has that Guardian Angel to prevent his first death as they watch this Drake get started by DFM.
The scary thing is there is a cannon with 3 items deep. Now has that rabbit on. It's going to be the Flag and Dragon. Multiple members. If he can get the Slicing Maelstrom, Kane is forced to go golden to try and survive through all of it. The Sarima Shuffle. It's not quite good. It's just an Emperor's Divide to clear the gap. And GAM looking to make it all happen here. Great Pot Blossom onto 2. And the remaining members of DFM will finally fall. And I think we have our answer. It's a triple kill. It's an ace from Artemis. And this should be GAM stamping their mark on the series.
They don't have a wave. It's bought them the time. I was like, they're going to rush mid. They're going to try and end the game, but instead they're going to turn their attention to the Baron. And then if they still have time, maybe that Drake. But I suspect strongly that DFM will run back out onto the Rift, all helter-skelter towards that Drake to prevent that Mountain Soul, while GAM recall from this Baron take off the back of a hugely one-sided fight, to be honest.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
You have to. It's here.
Oh, this is just so absurd. Like, they win a massive team fight, and then they can't end the game because the minions, like the wave state is just not there for them. Like, oh dear, this is a bizarre day. There's something, I don't know if I've woken up in the wrong world, but we are here. GAM, look, to their credit, play this fight magnificently. They just layer all their big ultimate abilities together to get themselves in a position to push DFM out of a point of contention. They get themselves the Baron, so they have the tools to start choking this game out towards a victory.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Artemis, 8-0-7. Artemis has not died as Drakthar cops the Ignite. Taki flashes forward.
Oh, Pot Blossom, it's the Emperor's Divide, but Drakthar jumps over it, seemingly. The Guardian's Angel is starting to proc, and Artemis is just going to sit there and face tank that Jace. Looking for the damage. Gang taking a lot of it. RS just wiped out by the Crocodile and the Gyro Cop, the triple kill. Can Artemis get more? Quadra kill! No! Someone's going to steal it. They let Artemis have it. They're chasing Momo down. Pentakill for Artemis as GAM will look to take the game.
Oh, there's some confusion here. Do they go for the Drake or do they go for the mid lane? Artemis has rushed to the mid to clear that minion wave to allow their minion wave to crash into the mid tier 3 or the inhibitor turret of MVK. Sorry, DFM's base, but it will not be enough for them to take it. So they win the fight, they get the pentakill, they get that Mountain Soul, and it looks like they're just going to try and push the waves in. Artemis 13-0-7.
I'm trying. They have these massive one-sided fights, and then they just still cannot end the game purely off the state of the lanes. And Artemis gets himself a pentakill, the first of the year here in the LCP. But the game is still somehow not over, not yet.
Yeah, to DFM's credit, they are putting up one hell of a fight. You know, they're the ones who are pushing those waves out. So when these fights don't go their way, yeah, that pentakill, absolutely beautiful. GAM aren't able to close it out. That said, GAM are so strong right now. They'll really be feeling themselves. It looks like they're trying to get all 3 waves pushed in and start sieging. They do still have that Baron buff for 30 seconds, and they nearly secured themselves a 4,000 gold, Baron power play here. As we go to another replay, Kiaya on the Citrus.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah, classic. 4-item cannon into what is a lethality assassin Jace. Yeah, no. He's not even a real champion at that point. Like, the Rabadon Shadow Flame Heck. Okay, not 4-item technically. Near enough that it doesn't matter. We saw that. And it feels like a game that should have been over like nearly 10 minutes ago with how dominantly one-sided this has been in GAM's favor. But they've just not been able to get the match state in a position that allows them to do so.
That is up until this time. They have pushed in on this base. They've got minion waves following them in. They've got Kiaya bot side destroying that inhibitor turret and looking to get that 3rd inhibitor. I think GAM have sensed that they're in the position to win.
Oh, gang, looking for it. Cataclysm and Keen. I don't know where he's going. Neither does his ult. It's just an absolute chaos mess fight. And GAM will start to look to come out the better off. Artemis getting some big damage out. 2 kills for him. Can he get himself another Panther? The knockup is there. He's looking to get the damage out. That's a triple. They need to get someone in the fountain. That's 4. He's got a quadra. Surely Citrus gives it to them. They're sending it to the fountain. It's 2 pentakills in a game for GAM Artemis.
That was insane. I love that they so hard committed to get that 2nd penta for Artemis. Not only is it the 1st pentakill of the LCP 2026, it's the 2nd pentakill and 2 in 1 game. I don't know, that game was so weird to start out, Billy, but holy did GAM style on DFM in the end there. They just ran in, crushed everything, and took that victory like it was owed to them.
I'm just so perplexed. The flow of that game is mind-boggling. That game should have been in a position to end at the near 20-minute mark, and they just weren't able to. It gets dragged out. Artemis finds a pentakill. Then GAM finally finds himself in a position where, like, yeah, cool, we can end the game. Artemis gets another pentakill, and they end the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you want to end the game off the back of a pentakill, that's a very stylish or a farmy way to do it, as we like to say here. As we look at this damage, and 50k, it's still not even the most damage someone has done in one game here in the LCP.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at the numbers, if you add Taki's damage onto Artemis's, that is the entirety of DFM's damage. The bot lane duo of GAM Esports did more damage than DFM. I don't even need to math that one. It is just pure and simple.
That is something spectacular to see. I mean, Kiaya in the top lane kept that crocodile down, something shocking. Draktar's proactivity, movement around the map was always there for every fight, as we see this bot side fight break out again.
Oh, yeah, it was such a scrappy. It was a messy game. I'm sorry. It's not even scrappy. It was just messy. There were really just some egregious oversteps by both teams that were then quite handily punished. And Kiaya felt like he was just at a point for most of that game where he could almost single-handedly fight the entirety of DFM, but it never was quite in a position to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kiaya nearly 1v2'd in that top side fight we were talking about earlier. Citrus walked away with like double-digit health as we see this fight down the bot side again. Ares and Gang just pass one another by. They're like, hey, how's it going? Momo TP's in far too deep as Drakthar goes in here for Citrus. Kiai getting that kill. Momo realizing I'm done here, gets that crystalline growth and tries to get some CS.
Yeah, it was a perplexing game back and forth. And again, it's not like Karkun was not doing damage, because he was really starting to hit. So just stacking up those items, was just pinging shots down left and right through these choke points and allowing the damage. Drakthar here just kind of loses his mind, it feels like. And this should have been DFM walking away with a pretty impressive fight, if not for the fact that Kiai single-handedly solos out Karkun. And it very nearly wasn't even that, because Kiai limps away from that fight, then almost gets taken out by Citrus. It's then another mess of a fight where Momo comes screaming on in, zones Artemis out, they finish off Ares. It was just a roller coaster of emotion is the only way I can even think to describe it.
Well, like you said, Drakthar losing his mind going in on 3, and they get away, they start to disengage, and then Drakthar goes back in for another 3, as we see Drakthar engage onto another 3 here. So he had some excellent engages throughout this whole game, and GAM was just there to follow him in. It was like the blind leading the blind, and they were so willing to follow that it ended up working out for them. As Taki with these pop blossoms was an absolute menace as well.
Yeah, Drakthar hops over the Emperor's Divide. I don't think I have ever seen that interaction, but it is quality. It is absolutely quality. And this is Artemis' his first pentakill, which feels even just more absurd to say. Gets the the boomerang blade here onto Karkun, and then the team says, okay, good honorable GAM allows Artemis to come in and finish off Momo for pentakill number 1. Then this is where pentakill number 2 starts up. Keen just completely misses everything, pop blossom onto multiple members, and then Artemis rocks up and says, oh boy, time to press W and do my thing. And he does exactly that. The blades start bouncing, he hits the ricochets off one after one after one, and look at that. That kills Karkun from about 15% HP. I don't even know. I could not tell you what the heck that game was other than GAM.
It's GAM. That is a word for it. What time is it, baby? It's GAM time, because they full sent that Realm Walk into the fountain to make sure Artemis was able to secure the first and second pentakills for the LCP in 2026 in one game. It was crazy. It was a privilege to be here to watch and cast it, Billy.
The only problem is, I don't think TK's in the stadium. That's the only thing that would have made it any better. That guy would have been losing his mind watching that series. But yeah, look, what I can say for sure is somehow the series is still not over. There is a chance that DFM bring it back. We've got one more of these at the very least to watch. When we come back after the break, the GAM lock it out in 2. Do we see the chaos continue? Who knows? Come back after the break to find out. We'll see you then.
See you then.
Mama's borscht and syrniki, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunchy, I like you soft. I like it when you freshly serve for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fasten. Can you imagine? Tell of a dragon. You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that. Straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now. This a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown. Yeah.
Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
Oh, deep breaths. We regain. We come back to it. Currently, GAM take the lead up right now, 1-0 over DFM in our final game of the week here in the LCP Split 1, Week 2. And my goodness, what a game that was, not just because it was a back and forth affair all over the show, but not only that, because we get our first and second pentakills from Artemis to start out the competitive year.
Yeah, look, and that second pentakill came so stylishly as well. He'd gotten the quadra. The team wanted to give it to him, so they got that rise to pop that realm walk, sent the team in to let Artemis get that fifth and final kill to secure that second pentakill. I mean, what an honor. That one's going to go down in the history books. Artemis securing the first and second pentakills of the LCP 2026. I think this one's going to be looked back on in years to come as a, oh my gosh, I can't believe I was there to actually witness and watch that one. While we were on our break, I just had a quick chance to check socials and everyone is abuzz with that. Artemis did so well. GAM did so well to turn out a game that started out so weirdly into just such a one-sided stomp for GAM by the end there, Billy.
Yeah, that innate power of Siva. When she gets to the late game, couple of items, well, essentially she can just attack all 5 members of the other team without doing much. And there we go. Screen changes, camera angle sets us up. It is champion select time. And right now, DFM going to be heading into this on the blue side. It, of course, is going to be a first pick for them. GAM opting into that red side, with DFM wanting that first pick.
Yeah, look, absolutely. The fairly standard ban there in Malphite, the Oriana as well, and Bessa banned away, Akali banned away. So that's 2 mid laners, dare I say a top, and dare I say a jungler so far, as a Bard ban comes through, respecting the gameplay out of Taki, not wanting any of those shenanigans, not allowing that sort of super roaming capacity and surprises that Bard is able to deliver, especially with that magical journey and that tempered fate, being able to impact those team fights so heavily, as GAM again are the ones to ban Nocturne away from Citrus.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has clearly garnered the respect of an entire region with that Nocturne pick of his, and justifiably so. He looks so crazy good on it. The last thing you want is to give him that opportunity. Rumble looking to be locked in for Momo here in the top lane. A phenomenal top lane pick. Hopefully not going to be matched by something for Kiai that bullies them as much as he did in the last game, because that was a rough one.
Oh, absolutely. I think Kiai was almost the standout, if wasn't overshadowed by the double pentakill onto Artemis. The work Kiai was doing in that early top lane, in that mid fight as well there, being able to solo out Karkun to give his team that advantage. Just phenomenal. Kiai on that Nah.
Oh, I was going to say, if that was a Rengar pick, I would have been absolutely mind-boggling. Now, the true problem I see is I think this is a very good chance to be a top lane Aurora for Kiai. He's played it plenty in the past. He's looked darn good on it as well. And that would definitely make this matchup a considerable amount harder for Momo on the Rumble.
Yeah, look, I don't think she's achieved that status yet, but it's like when people pick a Vayne in the top lane, everyone just lets out an audible groan. But Aurora is definitely able to bully and keep those top laners down and out. As we do see DFM pick up Varus for Karkun and Nautilus for Gang. So we're looking for that long-range engage. We're looking to keep them away as well with that poke. So you're going to have to try and find something in that middle ground to just over-aggress onto them and shut them down quickly. Like you say, Varus, good at burst, not good at sustain. Ooh, okay.
Not a fan of the Jhin pick. Wholly underwhelming and rounding out last year. But I think if anyone is going to make it work, it is likely going to be Artemis, and they are going to lock it in. Gives a lot of safety. He's just going to sit in the back line, pump those shots away. So it does mean you kind of want some bulk. Unfortunately, you picked up the Rumble for your top laner, so it means you can't bring a Scion or something of that ilk. They banned the Xin Zhao, so your traditional frontliners that are going to soak that... I've completely whiffed on the name of it. I'll have to go look it up in a second, because it's been that long since I saw a Jhin. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to find it hard to get targets where you can comfortably play this Jhin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if GAM play around this Jhin and they put more tanky frontline in front of that Jhin, it's going to be very, very difficult to close that gap where, you know, Jhin loves to sit just tucked away, hidden behind those big tanks. We do see a couple more bans coming around. Xin Zhao in the jungle, as well as like... Yeah.
I knew everything else. I could not. It was on the tip of my tongue. It's one of those, it's near 12 o'clock at night. So we are getting on, and it's been an absolutely absurd game to bounce back from. Forgive me. My brain's not working.
You've been forgiven. As we go over the bans out there, it is that Leona pick to complement that Jhin, put a tanky meatball right in front to protect it. Now we've got the Xin Zhao ban, we've got the Kiana ban again. So, you know, Citrus commanding a lot of respect here with those bans. DFM in kind banning away that Poppy and that Rakan. They really don't want that mobile Rakan being able to engage on their AD carry Karkun.
And they've slammed in the LeBlanc. And I think this is we find that it's likely not. Okay, yeah, this is it. I'm 100% calling it. No, I don't even mind. It's a Galio top. Yeah, Galio plays into Rumble. Yeah. Okay. I thought there was a chance they were looking for a potential flex pick with that Aurora top lane, but they can still play at top lane. I think they're just going to transition the Galio up there. It plays incredibly well into the Rumble. Aurora into LeBlanc is going to do all right. And the Lee Sin for the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I really do like DFM's draft here. I think it's reliable. I think it gives them a lot of options.
No, it is. It is going to be Aurora top into the Rumble. Okay, so I mean, look, to be fair, it's going to be playing into a mage either way. So yeah, they're going to give it the LeBlanc Galio matchup. So Aurora at top lane into Momo makes it a little bit harder to play this Rumble because obviously the range into melee matchup, you're a lot harder to punish than say the Galio would be. I think this is big brain stuff out of GAM once again.
Yeah, I think this is the VCS cooking again. You know, we saw MVK cook with that Sion pick last night. We're seeing GAM cook here with that Aurora top lane. And Galio, not as much of a cook, a pretty, standard mid laner, I want to say, especially into those mages, that AP damage that Galio is just so good at absorbing for the rest of his team. GAM has got their sort of tanky front line now with that Galio, with that Leona. And I'm excited to see how they utilize that to protect the likes of their Aurora and Jhin to lay that damage down over the top of DFM. DFM, they'll have their work cut out for them because of that Aurora into the Rumble. It should be able to slow it down, keep it down a little bit. But again, that equalizer is 9 times out of 10 going to find a lot of value if he's able to lay it down across multiple members of GAM.
That's exactly it. And as we look to get onto the Rift Game 2 here between DFM and GAM, they've laid down the gauntlet for sure. But the Jhin pick, again, was not quite the stat staple that they wanted it to be in that bot lane. As soon as you pick the tank, it was just so easy to shut down. Luckily for them, there's only really one significant tank on the side of DFM being Gang on this Nautilus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was taking a quick look at Jin's stats. He hasn't even been picked yet in the LCP for 2026. So this is the first time we are seeing Jhin on Summoner's Rift here in the LCP. Jhin has gone with that fairly standard combination of flash barrier. We've got 2 TPs on both sides, but Karkun respecting the CC out of GAM and has opted to go the cleanse here. Does not want to get caught out by all of those stuns.
Yeah, I mean, the Deadly Flourish setup alone is going to be enough for you to want to run that cleanse on this Varus. A very easily punishable champion if you get locked down. Lacks that mobility. Dredgeline does connect onto Taki. Looking for an angle in with the Zenith Blade, but this game really doesn't begin in the bot lane until level 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that meme with Leona where it's like, we're level 2, we dive now kind of thing. As we see Kiaya bullying Momo exactly as expected, doing about 40 to 50% of Momo's health bar. Oh, what happened in mid? Ares nearly goes down to Keen here.
Classic. This is just that Galio matchup in the early levels against most mages. He is going to get the level up a little bit earlier. Zenith Blade does connect there. Deadly Flourish as well, so the root is out onto Gang. But it's 4 shots in. Jhin, so that skirmish ends pretty quickly after it begins.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's just kind of trading, recovering. Ares is going to take that recall. I would suspect that Keen wants to take that recall too, as we see Momo healing back up using those healing potions in the face of Kiaya, who has a wave shoved in and then some showing up right now. That is...
Oh my goodness, he's just comboing.
Yeah, that's some bad one-sided trading going on there.
And for the second game in a row, GAM have just completely big brain Momo's pick in the top lane. Kennen into Renekton in game 1, and then the Aurora picked into a Rumble in game 2.
Yeah, look, it almost feels like they've identified one person that they want to target, and they are doing exactly that. And well, as a fight breaks out here in the bot side river.
Oh, jungle combat starting off, of course, but it's down in the bot lane where GAM and DFM are really duking it out. Taki takes a lot of punishment, but so does Citrus. They found the taunt onto Keen. He's forced to flash away as the passive procs, but in comes Drakthar. Needs that clone to move so he can get himself an angle, but the Justice Punch forward, looking for that final closer onto Keen, and they get it. It is going to be Drakthar to claim first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that level up from Keen there would help save them, but unfortunately, Ares was willing to commit that flash, close that distance, and allow Drakthar to also get that last hit off for that first blood. So that nets the extra 100 gold onto the jungler of GAM, putting him in a really good position to grow and snowball that lead.
The quintessential fight around that Scuttle Crab begins, but the cleanse comes out from Karkut, so he's not going to have that for the next wee while. They spot Citrus hopping over that wall. Knows full well that Tarkinanos can't really take that fight, but they isolate Keen on the top side with Citrus having gone down to assist his bot lane duo. This LeBlanc, unfortunately, with all those mobility abilities gone, is just free pickings for Wukong and that Galio.
Yeah, absolutely. At this rate, Scuttle Crab fights, I think it needs its own sort of like LCP Scuttle Crab emote. Can we contact Riot and get that one happening, please? Because without these Scuttle Crabs, I imagine a lot of these fights would never start in the first place. We do see Citrus invading Drakthar here.
He's looking for it. Wukong into the Lee Sin. Can be a bit of a dicey one, especially with Ares here in support that little bit earlier. But Keen on the hunt, looking for the turnaround. Citrus is taking a lot of damage. The taunt goes out onto Keen once again. But they're going to have to play this one carefully. The root comes through. They do get that electrocute proc, but it is going to eventuate into not much of anything.
Yeah, exactly. Drakthar did get the camp that he wanted, though. They managed to bully Citrus away. So Drakthar is up in the CS department. And speaking of CS, Billy, he's doing it again. Kiaya is bullying Momo. He's nearly a solid 20 CS up on his top lane counterpart. Deadly Flourish.
Deadly Flourish lands again. Karkun doesn't have the cleanse this time. He's forced to flash away. In comes Drakthar. Looking for the slowdown onto Gang. He's forced to flash as well. The stun. The shield of Daybreak from Taki connects and allows Artemis to claim kill number 2 for GAM.
Yeah, this is a good start out of GAM here. Drakthar proving to be instrumental in both kills so far. The GAM bot side is unrelenting, as is Kiaya against Momo. You've got a feel for Momo here. He is facing the brunt of this Kiaya Aurora brutality. There's always going to be a ranged mat-like advantage early game, but sometimes that advantage can be too much, and that melee may not actually be able to make it back. Hitting that level 6, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see Momo use an equalizer to clear a minion wave before recalling.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one benefit of Rumble. Plays very, very well into teamfight time. Justice punch forward, looking for something, but Galio naturally tanky. Taki comes in and catches the dredge line, looking for the stun. In comes that hero's entrance, and Citrus just going to catch the tail end of it. Exhausted up, stun, Justice punch it through again. Ares with help. Can they get it? Yes, he can from downtown. They finish the kill, claim themselves number 3.
That was a really good job there by Ares and Taki to keep that fight going, knowing Drakthar was coming. They very nearly 2v3'd. I think Drakthar was able to get a little involved in that fight. Yeah, 1 kill, 2 supports there, 2 assists. So really well played by them just to keep that fight going. They knew their limits, how much damage they could take and how much time they would need before Drakthar could show up and finish off Citrus.
Yeah, it's exactly it. I mean, he danced around. The ethereal chains do connect there. But it's Taki coming in and face tanking a dredge line that means that they can look to turn this fight around because it just positions himself. The hero's entrance on top. Citrus has used all that mobility. Can't get himself away. And one flap of the wings and Galio gets it done.
Yeah, exactly. Just clean. I mean, GAM 7 minutes has already eked out a 2,500 gold lead here. That Cloud Drake is on the Rift, and GAM have got 3 control wards around that pit, so it's at their leisure that they will pull the trigger onto that Drake. And in 30 seconds' time, the first set of grubs come up, so we will see what they want to value more, that pushing power of those grubs or that soul, and begin stacking towards it for the late game win con. Now, Kiaya is just continuing to bully Momo as we get the ult.
Absolutely. Just between worlds, try and zone Momo back under his tower, keep him corralled, as it were. And the equalizer had been used to collect the minion wave just that little bit earlier in the game. Try and buy some space and farm for Momo to remain relevant, because Rumble without items is a pretty grim affair.
Yeah, definitely. Momo being forced to build very AP, like a lot of MR, AP defensively, already picking up those boots as well, the Merc Treads. Try and just trade into Kiaya, drops that equalizer again for another minion wave before finally recalling, I would imagine. There are a lot of bot side pings coming down though, so it looks like we may get some action around the Drake as Drakthar here just free secures the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a grand old time for himself here this game. Largely uncontested. He's got himself a kill and 2 assists. Has been 100% kill participation right now. RS no longer suffering with that Spectral Cowl in the inventory, building towards that Hello Radiance. Suddenly Keen can't do nearly as much damage as he was doing before.
Yeah, and absolutely displayed by that graphic that we just saw. The top 4, gold is on GAM's side. That is to say that most of the gold, most of that lead is on GAM. In fact, every single one of their lanes is winning that gold matchup, which is why there's a 2.6k gold lead right now. Ares just pushes that waves in, walks away, resets, tries to keep an eye on Keen because Keen is very low, and GAM are looking to get this Drake here as well. They have full vision, Tarky's in the area, Drakthar's on it, Citrus thinking about going in as the dredge line misses.
Yeah, Tarky looking to hold him down. It doesn't seem as though Drakthar is totally willing to go over the wall, but here you go. Here is entrance curtain call coming out. Is that Cyclone just a little bit off the money? And unfortunately, Drakthar will be the first victim claimed by DFM.
Yeah, at the end of the day, 1 for Drake is still worth it, but it did feel like GAM could have got the Drake and backed away there. Instead, they decided to go in, and Gang was able to nicely tank up that curtain call that came out of Jin there. So ultimately, 1 for Drake. I think both teams would be relatively happy with that one.
Absolutely. I mean, the power of the Aftershock Nautilus, who is, you'd imagine, building towards the Bandle pipes. Potentially, it could be a locket angle as well, just try and nullify some of that damage that is going to be coming out in the AoE. But as it stands, Collector now up for Artemis, so he has that little bit of extra execute power, not to mention the fact that Jin, one of the champions that really does benefit the most, I think, from the raw stats the Collector gives. And you look at it, Hero's entrance in, Drakstar, well deep, caught by the root, was not really going anywhere after that.
Yeah, unfortunate. Drakthar just got a little bit excited. GAM weren't close enough to be able to back him up as readily as they were in game 1. We do see Kiaya and Momo just trading again. Kiaya has eked out a 30 CS lead over Momo. So Momo is struggling to buy those items that he needs to be able to survive that barrage that comes out of Aurora in that matchup there. Drakthar with a 10 CS lead. Mid lanes, bot lanes, and supports pretty evenly matched to their credit. So, this one, I can't say this one feels as weird as the first game, Billy, as we do see that top lane role quest completed for GAM.
Yeah, look, I think it just feels weird for me because Jin's been picked and that traditionally hasn't gone all that well in the past, at least 6 months, so to speak. But, I mean, as it stands, it's looking like it's a pretty good game for Artemis right now. He's doing exactly what he needs to do between worlds onto Momo. Look at that damage coming out from Kiaya, and that's without even a fully finished item.
Yeah, look, that's boots and half an item damage. And, I mean, Momo has built some MR, so I think this Aurora is going to be scary. There's definitely been some strong Aurora gameplay already this split. Equalizer goes down just to clear the wave. I mean, that's pretty dire.
Oh, RS has been caught, and they send in the reinforcements. Citrus the one to claim the kill. And that's what happens when you bring in the powerhouse of Gang and Citrus to help secure a kill. Absolute value.
Yeah, definitely. You would hope if you were going to commit 3 assets into one fight that you would come away with a kill, and they do. So well played by DFM as they get some coach comms for the first time. We cut to this replay to see what happened here in mid.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Keen just standing in the right place to interrupt the Justice Punch. Unfortunately, you're not going to skate through anyone there, and he gets himself caught in a bad spot and is punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. No wards down. Couldn't see that Citrus was in the area. The gang had rotated as well. So unfortunate timing, I think, on Ares going forward into Keen, as Keen does complete that middle role quest as well, getting those tier 3 boots. So we'll be pretty happy with that. Also comes with an empowered recall once every 5 minutes, and it is actually reduced by the champ kills. So the timer can be less.
Oh, hook lands on Ataki, as does the depth charge following through as it connects onto Ares. but the chains of corruption go wide, so they're not going to find much more value. Looking for those ethereal chains. Solar Play comes back in. It's followed by the Cyclone. Citrus might just be too deep and keen, so it's better if sticking around. Deadly Flourish that is just off the money. They could have made even more of it.
Yeah, good job to turn that back around and get that kill on the gang there. I mean, that was a fight that DFM were looking forward, starting it off by dredge lining into Taki. So GAM collapsed very, very quickly to back up their support, and in turn got the support as we cut to this replay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dredge line lands, they drop the depth charge onto RS. You look at it all the while, Taki just tanking that damage full well because that's what a Leona does and does best. In comes Drakthar, Cyclone onto 2, picture. They are hunting, it would seem, onto RS, but I don't know if they found anything of substance.
Yeah, it appears not. We've cut away from that picture-in-picture play right now. Nobody is dead as of now. So, yeah, ultimately just a trade and they've walked away. Most of GAM have their summoners. Ares is down on their flash. Gang is also down on their flash on the side of DFM, however. So, you know, most of them are pretty ready to have a biffo. Drakthar does start up the second Drake of the game, which is currently an Ocean Drake, just to get that stacking started. And I'm wondering if DFM are going to try and respond and take that Rift Herald on the top side, which is spawning in 5. Citrus not in the area right now, though.
No, it wouldn't seem so. He's in his own jungle, and as we head to a Hextech Soul, I think that's going to do absolute bits. Other than an Infernal for a Jhin, that's probably exactly what you're looking for. As it stands, so far things very much going GAM's way. They've controlled their neutral objectives to a T.
Yeah, definitely. Oof, that damage from Kiaya, just able to farm Momo for those stats. I don't think I've... Oh, the ward, the sense, able to pick out that gank before it actually landed. Kiaya is absolutely stat padding into Momo at the moment. As Gang and Citrus may be looking for more, they decide to back away.
Yeah, 0 kill participation between the 2 top laners. Absolutely no impact on the game other than slapping, not even slapping each other, other than Kiaya slapping Momo.
Yes. Let the slapping continue. Kiaya has TP'd to the top side. Drakthar just secured that Scuttle Crab. Has popped the Oracle Lens and spots out Citrus. Spots it out.
Oh, they get the tower. Kiaya flashes over the Equalizer, just hops away to safety. Drakthar connected on by the Sonic Wave. Citrus wants to make sure that there's no other reinforcements coming, but again, there wasn't really going to be much of a fight. I think in reality brewing there, it was mostly just posturing.
Yeah, I do mean it was a good play by Momo, though. Forced that flash out of Kiaya to respect the damage that Momo would be able to put out, even with that half item.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kiaya probably didn't need to. I think he was just going better safe than sorry, in all honesty. He just didn't want to give away the lead that he'd generated for himself. And Drakthar now walking in. Citrus had started up the Herald, but clearly decided better of it. GAM will walk right back in and take it for themselves.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Just you can see posturing, but yeah, there's no real kill threat. Oh, Taki almost finds himself the easiest opening of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, if we take a minute back, that Taki popped that Solar Flare down in mid, if nothing else, just to secure that mid lane advantage so that they could rotate up and secure that Rift Herald. So that was a good play. Even though it didn't net the kill, it did net them that priority, that respect of what could potentially follow up. So I really do like that Solar Flare out of Taki, and it's a relatively short cooldown. It'll be back up soon, and then GAM, like DFM, should have all 5 ults up for the next big team fight. I don't suspect that will brew, though, for another 2.5 minutes or so, as we do see the Rift Herald dropped, and it will crack this Tier 1 tower in the mid for DFM.
Absolutely. There was no surviving that, unfortunately. So they ram it on in. Clear out that mid-tier 1, open the map for themselves to gain some prio around the rift.
Yeah, we do see a lot of red pings come down in the mid there. I think GAM is saying, hey, let's back away from that. We've got what we wanted. We've got the vision. We've got the towers. Let's reset, buy some of those items. As you said earlier, Jhin has the Hallowed Radiance on Ares. We've got the Trinity Force there on Drakthar. Citrus in Kind has his item. We're seeing a lot of first item completions working towards those second.
To his credit, Artemis is currently full build. This is all that really matters on the Jin. Beyond that, it's just kind of superfluous. Look, honestly, it has just been a champion that has not achieved a heck of a lot outside of Betty towards the tail end of last year. No one else was really finding any value on it whatsoever. Oh, Gang looks for an angle on in. That is Kiaya, but between worlds, he hops away. He's going to get damage out, but unfortunately, Karkun comes in to collect.
Yeah. I'm back to feeling weird, Billy. That was, I don't know, purely disrespectful, it feels. Just recalling right there, had vision, saw them coming and was like, nah, I've got this. Hooked and died.
Seems doable, I think, is the words that probably would have run through Kia's head. Likely in Vietnamese rather than English, but seems doable. Yeah, easy. Light work. Arias going to be up here. I mean, Arias is building into a bit of a monster in his own right. And then there's just Jin.
Yeah, I mean, Jin being 1-0 at the moment, probably not exactly where Artemis wanted Jin to be right now. Probably hoping to have a few more kills under his belt, be a bit more accelerated in the item department. I mean, they're kind of matching each other here. They both have their 2 items. The Drake is up in 10 seconds, so GAM would probably look to get this one to be on Soul, as there is a fight here for mid lane priority that DFM were able to secure. So they're going to get priority on that Drake pit. They're setting up here. Hopefully no one face checks this brush, because if they do, it will be instant death.
Yeah, I mean, look, to DFM's credit, they haven't been completely knocked into irrelevancy. Unfortunately, there are still some significant leads standing on the Rift that makes this game much harder than you would have liked otherwise. And Traxthar starting up Dragon number 3 for the team, and what looks like will be yet another uncontested Drake.
Yeah, look, GAM are just prioritizing these jungle objectives, and not only are they prioritizing them, they're getting them, importantly. And that Drake stacking, I mean, that puts a timer on DFM. They have to contest the next Drake in under 5 minutes. Otherwise, that soul, that Hex Tech soul. Ooh.
Oh, Keen spotted. Wonderful. Just that inkling, that tickling in the back of Taki's brain saying, I should probably check this. And unfortunately, then going to cost him his life. Cyclone then goes in on top of everything. They catch multiple members between worlds, just go out, but in comes Momo screaming in for the top side of the Rift. Curtain Call does something. It tickles, if nothing else. Equalizer dropped, and Arias is burning, as is Drakthar. Jumps over, gets a Sundered Sky heal, so he survives a little bit longer. It's Arias on for a double, but Karkun getting an immense amount of value, an immense amount of uptime in the middle of these fights. Arias falls, it's Keen to claim the kill. And another messy fight that DFM are given far more than they were probably due.
Absolutely. They come out of that fight 2 for 3, so they'd be happy with that. And credit where credit's due. Momo was a monster in that team fight, able to drive some of those damage dealers of GAM away from the fight in the back lines there. Artemis, though, not done.
No, he's trying to. But again, this is a rapid-fire cannon collector Jin. Not the most sustained damage coming out at any one time, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's messy. It is very messy.
Yeah.
And then in comes Momo, does this thing. Karkun also in on that top side, just slotting those piercing arrows in. Traxthar, he catches the tail end of the dredge line, but because Gang dies to Ares, he doesn't get CC'd by it, so the damage still goes through.
I do want to shout out Momo there. Got a little bit of revenge on Kiaya. Just ran straight at Kiaya with the flame spitter and was like, nah, you're mine. I've got you. This is for the lane bullying all game. So DFM able to secure 3 kills for themselves there as GAM get 2 in return. All role quests are completed, and DFM have cut that gold lead of GAM's down to 1,100 now. So I think it's up to GAM to wrestle control of this game back in their favor, because DFM were looking pretty strong in that fight. It kind of felt weird that Taki was poked out to maybe 50% health and then decided, you know what, I'm going to go in on this AP assassin. only to find facing 3 members of DFM and going down pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, that goal lead now down to only 1,300 at the 23-minute mark. Oh dear, 3 items now deep for Karkun. So that Sniper Varus is going to really start to come into its own. The Luden's in the Crypt Bloom for Keen. So a lot of these champions that were being just sort of kept down and bullied, coming into their own, finding their stride. And that is a problematic situation for just the entirety of GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I mean, we saw that team fight just before. DFM were able to play that very well and make GAM pay for, I want to say, a little bit of overconfidence out of that Taki, brush check. Keen patiently waiting there, able to flank and get that catch was well done. But GAM are here. They're pushing the waves out. They're trying to get that priority in their lanes again, clear out vision as pings go down over Baron. However, DFM are going to see that cheeky little poke. They have a ward nicely placed in that Baron pit as Keen goes wide of Kiaya on the bot side.
Yeah, Citrus trying to find an angle in onto this Aurora. Has to be a little bit careful because an overextension here would be very, very detrimental. Kiaya back to lane. Keen will get the proc of those crystals. Walk it away.
Ooh, Gang and Karkun have been in this brush for a little while now. They are patient. They're just waiting for that face check here. You see the Jin traps everywhere in this mid lane. Good luck getting onto that Jin at the moment. The Deadly Flourish just pops that spell shield of Karkun's. We see Drakthar on Citrus. Citrus quick to get away.
They're just dancing around these potential CC skill shots. 25 minutes. 23 seconds to what is going to be a Hextech Soul. So DFM really do need to fight. The stretch line does land. It's the passive, though. It's landed on terrain, so it just gets the root off onto Drakthar. They will look to claim themselves this. Oh, the Deadly Flourish nearly clicks on the Keen as he takes the disruption back. But that Scuttle will go down. That gives him that vision control. Artemis has been found. Keen deep into the back line. Looking to be a nuisance. Curtain Call is out, but they have to know where he is. Keen cups the first shot. Citrus tanking now. Solar Flare is going to land as they try and turn this mayhem around. Oh. First kill down. Second one goes to Taki in the end. And it's a third for Drakthar as they take out 60% of this DFM roster. Deadly Flourish looking to connect once again.
Yeah, that was
amazing. It is an absolute
timing.
mayhem fight. It's going to be Soul, Logan. GAM, take it all.
Yeah, time to perfection. As you said, they're going to be able to freely take this Hextech Drake for that Hextech Soul, and that is going to be very dangerous for DFM because of that small slow off the attacks with that Hextech Soul as well. As we go back to this fight in the lead-up, Keen thinks he's found Artemis.
I mean, realistically, at this stage in the game, you could believe it, but unfortunately, there's just too much threat, I think, coming for the rest of the team. The curtain call opens up, picture-in-picture. They're looking for Kiaya. That equalizer was dropped, but yeah, between worlds, there's so much damage. You got to be very careful. An overextension in this game is just going to ruin any chance at a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as we take a look at all of the champs, what's going on here, Karkun 3-1-3, so definitely has a few more kills than Artemis, but Artemis's team is just able to defend for him, put a wall up. That's why he's been able to assist in at least 4 of these kills here. The gold advantage is over to Karkun through those kills, not through the CS, whereas Keen has been able to heavily out-CS Ares as well. Ares being that sort of tanky frontliner that GAM also needs to protect Artemis here. There is only the Baron on Summoner's Rift at the moment as we kind of slow things down, as we see everyone returning to their lanes and start to trade once again. Artemis setting up that Jin trap line so he cannot get caught out.
Absolutely. That captive audience, giving the opportunity to maybe set up for some plays. Drakthar taking a lot of damage here. But they just need to buy their time, look for that opening. They can maybe make that fight work in favor and try and close something out. But as it stands, it's just a lot of posturing. No real commitment one way or the other. And so that is where things could get a bit dicey. An overstep, pushing that boundary just a little bit too far. It's something that's easy to punish. Solar Flare does connect, but so does that Sonic Wave. Taki diving on deep, but here's Kiai between worlds. My lord, Citrus. He's just gone in a moment. That's Jungler out. Draktar has found an angle in onto Keen on the back line. That clone, the distortion, does get him away to safety, but no, only into the waiting arms of Ares.
That was so clean from Ares, just waiting on the other side of that wall, instantly landed that taunt. Keen had nowhere to go. GAM convert these 2 kills into a Baron as DFM hope to use what members they have left to get that mid-tier 1, and they do before a quick recall, knowing that they do not stand a chance at stopping this Baron that GAM just secured for themselves.
Yeah. And it was Gang clearing a ward, does just get clipped by that stun. Allows that opportunity for GAM to come in and collapse, and a great flank from Kiaya. Poor Citrus just trying to come in and help his support, pays the ultimate price. And then a phenomenal look in from Keen, catches, from Draktar, catches Keen. He then tries to get himself away to safety, only for it to be revealed that there is even more damage or danger on the other side of that wall.
That's exactly right. What do they say? Out of the frying pan, into the fire for Keen, unfortunately, and Keen got burnt. Ares now the one with the level advantage over Keen, albeit half a level, but a level nonetheless, as we do see GAM wanting to apply as much pressure as they can to this base of DFM. They do have that Baron buff as we see a TP coming toward the top side.
Justice Punch catching the tail end of a Dragon Rage there. Forced to flash away from that Sonic Wave, but GAM just ushering these waves in down on the bot side of the map. Tier 2 in a gone on the bot side between worlds drop. They're going aggressive here inside DFM's base. Cyclone into Karkun, but he finds an angle to get between the Nexus towers. Curtain calls there, and it's on Citrus. The tank up so Karkun can stay alive. Unfortunately, the bullet does not curve. This is not a James McAvoy film.
I was going to say he couldn't bend it like Beckham, but yeah, let's go with that as we see Taki TPing to the bot side to help keep applying this pressure to base. Keen, though, keen to get Ares, but Ares fully aware, just doing that cheeky little dance, trying to get as much uptime in that top lane as he can so that GAM can push their advantage, press even further into DFM's base. They really want this inhibitor, and they got it.
Yeah, they're going to get mid lane too. That Yumu's rather popped and the deadly flourish. It is just going to miss. They were looking for an angle, but big hero's entrance here. Momo stuck in the middle of it. Nowhere for him to go, but straight into the air. Big kills across the board. A triple kill for Artemis. He's found a Quadra. No way! 3 pentakills on the night!
He did it again! He did it again! Artemis with the 3rd pentakill.
That is just criminal. There is no way that Artemis has found not just the 1st, not just the 2nd, but the 3rd even pentakill on Jhin of all champions.
Yeah, look, not exactly the most pentakilly champ, I would imagine, but Artemis has proved us all wrong, earning 3 pentakills tonight, 2 in Game 1 and 1 in Game 2. Just absolutely spectacular performance out of the AD carry of GAM Esports. It is definitely GAM time here tonight, Billy. TK would be over the moon. The entire team of GAM would absolutely be happy with that. That will put them probably close to 2nd on the ladder. They were in 4th coming into this game, but I still think there were some positives here for DFM to take away as well. They were able to collapse quickly. They did put GAM to the sword. They made them work for it, Billy.
Oh, did they work? Did they work? Oh, what a series. Artemis goes back-to-back games with pentakills, even doubles down for 2 of them in the first. That is a spectacle like no other here in the LCP. And you love it, the camaraderie between GAM Esports members as they grab their gear and walk off stage. Oh, Jaya absolutely spent the evening bullying that top lane.
Yeah, but Momo didn't let that keep him down. When he was able to get into those fights, he was able to apply that pressure, zone some of GAM away. But unfortunately, I think GAM just got the better of DFM in almost every fight. They were able to pull the trigger when they wanted to. They were able to control the tempo, who they got in what fights, as we start to see the highlights from Game 2.
Oh, look, I'm sorry. There is no argument for anyone else on the server as to who gets the MVP here. Artemis drops 3 pentakills in a single series. Yeah, no one else can claim such a record. In fact, I don't think there was anyone who got 3 pentakills throughout the entirety of last year. Artemis absolutely dropping the hammer on this DFM roster.
Yeah, you can't fault the guy, honestly. I mean, KDA 25 and 12, 80% and 70% kill participation. Game 1, nearly 40% of the damage from GAM at almost 1,400 damage per minute plus. Like, those are some phenomenal statistics. Artemis was in form. Artemis was styling. It was just unfortunate for DFM that they were the ones in the way of GAM tonight.
Yeah, it was always feeling like it was brewing to that little bit of a grudge match here for GAM after losing out the way they did to MVK. Someone, somewhere was going to have to be on the receiving end of the match tonight. And unfortunately for DFM, they were the ones to receive this punishment handout. And look, to be fair, they kept the game, the series, competitive at multiple opportunities. But when you've got a bot laner like Artemis who drops back-to-back pentakills in Game 1, and then adds a third, like a cherry on top at the tail end of Game 2, what were you ever going to be able to do in reality?
Yeah, exactly. I think everything that DFM did was the best that you could do in reality, to be honest, in this game. I mean, just that Chains of Corruption missing here, allowing Ares to go back in at his leisure. That curtain call coming down, just poking away some of DFM members. Unfortunately, the Deadly Flourish missing, not able to lock down that Citrus. And here, Taki, face-checking blind into the brush, and Solar Flare to go back in when Nautilus was there as well. Felt like an odd choice, almost like a callback to the weirdness that was Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was not like it was the most brutally one-sided game. There were really moments where it felt like DFM were going to be able to get themselves at least somewhat a competitive edge back into things. But ultimately, I mean, the inevitability, as much as I do write off this Gen champion, in the right circumstances, he can thrive. And the circumstances were very much it here. I mean, you look at it, Keen has an angle in onto him, but the damage already coming out from Artemis makes Keen go, oh, actually, this is probably not a good idea given that he's got his 4th shot ready to go. Then as a result, the curtain call is dropped. The Citrus, look at how much damage he takes just trying to keep his mid laner alive. Shots held. And if not for the fact that Citrus flashes there, he gets his head taken clean off. Again, Taki just looking for these opportunities time and time again for the team. We saw it onto Keen earlier. Yes, he does die for it, but this time around is very much rewarded. Drakthar completely zones Keen out of this fight. You think, oh, I'm safe. Distortion over the wall. Boom. Ares there on the Galio, ready and waiting to receive. And then to crown it all off, to keep things Keen and peachy, anything but for Keen and DFM, Artemis goes and bags himself even more kill threat onto this DFM roster. The hero's entrance, Momo just full eats that knockup. The charge comes on through. Citrus falls. Gang falls. Karkun then falls not soon after. Reload comes through. And the bouncing grenade for the pentakill. Artemis, stand up, take a bow. But there you go. That's our results for the evening, Logan. A 2-1 victory for CFO. MVK very nearly got it over the line. But Game 2, a closeout, 2-0, going the way of GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was to be expected, I think, out of GAM versus DFM, that 2-0. And it's great to see them reinforcing their position on the top side with an absolute banger of a game for us here tonight, Billy. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch it. That CFO 2-1 of MVK was nice and close, and there you have it. GAM now takes their spot at the top of the ladder. MVK in second. DFM still down there on the bottom, and CFO still firmly middle of the pack. They came in at 5th, and they are still there at 5th. So it'll be really, really interesting come week 3 to see how this changes now that we're 2 weeks into the LCP. And my God, some of these games have been so exciting. We've got MVK versus DCG Thursday next week, because we will be broadcasting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday we'll close out with CFO versus LJL's SHG. This seems to be sort of a middle of the pack kind of slugfest here. I'll be really keen to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of implications, I think, for that MVK-DCG matchup, of course. If MVK are able to take it to GAM the way they did and very nearly take it to CFO, you got to wonder, is there actually a ceiling? Is it just going to be CFO, the one team they cannot beat, or are there others that will look to join and take them down as well? It is a case of, unfortunately, we don't know until we get there. We are going to have to wait until next Thursday, of course. But Logan, it's been an absolute pleasure. Week 2 is in the books. Your first full weekend of casting the LCP. Give us your thoughts. What do you think? How is it being an LCP commentator?
Mate, it is an absolute blast. I feel like I'm in a position of privilege and I'm humbled to be here to be able to cast and commentate over these absolutely phenomenal games. I mean, how often can any caster say that they were there, they cast that game where 3 pentakills were dropped in 2 back-to-back? That's going to be one for the history books, Billy, and it is an absolute pleasure to do it alongside of you, my friend. I am so keen for Thursday.
You're absolutely killing it, mate, and we're loving having you here on the LCP English. But for tonight, we are done and dusted. Week 2 is in the books. We come back Thursday to carry on this group stage action to see just who takes that top spot heading into playoffs. We'll see you then.
See you then.
I can see I can see